where crimes are baked in every show, mysteries rise and truth unfolding. Ready, set, it's time to go. We stand the time to go. Whispering through this battering news, mixing stories, solving the lies. In this kitchen, secrets are broken with a spark in our eyes. In the broken baker's kitchen, the secrets crumble like sunrise. We'll sift the clues to find the news. With a spark in our eyes, the broken arise. Broken arise. Welcome to the Broken Baker. Get ready. Let's go.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you are. Early Start brought by Brandon's Early Start Fund. And yes, you could take an ethics class from Officer Proctor, or you could just start early. So as I'm pretty sure you and I and everyone would fail his level of integrity, let's start early. And Jamie,
What?
I'm a fraud.
Why?
I lie. I lie a lot.
What did you lie about?
You know the picture from outside of the library where you can see her tail light lighting red on the right side? It's not
Okay.
showing the right side, so it's not there. But you can see it. Nope.
Yeah.
I'm a fraud. I'm a fraudster. I'm a bad guy.
Okay. Well,
I just love.
mark that one down. Everybody, he's a fraud.
So I'm a
Shut
grifter. I'm
shut
a
it
fraud.
down. Shut it down.
So that's why we will be closing the channel. And no, the copium's amount of copium that's been ingested over the last, I don't know, 20 hours is amazing. His DNA is on her car. Guilty. It's her boyfriend's car. Yeah, but it's on the tail light. Yeah, with two other people's DNA and no blood in the tail light. Well, have you? His own DNA is on his own clothes. It was his hair, or his niece, or his nephews, or his mom's, or his brothers. Not his brothers. He's as bald as a police detective in Massachusetts. I think that's the thing that they have to shave their hair to become detectives.
Are they missing the fact that there was other DNA found that they never tested? Hello? Does that not light anybody's brain up?
Jamie, it makes a lot of sense if you don't think about it. Hey, Ozzy.
Hi, Miss K. Griff. I've missed you.
Yeah, peer pressure works. So very happy I slept instead of watching live last night. Watched it back and Fuba, you missed. The last 4 hours you could have cooked down to 30 minutes.
Yeah.
That we needed 3 people to tell you what DNA stands for. That kind of rankled my patootie. And the Mo Raiders. Good morning, Mo Raiders. Hey, Brenda. Erin is here. And Secret Squirrel. Happy Friday, fellow peeps. Yes. Are you ready, Brandon? Hopefully we'll end early so we can do our Friday ritual. I'm driving. Well,
did you watch Tom this morning?
No, I have been running around because I overslept this morning.
It was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
Oh, what now? Good morning.
Well, Melanie Little and Mark Federer are there today.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, so they were out talking to them, and then Yannetti and Jackson, they met with them when they got out of the car, and Yannetti's over there fangirling over Melanie Little. It was so cute. I mean, they were really fangirling all over each other. It was cute, but
I reached out to her via email, but I don't know if she sees it. But I have one, maybe two. I talked about doing a panel show next week. I have one person saying yes to a Thursday stream, but it has to fit into their schedule. The other person work schedule, but I will try and have that panel show Thursday. So and get some creators on here, and we can tickety talk.
Yeah.
Hey Phoenix, thanks for being a member for 4 months. Happy on birthday, Baker. Hi, Miss Jamie, and hello, chat. Off to Valhalla's channel. Goodbye. Enjoy your Friday and weekend. We can still see you when you're over there. Soy la carissa.
I am too, Miss K Graft.
Good morning. I freaking love you. I'm new. I laugh so hard on how the broken baker reacts. I might have been oxygen deprived during birth. I'm not saying that's why I'm that weird, but that's why I have my personal handler, Jamie, here to make sure I don't make too big of a fool of myself.
Oh, yeah. I don't rein him in, guys. He just goes rogue.
Hello, Jill. Chelsea B.
Hi, Chelsea.
You lady in the back. Morning, Silver Eyes. And Julie, all the way from Scotland land. It's Euro
Morning,
Day.
Julie.
We don't have euros in Denmark. Hello, Gooner and Lynn Dalton. Why did I say Gooner like that? I have the biggest crush on Janetti and Jackson. Yeah, they're great lawyers.
They are, like, this is what makes this case bearable, is them. In my opinion. Could you imagine if we had like all lallies on both sides?
Oh, yeah. Then this
we would have cut this case off immediately.
My swingers cake was really bad. There was way too much coconut in it. We're fishing between the Russian battleships.
Wait. I didn't get to see that because I had to.
What? See what?
Your cake, making cake. Coconut and a pineapple. Wait. Did you make a pineapple upside down cake?
Yeah.
Why did you put coconut in it?
Because the recipe said shaved coconuts.
No. Who made that recipe? They're lunatics. No. Sorry, anybody that puts coconut in their pineapple.
I got a new recipe. So I had a lot of people send me recipes because it looked like something a 5-year-old could make. Who is Melanie Little? She is a lawyer out of Jersey or New York?
New York. She's been covering this case too, yeah.
Oh, well, YouTube is error, is all I can say. I still have 3 videos suspended monetization. A lot of people are complaining that because of Proctor's words, we are suspended. So yeah, it'll have been down to shorts instead of whole days viewing. Yeah, we could just have made 1-minute sound bites here and there. It was a WWE recipe. It was. I showed the book.
Yeah, I think that's where you went wrong. That's probably why you didn't like it. Because my mom makes pineapple upside down cake, and so does my aunt all the time, and they've never put coconut in it.
Well, I made it maybe 15 years ago. I know it's a great cake, but this wasn't. We have a thing in Denmark called dream cake from Brost. Brost is a city. It's one of those cakes you always bring to school when you have cake days in school. And it tastes just like that. And that's not what I expected. I have been to the gym, showered, washed my bad attitude away, so feel optimistic. I have more tolerance for Lally today. I did 4 hours today.
You say that until he opens his mouth, and then.
Yeah, it's a pina colada upside down cake.
No, I don't like coconut, so I am very.
Yeah, your husband's granny put a whole can of pineapple in her cake. Yuck. By the way, Jamie, did you hear the newest banger out of Massachusetts?
Wait, say that again.
Did you hear the newest banger out of Massachusetts?
Oh, that song, Bang Bang?
No. It's even newer.
Even newer. Oh.
Inspired by Yesterday in Court. It's from an upcoming
Oh.
struggling artist. She might be as big as Tyler Swift.
Yeah.
You want to listen to it?
Go for it.
When I wake up in the morning, I see your face, a perfect sight that I can't erase. From your tousled hair to your sleepy grin, that's where my day truly begins. I'm leaving my DNA all over my boyfriend. In every single way my love I'll extend. From the kisses that I leave to the hugs that never end. I'm leaving my DNA all over my boyfriend. He's leaving his DNA on my car, it's true. A little reminder that says I love you. From fingerprints on the wheel to the seats, embrace his presence lingers in every space. Our love is fast like a Lexus in Canton, speeding through life, holding on and on. He's leaving his DNA all over my boyfriend. In every single way, no matter how far. From the places that we go to the memories that we spark. He's leaving his DNA all over my board. So here's to us and the love we share, an everlasting bond beyond compare. With every heartbeat, with every sigh, our DNA is with us until the day we die.
Oh my God. You are. You should be
That's
banned.
why I was a little
Yeah.
late. And anyone claiming that DNA all over my car could be misunderstood. Don't think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Starnet is about to become sentient. You are the best. Well,
My God.
welcome, LDR. And thank you, TST, for gifting 10 Valhalla memberships.
10 Valhalla memberships.
Well, I can't play any Boston songs because I like my channel. I don't like copyright strikes. Karen was giving him CPR that morning. Hello, we know this. Of course we do. Please put you out of your misery. We can arrange that. I'll just need a Lexus. Always simul streaming. Can you correct me, please? Was any finding of Karen Reed's touch DNA on John O'Keefe's clothes? All mixed DNA profiles found was one or two male unknown DNA. Maybe she's spray painting.
Oh my God.
I don't know what that means.
What?
What he means by spray painting. Is it a euphemism?
I assume so.
Well, I don't know. I trust.
Don't act so innocent.
I am innocent.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'll give you that one.
I am the innocence of the innocents.
Yeah. Sure. Sure you are.
Let's do this. I hope it's not banned.
I will fuck you up.
I'm not going to play this because the first word out of their mouth is...
Oh, that's all he says like the whole time.
Well, I haven't heard it. So thank you so much for hitting my... That's going to get me demonetized. And our fans are back in the room. So, yeah. See you later, Erin. Hey, Jenny B. I don't know Boston songs. Good morning, Linda M. Good morning, Shizzy Raiders over at Valhalla. Boston is too good a band to be associated with the Reed case. Ah. Oh, Valhalla will join us this morning. He's probably out chasing dogs away. Mixed DNA sounds like a fight. Oh, someone touched his pants. Let's hope the caffeine 88 meds and such keep me from falling asleep due to Lily. If he's just as boring today as he was yesterday, I might go to IKEA and buy some chair that I can fold back and just sit and sleep. Then Jamie can yell at me when anything happens. Yeah.
Well, hopefully, yeah, he's not gonna waste our time today, but I won't hold my breath.
Happy birthday, Valhalla. Thank you, Toy Lacarissa, for the super chat. Hey, JD fan.
Hey, JD.
He loves to say those cursey words in court. Well, he's good at it, but YouTube really doesn't like it.
No, but the way Jackson does it is so perfect because usually that stuff is so cringe, but he makes it not cringe and very effective, in my opinion.
Yeah. Do we know who's up today on the stand?
No.
I want to say those 25 state troopers on the list, he's probably not going to bring them in. I could see today could be the Celebrite guy, because yesterday we had the phone traveling around.
Did we finish with all the DNA people, though?
Yes.
Because I thought the guy said there was somebody else, so I thought there was one more person.
Yeah, that's the lady who looks like she was 12 years old.
Oh. Okay. Well, that's good then.
So I could. Oh my. Oh, I removed her. I was trying to move the picture because Jamie is not on screen.
Hello.
So I think today could be Cellbrite, today could be Emmy, today could be Crash Expert, even though they don't have a Crash Expert.
So are they doing the voir dire of the defense's expert though today, or was that?
They didn't say come in late today.
Yeah, I don't think that was today. I feel like they're gonna do it next week.
Yeah, I knew they were talking about, I don't know, honestly, after last night, I was like, Bev, my brain was basically mush cake.
Yeah.
And I know Mo has a lot of kids, but we don't say moo at her.
It's okay.
Oh my God.
No, they don't have a lot of civilian experts. I read the names yesterday. Most of them are, the big bulk of what they have left is, I think it's like 8 or 9 civilian troopers. Can I find that list again?
I want to say
I heard
that he's
DeChico.
DeChico, yeah.
My guess is he's going to have to bring DeChico in because he was one of the evidence officers, and thus far they have shown no, chain of evidence.
Well, they don't have any because they never documented anything. It's just take our word for it.
Well, trust me, bro.
A lot of trust me, bro stuff.
Yeah, Jessica Hyde is today. Jessica Hyde. Digital forensic hex audio.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Are they bringing in the voicemails?
Oh, starting with the sidebar. Thank you so much, Vince Clotho, for a gifted membership to Jenny B. Yeah, so Jessica Hyde, that's the digital forensics. So that should be
probably the voicemails.
It could be voicemails, could be trying to show her phone activity, and then you have the Cellbrite guy. Because if you want people who are not, if you want the civilians, you have Jessica Hyde, you have Bridget Meehan, the owner of Waterfall. Then you have Gene DeMollis, James Sullivan, and Stephen Bernstein, who's not mentioned what their profession is in in the list I'm looking at. Then you have Lucky Loughran and Sophia. No, she's at the crime lab, and Gretchen Voss, the reporter. And then you have Ian Viffen from Cellbrite, and then 2 people from the medical center, and the rest are either fire or state police or medical examiners.
I mean, if I were Lolly, I would capitalize on getting a couple more random witnesses. Again, the further you can get away from Proctor's testimony, I think is what you're going to want to do, even if it's wheat and chaff. You know, if it's just strafing chaff and you're just trying to get the bombs away from Proctor.
Yeah.
Well,
Could
what
she
they
be
need to
calling-
do is start putting in evidence that actually shows that Karen did something instead of all this BS.
Yeah, I think what they're gonna put in today is the voicemails. See how angry. I would end with the voicemails if she's that
Yeah.
angry on them as we hear. I would put that in just before the ME. I would end with the ME and all the blood and gore.
Did they put in the Jen McCabe voicemail that got
Nope.
picked up on John O'Keefe's phone?
Nope.
Has that been entered? No. Okay.
Nope.
No, they
Because
did the actual.
that would be
Yeah.
detrimental to
The state's case.
the state's case, so they won't bring that in.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, they just did the actual 911 call.
Yeah. So, but again, I wouldn't bring in all these state troopers. You need to bring in the Chico, and you need to bring in Garino, because he's the guy who took care of John's phone. Other than that, I wouldn't have one more state trooper come in. Then I would have.
Calling me.
Just don't see Lolly having strategery.
They've all gone so well for the Commonwealth. I don't know why you wouldn't continue to just parade these the state troopers in. It seems to be going very well. Bring in as many Canton PD as possible, because that seems to be going very, very well for Lally.
Oh,
No,
wait. Yeah, you were right, Jess. Hospice Jess. They did bring in John's voicemail, remember? But they only played like pieces of it. Because remember, it was, could you hear this? And Jen was like, nah. So they didn't really get into it too much. I do remember that now. Okay. Because he wanted her to hear her say, her call Nicole on it. You know, when she says like, don't come down or something like that.
Yeah.
They did do that. Yep.
Yeah, so the defense played that.
The defense did it. Yeah.
Yeah.
When Jen was on the stand.
Yeah, Guarino has to be the one before Jessica Hyde, because you need Jessica Hyde to talk about. No, the jury's not in the room. You probably shouldn't pan down there, idiot. But you need someone to tell us why the phone isn't real when it shows. Oh, it looks like she has a roundness to her. Proctor
Yeah,
lying.
she looks like she's got a butt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's a tiny woman. She's not going to have a J-Lo butt unless, you know,
It's
God either really
fake.
loved her or never wanted her to buy pants.
Yeah.
I mean,
Medita Finn, rumors from people who interviewed Jackson outside court yesterday says the state claims they will arrest Tuesday. And then we have Wednesday, Thursday, I'm trying to have a panel show, me, Valhalla. Right now, I have 2 confirming, but I need to figure out if the time slot could work for both of them, so I won't put names up, but it's other people who cover the case. I've reached out to another one, and if they fall through, I'll try and reach out to some more, just so we can have, because we are in our little echo chamber, and
yes.
and just to hear what they see.
Yeah.
Hey, Christine.
Well, I'm not blocked by Caffey Daffy yet. You want me to try?
Oh,
I
I
haven't
would
called her
love that.
a tea waffle yet.
I would love to have Caffey Daffy on. I just when she today, it was so stupid again. Said something about. Well, she's
I
just an
still
idiot.
call
I said,
absolute
you could go lower.
shenanigans.
You know who
Do you
I think we should
John's
get
family
on?
are having second thoughts about accusing Karen? No.
No.
They believe it wholeheartedly.
We haven't heard anything otherwise, so
Yeah.
You know who you should get on the panel?
Who?
Doink.
Oh,
Oh
yeah,
my
okay.
God.
That'd be
Peter.
amazing.
Yes.
That's your job. Get me Doink.
Get it, Peter. I have faith
Also,
in you, bro.
Peter, we're
Doink.
sorry you have to be close to him. He probably smells of patchouli.
We can
he's
we can
drunk.
have him hiding under the ring, and he can come out last minute and start hitting everybody with chairs. It'd be amazing.
He'll be like, let me give you some facts here, Turtle Boy lovers.
I love it. I love it.
And I'll say,
Oh,
I don't
you
know. I don't
turtles.
watch Turtle Boy. I have a life. What are you doing? Well, I
Yeah.
don't mean that as like, I don't care. I just don't have time to watch Turtle Boy. Like, apparently Grant lets him live rent free in his head.
Well, yeah, he's just, that's the problem with it. Like,
I sleep
You-
whenever Turtle Boy is streaming, unless it's the live streams he has during the day when I stream. Yeah, that lawyer behind is the tech wizard, but they needed to have him at that children's table because there was no room there.
in the courtroom, it's so small.
You should get that Tim Swoop on panel. Well, Tim Swoop can just sign up for being an angel. Tomorrow, Stabby Day will be with a little unknown retiree out of Michigan.
Why'd you say swoop?
SWOP, Swoop.
That's a swoop.
Tim Swoop, he's in.
It's
Swoop?
spelled that name definitely is spelled swoop.
Oh, well.
I've been saying
Who-
swoop
I would
in my
guess
head.
so.
though.
Swoop is SWOOP. That would be pronounced swope for sure.
Hey,
Valhalla, I'm
public
dyslexic.
schooling.
The fact that I can read is just amazing.
And who is Doink? Doink is the love child of, well, not the love child, the adopted child of Wendy Murphy, a lawyer infamous for her stupid takes on the Duke Lacrosse case. Doink is a citizen journalist, law student, disability court TV contributor.
Bite your tongue, sir. He is the foremost expert on the Karen Reed case and knows all things Karen Reed and
Turtle Boy.
Proctor. Turtle
And
Boy,
wields
yes.
a mean chair, a mean folding chair.
He also got kicked out of court because he got one of the reporters to file a order of protection against him because he's absolutely.
I like turtles.
With all of these pillars of sanity, championing the state's line, I might change my vote.
Yeah.
Yeah. He tossed a chair after a reporter, so he got barred from the courtroom. The day after, he tried to get Aiden Turtle Boy barred.
Facts.
DNA of itself is worthless as evidence. It needs corroborating evidence. If there's a reasonable explanation to why DNA is on a certain place, then it has little to no evidential value, especially when every DNA sample is a mixed DNA sample.
Right? Who are the other two people in that DNA sample? That's what I want to know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's male
Okay.
on his leg.
right. But you guys, have you considered nonillions? I can't remember. I'll have to have
27.
Molly
27
type in
zeros.
how many. Oh, good. Because I was going to say like 90 zillion. I don't know. But have you considered the nonillions?
Yeah. Okay. When you put it like that, and we know that an effective speed of a Lexus in Canton is 135,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, it's pretty quick.
I'm convinced.
It's pretty quick. You know what? Since yesterday, I can honestly say I've thought about non-millions more than I have the Roman Empire. So there's that.
Okay.
I kept trying to remember because I was trying to tell Mr. Mo why I was in such an irritated mood. And I was like, because nonillions of quadrillions of absolute boringness. And the man kept asking everyone what mitochondrial DNA was. And it was, and let me pull out the bad touch bear and I'll show you in the brainy bits where they hurt me.
Yeah, I did the math yesterday. That very, very high number meant that 6 million Americans could fit that DNA profile. What was the
2% of the population.
133,000 miles per hour thing? It was because they were giving evidence that she must have been in this area. They measured from the telephone.
The cell phone towers clocked her first and last locations, and it was 0.004 seconds between the two recorded times. And for her to travel the distance between one point to the other would have required her to travel at 135 miles an hour.
Russian bot has it right. If you multiply all the zeros, you get the actual evidentiary value.
That means nothing. That means zero. Multiply
I was
anything
about
by
to break
zero
out
and
my
it's zero.
calculator to figure
I
out
got you,
what
bro.
0 times 0 times 0 times 0 times 0. I can't
All
do that in
zero.
my head.
All zero.
Also, I would like to lodge a complaint with Jeff Montgomery. How dare you ruin Radio Flyer for me? That had a happy ending, MFer. The boy did not pass away.
Yeah.
He wrote a comment to me and he's like, no, the real ending of the story is that he died. And I was like, screw you. I don't like you anymore and you're no longer my friend.
Well, you
Now
know,
I
Old
need to go
Yeller's
back
got a really happy ending too.
Excuse
Yeah,
me.
because
Yeah,
the dog
well.
was sick.
I am
Didn't have to
the
stop
Phoebe. I am like, pause, end.
So he didn't get the tuna can rattle. The DNA was male, so maybe he got the hot dog rotisserie. It could be.
Well, the way they were playing grab ass in the
Oh my
bar.
God! Stop making these things. Stop.
I'm just a little scared that 2 guys with moist o'clock.
Okay, Baker. Will you give
Baker?
me a buck if I send Mr. Mo a text that says, "Would you like?" I can't even get it out.
Would you like to get all up in this tuna can?
Oh, yikes. Jamie.
Jamie, try to keep it classy.
Please do that.
This is a wholesome Christian channel, Jamie.
Yeah, that's exactly. I went too far. Okay.
Oh yeah, Jamie, it's your fault. Us chicks are bringing down the conversation.
You know what? You know who did go too far though? Expert went too far this time. He sent me. He mailed me a birthday present yesterday, and he just went entirely too far. You guys, this is unacceptable. I don't know why this is in my mailbox, but it was.
Oh my God! It's even the golden spine.
It is.
Oh my gosh! Learn to read with Valhalla as he reads the. We need to read with me.
I should totally do that. I don't want to open it though, because it's like pristine. It's like brand new. It doesn't even have it won't open yet.
Okay, Valhalla, I'm telling y'all,
could sell
they'll be
that
at
to the Swift
Walmart.
Press.
You can have an in mint copy one in plastic, and you can open one.
It's a collector's edition.
In other news, undercover cops went to massage parlors in Helsingborg, and in 60% of the parlors, they offered happy endings if asked.
So we're arresting the other 40% that refuse to do their duty. I am sorry. It is not we had some not so great weather, so my leg is all of the.
Yeah,
not so great
whenever I
weather.
say something a little slightly offensive, my back is killing me today.
Yeah.
What?
Out.
I don't know. I haven't opened it. I don't know if it shows the band in there. I don't want to crease the gold binding. He does.
You can buy those at Buc-ee's.
He bought it from Amazon and mailed it directly to my house.
You know, of all the things that expert could pick, it wasn't from Adam and Eve. Okay, so you lucked out. It wasn't a pure romance like sampler pack, which I would imagine was an option.
Expert is a genius. It's too far.
Who said he was a genius?
No, not Ugly Truckling. Who was it? It was Tim Swoop.
Tim Swoop.
I'm in Fort Lauderdale. I'm wearing my scuba suit and fins.
Get it, Tim.
Look out for sharks.
Okay, he's in his bathtub. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I think Marissa is day drinking again today. It's Friday. She's probably at the pool. She isn't in chat.
Marissa.
Yeah, she's. Some are calling her the Ricada of the East Coast, but she's spending a lot of time in the pool, and apparently she got a floating Bluetooth speaker. We all know.
Leave Nick alone.
Oh,
Oh my gosh, we have to do the Britney video. I think I have a wig for that. Like, you guys, leave Nicholas alone. He's had to, like, you know, be on LawTube and deal with some of the most disgusting people ever. Leave Nick alone.
Leave Nick alone.
Good morning, genitals. Yeah, some of the most disgusting people, and sometimes he cover cases too.
Well, he did endorse the Baldo, which I just recently learned what that thing was, and oh my God,
Just
y'all
recently?
are going to summon final form Jesus down here, and I'm gonna tell him, look, I only saw it on the internet, but this man's actually endorsed. Go over there.
Have you seen the videos with that couple sitting next to each other who never touched each other's bodies? It was a Al Qaeda video, has more emotion in it.
No, Baker, I saw how the product was intended to be worn, and I was just like, this looks mean, and I don't even have berries.
I had it.
That looks like a torture device.
I did the obligatory Nick Ricada grift stream, right? I did that silly stream for like an hour and a half, or whatever the hell it was.
Yeah.
One of the comments on it was, once you go Baldo, you can never go back, or something like that. I was like, God.
On the Bev ordered the cameras to be shut down for this morning. Are they going to do what dear without cameras? I'm trying to see if anything pops.
That is...
Yeah, the judge announces the camera is to be shut off. The F? What?
During what?
What?
Is there another witness that's
Probably because we
afraid
saw
of...
the juror being brought in. We didn't see that.
No, they weren't. She was sidebarred to everybody.
Yeah.
Damn you, Court TV. Why are you a freaking pain in the ass? We can watch Proctor again, I guess. Get railed by Jackson, not with Lolly, though.
Nick Starov. In other news, Expedia have had a spike in searches for travels to Helsingborg for a few days.
Oh, do you see that? It says Ted Daniels is reporting it's a juror issue.
That's a juror issue.
Didn't we lose a juror yesterday?
Yeah, the other day or whatever.
No,
recently.
Yeah.
For something.
In other news, the European football tournament starts.
You mean soccer?
Oh, yeah, and the elephant that predicts
because
things.
it's a game we play with the foot, not hand-ache.
It's soccer. Soccer.
You are a sucker.
So who are you favoring to win, Baker?
Denmark. And until we get thrown out in the first round, I'll believe in Denmark. And then I will yell about how bad Denmark has become since 1992, when we won the European Championship in Sweden, of all places, just to, again, annoy the Swedes. We showed them the true superior football power in the Scandinavians is Danimarka.
Well, you know, when I think Scandinavian, the first thing that pops in my head is soccer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because 60% of the massage parlors give you a happy end. So there's a lot of that going around.
Well, how do you get those soccer players to relax before the big game?
No, Bev turned off the cameras. Something we don't know what happened. Probably a juror came in this morning and said they were gonna. I'm not reading that one. Maybe Dory.
Just put it up what Ted Daniels said.
Yeah. Ted Daniels said it was a jury issue. But I'm sitting here. Courtroom went dark. Pamela from inside the court. Judge calls a recess and goes to her chambers. We have been given no indication of what the juror issue is. Karen Reed and her team are huddled together.
The juror's like, look, we weren't supposed to talk to each other, but we're confused as to why we're here when we don't even know how this man died by car, like attack car. Was it a feral car roaming the streets? Was it Christine? We don't know.
Yeah.
Christine.
We're a little confused.
Nice. Stephen King reference. I dig it. I dig it.
Well, I was going to say the honkening from Futurama, but I figured not everyone might get that.
I wouldn't have got that one. Stephen King was way better. Way better.
And
You wouldn't
again,
have got that one.
everything is just something is with a juror. That's all I can see.
He asked if he could be allowed to smoke cigarettes in the jury if he was going to have to deal with the Holly.
Hey, I've been watching Lally for 24 days now. Is fentanyl not an option?
It feels like 24 years.
Can I go
does.
to
It feels
Canada and
like-
get the Trudeau treatment? How many spares are left? 4 spares. There are 16 jurors left.
I just
Male
feel like
to
we
male.
haven't advanced at all.
We have a lot of jurors left, so unless like they all leave, this will never end.
You know what?
At
That
this
really
point,
should
they
be.
start a union and ask for better benefits.
The judges.
Shame on you, sir.
Oh
Nice.
Lord, what? What are you doing?
That mirror that would go into all the brothels in Helsingborg.
Oh.
At least they're
We
not
had to
finding
do
random
in-depth
money bags at
research.
juror doors like here in Minnesota. Well, I never get that option in Denmark. Not that I would ever accept it. Give it
I'd
to my
accept it, but it wouldn't influence my opinion at all. I'd definitely
Yeah.
take the money though. 100 grand? Absolutely. You want a what verdict? I don't care. I don't care. I'm doing my thing anyway.
NBC 10 says cameras off the rest of the morning.
What the hell?
What?
Damn it. Court
Yeah,
TV,
maybe it's
what
the
the hell
mutiny.
did you do?
Because it caught a juror. No, it says Ted Daniels says court clerk says judge has ordered cameras off rest of the morning because it caught a juror. They weren't in there, were they? I thought she
I didn't
called
think they
Sidebar
were
because
in
they called
there.
the jury in.
Ted Daniel, court clerk tells me judge has ordered the cameras off for at least the rest of the morning because it caught a juror. The photographer had a wide shot at the time, and I didn't see the photographer get notice that a juror was coming in.
I didn't see Jack.
I didn't notice.
Yeah.
No, because
Juror was talking to judge at Sidebar when they showed her. Oh,
this is
What?
the feed we had.
Oh.
I can't see whenever it should have happened because you can see there's nothing.
I-
She comes
Maybe
in,
they
calls
have
them at
a-
sidebar, and then we just watched Karen Reed.
I think I found
Maybe
it.
they have a delay that they can bump it
Where?
off.
Like 24 minutes ago. I don't know that we should be showing the juror over and over again, though.
That's mine 24 minutes ago.
well, I don't.
This is when it starts.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Yeah.
That's-
Where?
And then we have Karen Reed for the remainder of the and family.
When they walk up to Bev, I think there's a woman standing there in a brown sport coat.
Yeah, but who? How do we know who that is?
I have no idea who that is. I'm assuming that that's what they're talking about, but F if I know.
Go back.
He
I
zooms
didn't
in
see anybody.
on the witnesses. Witness.
Yeah, but she looks like she's just. She walked up there. It seems when they walked up there when they were called up there,
That's true.
and then she kind
Yeah,
of stands.
she
with
was
her
up
hands
there.
Yeah.
And then it goes there. I think it goes back, and then he shows the empty juror box.
Well, there's nothing that says a juror can't be on screen.
We just have
right?
jurors
Like,
on camera all the time.
right. There's nothing that's protecting the juror's privacy other than common courtesy,
Like
basically.
the judge herself.
The
if she
court
decides-
claims defense requested this. What?
I doubt that. Even if they showed a journal and washing window, it was a juror if they didn't say anything. Exactly, Dory.
Yeah, Dory, I would have no clue because there's so many people in that courtroom. I don't know who's who.
It's not
I
like
mean,
you
if
know
they're sitting in the jury box and they're just panning on them and they have then it's different. But if they're just
Well,
like
yeah.
standing around, who knows?
And you would think that the juror wouldn't be out in front of the court, that they'd address everything in chambers. But
Oh, it's a
that's
girl.
just me.
It's a girl in a red dress who walks in over here at some point. But again, how can you punish everyone for that?
Well, it goes par for the course. We don't, the Commonwealth, I don't know if you noticed this or not, but the Commonwealth doesn't really want people asking a whole lot of questions about this situation, Baker. We'll just kind of push this on the back burner and convict this. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah, and again, they didn't notify the cameraman that the jury was coming in.
Audio release. How would we know it's a juror?
Yeah.
Seems like how would she know that quickly also? Like, how would Bev know that a juror just showed up on camera, like in the middle of a sentence?
Yeah,
unless it was almost planned.
But they claim that defense wanted it off.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
I mean,
defense wants the world to see this. There ain't no way.
Exactly.
Yeah,
just one more event in the list of sketchy Canton PD nonsense.
Yeah, make them point the camera at the ceiling fan and just play audio. Like, I don't know.
I'll be back.
Jamie, can you do a dramatic reenaction of something?
Probably not, but I can try. Why? What do you?
Makes perfect sense if you don't think about it, as always.
First of all, anybody that you should ask be doing a dramatic reenaction of something. We have Mo on the freaking panel. Why would you ask me?
True.
Mo is like the queen of this.
Because we are saving Mo for when the 53-page letter from Sarah Boone comes out.
I am diligently waiting for that. I can't wait. That is.
Doesn't she put out like 50 pages every other week or so, Sarah Boone?
They're usually about. I think the longest one has been 10 pages.
Didn't she? Wait, the last hearing she had when she was asking the judge to make the lawyer be nice to her, didn't she turn in like 63 pages or something insane?
53.
53? Yeah.
Yeah, and we have confirmed now from Whiskey, Marissa did it because she's busy today.
God damn it, Marissa.
Dang it.
Yeah, they're supposed to be in another room, but yeah. They dropped the camera, but you could see her face. Yeah, and again, you don't have, as a jury, you don't have a special privacy. It's just made up because it's online now.
Well, because
if it's
anybody can walk in there and see
you already have bad people can be in that room who can harass you. Because, Turtle Boy, the very big harasser, he can see all the he's a member of the press just like I am. So he can be there every day and go harass people, or anyone from the state side can find who they are and harass them. A jury doesn't have a special right to not be doxxed. They tend not to do
not
it.
The keyboard.
But yeah.
The
It hit
cat
the keyboard.
booted her. I like how you pointed to your press pass back there. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, I am.
Here's
officially
my
a-
press pass.
That's really hard to
That's
carry
so
around
great.
on your neck.
It's about the same size, actually.
Well,
Little pocket constitution.
I don't know what you're talking about, Marissa. Call court.
Yeah, Marissa, figure out what the hell's going on for us, would you?
So that red shirt lady, her face is barely visible, and prophetically, it's actually when Baker says the jury isn't in the room, idiot, when camera guys pans down away from the juror. Yeah, and why is she in the room? Because they're not called. Every day, that aisle has never been used for jurors to come in through, because we never see the jury.
It's almost like it was planned.
Yeah.
Stephen put up Ted Daniels on X said they've asked the clerk if they can do audio, and it's up to the judge. No word yet. But the speed's down now, so
We don't know who's on, because I
they
don't
didn't
get
call
any
anybody
updates.
yet.
Yeah, they're still at sidebar. Well, at least Mark Beto is in courtroom today, and he will tell us exactly who went. That's because him and Melanie is in the courtroom today, so they didn't want them to make fun of them on TV tonight. That's why they accidentally did
Yeah.
it.
Melanie and Mark are there. It was so cute when Yannetti was fangirling over Melanie.
Yeah, and again, it could be totally innocent, but the problem is whenever shenanigans happen, because there's been so much shenanigans, we are a little But again, we'll waffle along until something happens. Have I told you, tomorrow on Stabby Day at 9 a.m., we will have a little unknown retired lawyer from Michigan on the show.
Little
I
being
wonder
the
who it
key word
is.
there.
Well, short.
He's
He's fun
He is
size.
short.
He's little.
Valhalla and I
fun
are,
size. That's what you say. He's fun size.
He's fun
yeah,
size.
Valhalla and I are exactly the same height. I'm just a bit fat, a way big fatter than him. He is.
I would say
And then-
thicker.
And then Dave is what? Chest height to us or something like that?
Something like that. He's a
Dave's
little
like the
fella.
same height as me. Because when I met him in person, it was adorable. I was like,
I'm pretty
"Aw."
sure. I'm pretty sure Mrs. Valhalla is taller than him.
I think he's like 5'8". Oh, because I'm like 5'8". So he's like,
Oh, this is interesting. Was in Turtle Boy stream. Comment said defense was. How the hell can he vacuum outside again today? Jesus. Comment said defense was told Juror was in Waterfall Bar and was talking to unnamed witness last night. If that's true, oh my God.
oh boy.
That's
Oh.
insane.
Went to Chambers. Hey, Franny from the Nederlanden. We have a lot of Nederlanden.
This is an innocent woman. She didn't do it.
It's a controversial case that's divided a community.
Karen Reed is accused of murdering her police officer boyfriend.
Prosecutors say she ran him over on purpose and left him to die in the cold.
But Reed claims that she's being framed.
It smells suspicious.
After years of legal fireworks, will the truth finally be revealed?
Yes,
The end game is to figure out who killed John O'Keefe and hold these people
finally being
responsible.
revealed.
The killer or cover-up murder trial.
I
Live
love
coverage today,
this
only on
voice.
Court TV.
You got to get that announcer voice just right, Baker.
You gotta
so
really
everyone
emphasize
can
the word
understand.
murder.
This is so interesting. Yeah, you will tower over Valhalla. Yeah.
Yeah, you're pretty big. It's pretty big.
You can't even see that C-word's face. It appears they were going to address a juror issue and accidentally shown her. Bev should have warned the cameraman. Yes.
I should have.
This is-
Exactly.
This is a Bev mistake. You don't want a mistrial. You won't get a mistrial from this one because you'll just chuck that juror out, but you'll probably have to ask every other juror if they have done something equally as stupid. And only if they tell the truth and said, yeah, I watch Brandy Churchwell every night when I get home because I don't understand the word Lally is saying. Then we'll just continue with a juror less. And if it's true that the state rests Tuesday, then then we should be done by Wednesday the week after. So they can easily go on with only 15 jurors. The judge is throwing
That
a hissy fit.
is crazy if that
He doesn't
happened.
even show her face.
No, but like if the juror was actually talking to a witness at the bar, like,
Yeah,
you're an idiot. Get him out of here.
yeah.
I guess it might show her face. It doesn't on ours though, because it has the live Massachusetts versus Karen Reed Day 25 killer cover-up murder trial court TV thing on the top, so you can't even see who the juror is. But
No. They're retaliating for being caught on a hot mic yesterday. Don't. It's not a mistake. It's on purpose. Could be. Just like Boston, the Yankees come to town and the whole state shuts down. Don't give the idiot juror a pass for what's going for good. No. But just chuck her out. That's the easy thing. Chuck her out. Say, well, you're stupid. Bye. And move on. It does show her face, as there was screenshots of it all over X.
Well, that's fair.
Okay.
It doesn't on ours. We did a good job.
Yeah, we are the best.
We protected the privacy of the juror.
I don't give a flying F. You guys are
older
you guys
white
are adorable.
lady, gray hair, etc. That's
Can't get mad at us, Bev.
It's probably not good that it's an older white lady who ran out of it. Yeah. Apparently, the pool camera was on a wide shot when the court officer escorted the juror into court. They didn't enter via the usual route. Video of the feed has been deleted and removed. Court is back in session. No jurors yet. Sidebar. Let me just see if I can find. Did they go?
Oh, they probably had to private it and delete it so it's not out there and then restart.
It's already
No,
out
but
there.
someone
Bev
said
clearly
that,
doesn't. Bev clearly doesn't understand how the internet works.
Yeah, it's already out there.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to see if Lorne and Krim went audio.
I love when
Boston
Val reads things.
5.
That's my favorite thing ever. You whisper read.
I can read.
Well, no, you read it, but it's good because I'm actually hearing what you're saying, but it's just like funny when you're like you're whispering in my ear.
You like that, don't you?
I don't hate it.
Get that little gravelly thing going on down there. Oh yeah, it's nice.
While we're doing this, Nick just sent me this from Microdots. Microdots often have a lot of good things. Let's see if we can see what he thinks.
This is the video presented by the Commonwealth that was determined to be flipped, with a blue timestamp that was oriented correctly.
Which means they did it intentionally.
You saw it.
A few weeks ago, a month ago,
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
just reviewing the video
Where?
at my desk. So the timestamp on the bottom was inversed. It was like reversed.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was it was backwards.
So the video you saw had a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
At this point in Proctor's testimony, Karen and Alan were undoubtedly thinking the same thing I was. And that is, Michael Proctor is about to unknowingly admit to screening the video before it was flipped or tampered with for court. Keep an eye on Karen's reactions as Proctor continues.
But the video itself, is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or was not?
Was not.
So as you saw the video, the portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes. So I reviewed video yesterday just to rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle. It wasn't reversed. The car was brought in. Tow truck driver gets out from the driver's side. It wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
Initially, this seemed like a major error. However, after careful consideration, I now believe this was no mistake. Instead, this was a lie concocted by Proctor to say he didn't flip the video, because when he saw it, it was oriented correctly. And that someone else must have flipped the video after him. This was an attempt to cover his tracks, his alibi. He knew exactly what he was doing. I really should have known better than to think anything this man says is not scripted to service his lies. Now, it's on Lally.
Nice.
That's the same thing we discussed, that he must have seen something that we weren't shown in trial. More updates. I just while it ran, I went through rumors. Some are saying she pulled the feed for the entire day, which would be, and Nick can. If Nick is out there, because they have some mishaps with jurors in his trial as well. So if you're out there, Nick, you can jump on if you wanna. You can dance if you wanna.
You can leave your friends behind. If you
Yeah, her picture has been posted everywhere. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
But again, we don't know her.
don't.
Again, if Bev hadn't acted like that,
Nobody would know.
Yeah, that's the. Why did they have the juror again? Why wouldn't you have the juror in chambers if you don't want people knowing which juror decided to go all Nancy Drew?
Nancy Drew.
I'm going to do this.
Nice.
If Bev didn't react like she did, if she didn't call the juror in without notifying the cameras, no one would have known that woman wasn't just a court reporter, a DA, something.
A court clerk, anything. It could have been anything. Could have been anybody in the world. But now everybody knows that she was in fact a juror, and she's the cause of us not having a court feed today.
Yeah, and it's almost like this has been going all over the world, how bad it's going. And now, all of a sudden, they have a jury being brought in through another door than normally, where you would call. Yeah, let's get a guy who know about jury shenanigans. Rossman Rance, the feed was cut because they showed a juror, juror that might have been going out doing research. Nick, you have had a little YSL jury mishaps as well.
Oh, especially during the jury selection, Judge Glanville sent one to jail and forced one to write. No, that was one of the lawyers had to write. No, I don't remember if it was a juror or a lawyer who had to write an essay of 20 pages about the importance.
20 pages?
Yeah, and another one was forced to buy lunch for his other, or spend a weekend in jail. Yeah, either you spend a weekend in jail or you buy lunch for your colleagues.
How is that dude still on the bench?
Yeah,
this defense attorney trolled the court so hard because he chose to get chicken wings from the strip club that's a part of this trial.
Outstanding.
That is
the level of petty there is commendable. I approve.
Juror.
Yeah.
You're sharing audio from something, Baker.
I'm looking at every other channel and no one is. No one has.
What happened to Boston police?
You know we can hear that, right?
Yeah, I know, but
Are they-
I'm looking. I'm looking around. That's why because someone is saying in chat that there's audio out there, and I see no audio feed. That's why I pull it up to try and see if they have an audio feed. Lawn and Crypt doesn't even have a live feed.
Now, the biggest issue right now is the witness who the prosecution and the judge decided to have an ex parte meeting.
Yeah.
Without telling the defense.
Oh, yeah.
That was huge.
And Jesus Christ. And yeah. And the judge claimed in open court that his decisions was not appealable. The Georgia Supreme Court says, and they granted a superseded motion for bond.
Oh.
And now all appeals are going directly to Georgia Supreme Court, not the appeals court, because they have taken jurisdiction over the appeals.
Oh, wow.
And as for reference, Fulton County is a Democratic run. The Georgia Supreme Court are mostly Republican.
Oh, that's going to sting a little bit.
Yeah. I hate that it is politics because in my mind, I wouldn't care if it was the reverse, that it was the other way around, or even if they were belonging to the same party or appointed by the same whatevers. It's the absolute disrespect for justice in that court, for due process, for everything that... and I said it on my stream, that the Western justice systems can survive horrible defendants, incompetent defense attorneys. It's harder when the state, as in the judge and the prosecutor, colludes together in order to get a witness to say certain things.
Yeah.
And one of the, in this case specifically, because now they are into the murder charge of Donovan Thomas, which Shannon Stillwell, one of the co-defendants, is charged with in this RICO trial, because since murder has no statute of limitations, that is why we are hearing things about 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, because they apply that unlimited statute of limitation on everything. So if this murder charge falls, the entire RICO falls.
That whole case is just
it should never have reached court.
No.
I don't get how they were able to do any of that.
Well, they're able to do anything until they're told no.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Marissa, get in front of EDB. Get us the scoop.
Yeah, be better than EDB, Marissa. Do better.
Marissa, come on.
God.
Gosh, you guys sound like my mother. I feel at home.
Ted Daniels, a third juror is brought to sidebar. These conversations are private, so we don't know what the issue is.
So if I was to get real tinfoil hat, didn't the other day when they were reading Proctor's text messages, it was reported that a couple of jurors were visibly disturbed by that, right? Some juror was supposedly shaking their head and the other one was burying their face. Real tinfoil hat would be this is their way to exclude those jurors from the jury to get a conviction. That's real tinfoil hat for you. Ted Daniels has audio?
Thank you, Celestial. But I'm not unbiased. I am biased. I admit it. Because everybody should be. That's the foundation of Western law. You should be biased towards the defendant, because that is the one person who has rights.
Ted Daniels doesn't have audio. Ted Daniels is in court. And by the way, Peter A., I deleted your message. Don't show the picture of the juror's face.
We had
All
trial, David. But
All
now
Ted
we don't.
Daniels posted was that the court clerk confirmed that they can stream and record from the source or whatever, but I don't know really what that means. Or
That means that if we had the
like
Zoom link, maybe?
the audio from there, yeah.
If the accident recon and ME testifies without cameras in the courtroom, not saying that it will, just if, you can expect fuel to be dumped on the defense team's fire.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, absolutely. I mean, there is absolutely no way that this optically is going to work out well unless all of these jurors are getting so pissed off. And I mean, it doesn't make what they did right. So pissed off that they still haven't figured out how in the hell this man died, that they were like, fuck it. We've just spent, 5 years of our lives with no idea. Let's go do this ourselves. Because apparently Canton PD are a bunch of, or state troopers of Boston or Massachusetts are just terrible.
I'm sorry, but this
I need a
whole
bio break.
fiasco is not worthy of just like, let's shut it down.
Ted Daniels have audio, and we have an autistic baker with a broken back who is Googling Swedish massage parlors to watch the Euro Cup.
Oh, yeah. Nicholas, so is the government finding the 40% of massage parlors that weren't doing their national duty?
Well, the local cops and the local mayor of Helsingborg is claiming they will do something about it, but they haven't told us yet which one they are doing something about.
I feel like that's a pertinent thing, but I would be more worried if I was that 40% that weren't at this point.
They might have ads out. I mean, how good is it to advertise we do not give happy endings, because then everybody will know who the others are.
We actually have there's a small town like 5 minutes north of where I'm living, and they have a massage parlor. It says Thai massage, no happy endings.
Aw, do you at least get a fortune cookie or something? Because damn, that's just mean.
And apparently they're calling in each and every juror to talk to them now.
Oh, holy shit balls. We're getting a mistrial.
A fourth female juror is now up at sidebar. Unclear if the entire jury will be coming in one at a time.
Yeah. How about this week of trials? Hasn't it been clean, uneventful?
No one got, jailed for trying to represent their client. I mean, it was normal.
Yeah.
Biv shut down the coverage because she wanted a juror at sidebar talking about she might have had a small Sherlock Holmes in her, so she went to the waterfall bar and talked to some unnamed witness. So they wanted her at sidebar, and she was shown on the feed, but no one knew it was a juror. And then she just cut it off. Did I show Brandon this one? Thank you so much, Brandon. A juror was possibly talking to a witness at the waterfall last night. Then the juror got caught on the court feed, and they cut the cameras. Yeah, exactly. It will probably require a more thorough investigation with hands-on. Could be. But
is it the same juror?
Mistrial with prejudice. You can't really give her a mistrial. You just eat the juror.
Yeah. I am not a lawful law purveyor. I'm not a lawyer of any type. So
yeah, you don't want to give the prosecution a second bite at this, really.
No.
The defense definitely don't want a mistrial. At if they can get a mistrial with prejudice, sure, but that won't happen. Not if it is the jurors.
Yeah, 100% you do not want them to redo this case,
No.
guys. Not even close. Because then everybody gets to, the way they all looked on the stand, they looked terrible. And you don't want them to be able to freshen up their testimony for a whole new jury. And,
Now, what's good for the defense is that if the stories of the Proctors and the Alberts and the McCabe's have changed between that other hearing and this trial, then they can use all of it to impeach.
Oh, for sure.
But why they are doing decent at the moment?
Yeah,
Yes.
which is great. So
They want this in the hands of the jury, because the jury at this point, if they are doing what the jury should be doing, which is being objective, there's so much reasonable doubt that they can't convict on what's been shown so far. I have it running in the background, and yes, I'll keep an eye on it. Not grounds for mistrial. No, they don't have any. As long as she isn't in the room, and if all the other witnesses said, "I don't know, I never heard about it," she's a weirdo. We don't talk to her. 10 freaking court officer, and they can't even get this right. Yeah, and again, we have 16 jurors. Just yeet one of them, and we still have 3 extras. The court's fault, Bev's fault for not saying we are bringing in jurors. Show something else. Since Nick is here, let's listen to Nancy DeGrace's opinion of.
No.
Oh, she's
no.
When she did
Nancy Grace is something I threaten my viewers with. Unless they super chat me a huge amount of money, I will play Nancy Grace. I will not do that for free.
Oh my gosh,
Because
I have a
she
Nancy
hurts
Grace
my
wig,
ears
but even
and my
that.
eyes. She has the face for radio and the voice for silent movies.
Jesus.
Yeah, I watched.
She's a real life Ursula.
I watched her 3-minute update on the Karen Reed and how she felt she was guilty. And when I was done, I thought, I'm so sad Doink blocked me on Twitter, because he makes more sense than she did. So she didn't watch a second of the trial.
Boston 25 has a thing up that says this morning's testimony will be audio only after a juror was caught on camera. So they might have.
Yeah, and I can see an audio bar moving, but there's no audio on it.
Yeah, I'm just
I do have it in the background.
We might have the audio.
Thank you so much, LDR, for the 5 gifted memberships to Aussie Wombat, Aussie Insider, Frenchie's Mom, Miss K Grift, and JC the Music Man. 2 Aussies in a row. Yes, audio only will be popping up at some point, maybe, if we're lucky. We will try and keep the stream rolling, right. Just to entertain all y'all until court comes back. So we're here. We're queer. Most of us, no. And we'll try to do this. Bev's decision is irrational. No, I'm not going to say the easy one. She's a woman.
She's been a pillar of rationality this whole time.
Camera back after lunch. We don't know. There's 1,000 rumors, and none of them are from the horse's own mouth. Tomfoolery. Live action from the panel are bust. Marissa, you can come on here and show us how you're sloshing around in the pool. Standing, yes, but Bev should shut down the feed. They are questioning the jurors one by one. We don't know why. Yeah, we are still live from court, but what I have right now is a feed that looks kind of like this. You can see an audio bar moving, but there isn't any audio coming through. I do have it, so if anything happens. Another Aussie. I'm becoming the Aussie Square. Hey, K Squared. Love most glasses. Hoping everyone is having a good one. Well, we're not having a good one because court is kind of in a tiffy right now, but then we can put on the tinfoil hat and speculate. Just Jen, we'll try and entertain you, even though you have to ride along. You're here on your day off. You're a member of the JNN. No days off. Didn't
no
Jamie
days
say that
off,
when
Marissa. That's our motto. What is that?
Did I just call Bev a horse? I would never call Bev a horse. I might have alluded that Mr. Ed is Jen McCabe's father, but yeah.
I think I'll call Bev a horse. A horse is ours.
I
Did
was
Pernilla get
expecting
unplugged?
her- Every time she said no, I was expecting her to say nay.
Pernilla is working. I don't know if it works today for her. Maybe it's like
Vanilla
the soundbar.
sent me a bunch of a care package from Sweden, by the way. I have like mounds of candy, and she made me a little bag.
I may or may not be bringing candy to the United States. And
I bought it, and people didn't like it.
Your chocolate was good. That was the only piece I got, though. I got a little piece of chocolate, and it was delicious.
I will bring you candy, Valhalla.
Thanks,
I will
buddy.
bring you. Yeah.
That's what a real friend does.
Yeah, I will bring you a few of the candies I enjoy the absolute most, which are very, very specific for Sweden.
I like it.
Just bring him some Dracula's blood. He really loved those ones.
So
No,
what?
Vegas Rick really loved those.
What'd you say?
Dracula blood. The
Dracula?
small bonbons. Everyone loved those.
Oh, I didn't get any of those.
If I would had to bet, I would parlay one. Baker is the panelist who has slept with the most men this month. Last month too, but we don't need ethnic jokes. Defense wants to utilize this to interrogate jurors. I don't think the defense wants to interrogate the jurors because I think they are feeling it goes well. And on the first part, I think that's what's called a safe bet.
But if a juror was, like people are saying, out talking to witnesses at a bar, like that's not right.
No,
Who do you think
but
it was?
again,
If it was a witness, who do you think it was? My guess, it's got to be Jen McCabe. It's got to be. That woman can't keep her mouth shut. It's got to be her.
She's a little weasel. So
yeah, she probably has a Facebook post saying, "Hey, if you want to talk about the case and you're a juror, come and I can help you understand it."
Brian Higgins was like,
or the juror just might have gone out with family. Jen saw her and I'm going to go up to her and speak to her and then have somebody take a picture or something.
Yeah, maybe she was there to talk to either the bartender or the owner to figure out, because we know the owner is on the list and the bartender didn't really say anything else than glasses are mostly heavy on the bottom. That was her testimony and no one really seemed drunk. So, yeah.
The only people that seemed drunk were Higgins and whoever he was playing grab ass with. Is that Kevin Albert?
Court feedback in an hour. Well, we have backpedaled an hour before.
Stephen has the rumor that the juror.
One rumor floating is that the juror in question was threatened.
I could see that too.
Where's Doink?
Yeah.
But by which side?
Can we get a Doink update from someone who's not blocked by Doink?
We need a Doink GPS.
I don't think I'm blocked,
stat.
but I don't. I'll have to look at my list of people I've called a tea waffle on Twitter. So far, I think it's only 3 or 4, but.
Yeah, I thought like being a juror in this trial, that was one. I mean, they weren't really supposed to go to those places until this trial's over. Like, why would you be there?
Well,
are they from the same area?
I mean, there's a million other places. You don't have to go to the actual bar.
It's a bit sus.
It's all a bit sus.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Fun size is that, Dave? I hope that's Dave.
And slinging LuLaRoe, so you know.
Yeah, the Young Thug trial is planned to start at 1:30 p.m. So I expect it to be around 3 p.m.
They're not starting until 1?
Judge has half days on Fridays because he has veterans court on Fridays or something of the sort. So 1:30 p.m. planned start. and he's always late, so somewhere between 2:30 and 3 p.m. Unless he has a new ex parte meeting with somebody.
The whole camera incident had to be scripted by the prosecution. They are begging for a mistrial. Their case is so weak that they need a mistrial to drop the charges. Probably a good way to read it.
It's more likely than the defense.
Yeah, that's the defense is doing a good job, in my opinion, of showing doubt, especially from a person who doesn't know all of the intricate backstory. They're making good points. This case, I haven't seen anything that changed my mind or puts, more emphasis on her having been the only one that would have been able to do it ever.
Four jurors.
Well, and just the comments from even Tully, yesterday, if you notice, just him fighting every little thing when Jackson was trying to say, well, wouldn't you think a glass would come from that? You see a broken glass of a guy on the lawn. Wouldn't it come from the house, you think? Or a bar? Well, he's not wearing any winter clothes and it's 18 degrees out. Don't you think his clothes might be in the house? Well, I wear shorts all the time. So
yeah.
Well, we're not talking about you. We're talking about the average person.
Yeah, it's been very strange.
And then to straight up say no to all the questions about why, you have no reason to look in the house. No.
Speaking of Tully, I found his the dude's got some fancy labs, don't he?
Oh my gosh.
Apparently, the second juror has returned for a conversation and leaves the courtroom quickly. And now the first juror is back for the third conversation with the jury and counsel. Yeah, so that's interesting.
It is interesting. At least they're not missing anything.
Well, we're missing all the fun.
Well, it's just Bev's just gonna get mad again and be like, oh, we're wasting so much time. Now this is gonna take even longer. And then blame the defense.
When was the first day of this trial? When were opening statements?
April 6th. Was it April 16th?
Oh my God.
April 16th. We are 25 days in and we have been going for...
April 16th was the start of jury selection, right?
No, that was... Yeah. No.
And it took 2 weeks.
So, didn't they start till April 30th?
It was...
No, that's probably... April 30th, because it were 2 weeks and then I went to Tennessee. So that sounds right. So that's been going from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it can't only be 7 weeks in. I believe it's week 8. We're in.
April of 1830.
All I'm seeing is that meme of the chick from the Titanic. It's been 84 years.
Oh, God.
Nosferatu. You're hungover. You shouldn't be hungover. It's almost 1 o'clock.
I am going to do an off IF because I need to get some food in my belly.
Oh. Yeah, go get some food and prepare for tonight. Nick will have a stream tonight at midnight, which will be 6 p.m.
Yeah,
where
I'm having Subsit and beer stream. And but before that, I will do a recap of the Young Thug trial. So, but that is later today in about a few hours. So, yeah, you're most welcome over there later. Shenanigans, Foster clocks, everything in between, and my commentary.
Yeah, of course.
What else? What more do you need? And I'm Nick, the one without the powdered nose.
Oh, God.
Leave Nick alone.
Leave him alone.
That's funny.
In US time, around 2:30, 3 p.m. or somewhere around there for the first
So
time.
like 4 or 5
Hi,
hours.
Mrs. K. Grift. All right, I'm over there.
Later,
See
Nick.
you.
Thanks for
having me
stopping
here.
in.
Later, Cash.
Ciao.
Bye.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Just when we thought this trial couldn't get any more bizarre, here we are. Definitely more shenanigans. Yeah,
Yeah.
nothing is really updating anything other than jurors walking in and out and talking to them for a short time.
Another person reporting the defense has a video of a juror at the waterfall talking to a witness. That would be super interesting.
Holy jeez.
That would be super.
But why didn't any of that leak this morning then?
Well,
They have better security than Georgia courts.
No, but why didn't the defense leak it?
What do you mean?
If it's this would be for the defense.
Well, but maybe they don't want a mistrial.
Yeah.
They just want.
Well, maybe they want to
want
take
that
it
to take
right,
care of it.
right
Maybe
to
niggas
court.
might they want to interview the jurors to kind of feel where they are, and then they can go heavy in the paint if they feel this is going badly, or they can say, well, just chuck that one out and we'll go on. Said Daniels, okay, sidebars has ended for now. A 5-minute recess is called. Court clerk tells me we can air court Zoom feed, including the video. I'm not sure what the feed would look like, but we will soon. I have this running on the background, so if anything happens,
Awesome.
what if anything happens, I will hear it. And you will.
We're all
too,
going to
because-
have been fighting for this video, and Lolly's going to bring in 3 more people that the FedEx drivers who sent the DNA samples. So,
Where's
do
the
you
Zoom
like brown?
showing though? Like, where is it positioned at?
The Zoom feed, it's the same as the court camera. We don't have. There's the special, and Marissa have reached out to court to try see if we could get the Zoom feed, but could never get it. This isn't looking good if they're having to question all the jurors about something they are likely evaluating whether a mistrial. They're not. They interviewed 4 people who allegedly sat close to each other in the jury box.
Huh. Weird.
Juror and witness talking to each other. Is that witness or juror tamping? It's against the rules. But how would the juror be able to talk to him? I don't know. Is the witness? Does the witness know the juror and they just call them and say, hey, I'm a juror, come talk to me at the waterfall? Or did they walk into the waterfall and say, are you the owner? I know you will be a witness in the Karen Reed case. Can I talk to you for a minute? I don't understand how. Was it a chance encounter and they just said, hey, again, when I do my jury duty, I sometimes meet people out shopping later and they don't know why they know me. They just say, hey, walking past, because maybe we spent 8 days in court together, so they know my face, but don't understand I was the juror. As long as we don't know anything, all the speculations. So, yeah. And I don't know if anyone follow I Stand Black Woman Prosecuting Trump something. Too many jurors being questioned not to be a mistrial. No guarantee the entire jury is not tainted. How do you know? Because you don't know. Because you have absolutely no knowledge about what was asked in the room. It's so stupid. And Grandy Boy, I want an update. Does anyone have Grandy Boy updates? Marissa sent me stuff. I do have that one up. Grandy Boy. Oh no. I have the worst possible news to report. It is my understanding that one of the jurors in the Karen Reed trial may have gone to the local bar in Canton on Thursday, the scene of where Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were before Karen hit John with her car, to ask questions. Update. It is my understanding that as punishment for a juror being shown during an emergency sidebar this morning, camera access for test that's cut off. It's my understanding that one of the juror. Well, we saw that the first juror is older one. That's the same. Come on, Grandy boy. Oh no, folks! Oh no! 4 jurors from Karen Reed trial jury now being examined one by one at sidebar. Something seems to have gone terribly, terribly wrong. Frantic scenes right now. Simply frantic. How does he know? He's not in court because he's barred from
This
entering the
man watches Twilight like on repeat. He doesn't he?
You know,
I promise you, whatever his grade was in creative writing, he wasn't happy with it. He thought it should have been better. I promise.
I guarantee you he has Eliza Frank's notebook in his backpack right now.
That's good.
With the dolphin and the heart stickers.
And the unicorns.
I mean, what in the teenage girl was that breathless transmission? We need to check his test levels. He has got to have less than the Try Guys did. Sorry,
they
rant
were
over.
Bev can't punish Lorne and Crim. I don't think they are the ones running the court feed. And Bev let them go early yesterday. Yeah, that's why she's tracking it today. It's either Twilight or Hunger Game movies. Hunger Games were better than Twilight. It's not good. This is from Doink the Clown, yes. A juror was seen fleeing the sack of suds in a mint green Pontiac Tempest.
Great reference. Great reference.
What movie is that from?
My cousin Vinny.
It was a Ford, or it was a.
Have you never seen My Cousin Vinny?
No.
Marissa Tomei? Oh my gosh, she's so hot.
Did you just say no? Even.
Oh my God, Baker! Why? This is all right. While we can't watch Karen Reed, we're gonna have to get all the copyright strikes and start watching My Cousin Vinny right now.
Apparently, a juror has walked out from court.
You can't. It doesn't work that way.
A juror can't walk out. A juror can be
thrown out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jurors like talk to the hands and out.
I've had enough of this nonsense. I'm going home.
I'm mad as hell and I'm not gonna take it.
I'm taking my notebook and I'm going home.
We were promised KFC and someone told me they're out of extra crispy. I'm going home.
We have received permission to distribute a feed from court, not our usual camera that's in there until lunch. I'll post when it's up on our site for your viewing. WB said. So every pool feed will now be the Zoom feed.
Okay.
Juror waved and left dismissed one. Yeah.
Well, if they're going and seeking out information, first of all, I don't care who you are, that they know they're not supposed to be in those areas.
And you know there are enough people that are rabid about this case that you're gonna get caught. Was this an act of desperation trying to get away from Lolly's testimony? They're like, what can I do to get off this jury?
No, I didn't get a special media permission to stream court. Grant is better than I. A mistrial would mean she could be tried again. That's why the defense don't want it. They are ahead on points right now. So some kind of compromise must have been reached if it's the defense who got a hold of a juror doing shady stuff at a bar. Court resumes. Judge calls both sides to the bench. That's 3 minutes ago. Nothing live anywhere. No audio, no nothing. I have 2 streams running. And YouTube is stupid, so you can't have 2 windows running at the same time now.
What in
But
the
I have-
actual Schnell? That is a
Well,
travesty.
after it's all said and done, I'm sure we'll hear what the gossip is or what happened. Somebody's gonna
wonder which witness tried to tamper with the jury. I think the jury might have gone to the waterfall by trying to figure out how much he even drank there. I don't know. Who caught this woman? Defense trap or some turtle lover caught her on video and sent to the fence? No one knows. All I know
they're
is
everywhere though.
I like turtles.
Don't think
Well, I know.
you should just stay in your house during this whole trial and not do anything shady.
check your email. It gets a timeline. People are sending me on all over places today. This is the case I was talking about. That's not that. Karen Reed murder trial live updates as 4 jurors meet. This isn't available in my region, so I can't see that. It's geo-locked. You can't show it in Europe. Who paid a juror off? Check Canton evidence logger. Yeah. Well, every time I put one on go, it's turns off the other one. It's the same. I can't have my own. If I turn my own stream on that window, it stops the court cam. YouTube is a-hole. All our home bar off of Amazon and install it at nights. Me? Well, I don't drink.
No, the jurors.
Oh, yeah. Rumor has it a juror was at the waterfall. That's what we know. That's what we know. Again. Court resumes and judge calls both sides to the bench. First juror called in is called up to the bench for a 4th time. She leaves the court. Court is back in session. Judge calls a sidebar. Jurors are not in the courtroom. The first juror is back at the sidebar. This is for her 4th conversation with the judge and counsel. She leaves the courtroom for the 4th time this morning. Another recess. Can I just say this is amazing? We have 449 people watching across 3 different things. And everyone is sitting here thinking, what? Okay. Donde is a la tinfoil hatters.
A stupido. I haven't used that one.
Pretty much.
CJ
First of
Lorraine
all-
at this point wouldn't wonder. Try opening a separate browser or add the court feed link directly to OBS. Then I would have to open up my OBS because I don't use OBS. I use StreamYard. Not you, the jurors.
Well-
You should only do it if Jamie places you under house arrest. She
They're
kinda
under
has-
house arrest.
I can leave my house 2 hours a day.
House arrest for everyone.
Rumor has it Jamie has a secret screensaver of Lally. That's why she's not on screen whenever Lally is.
Oh my God. Danny, get out of here.
Oh my gosh, JKD Buck.
Don't go visiting the waterfall. Just stick to the juke joints and the bars that you're used to.
Good one. Good one.
That's the best thing ever. Oh.
Good
I have Boston 25 up. No audio. I can see the audio bar is moving, but and I have my audio up. Nothing. Nada. Niet. Niente.
So that's what I've gotten done
Oh,
on
I
this
heard a
trial.
cough. I heard a
Wait,
cough.
there's-
I
there's
heard a cough.
coffee.
I heard
This is gonna
something.
be ridiculous.
Well, it's the Boston 25.
2117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Audio.
Good morning, jurors. I appreciate your patience. Let me ask you those 3 questions. Is everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Thank you. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation? Everyone
I
said
can't
yes or
boost
nodded
the audio
affirmatively.
anymore.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we last? Yes. Everyone said no or shook their head. So you'll see that there's a juror who is not with us at this point.
So do
There
I.
are good and sufficient reasons for that juror to be excused. It's personal to that juror. Do not concern yourselves with it in any way. Okay, and we will move on. All right, your first witness, please.
Good morning. I became a good Christian man. I saw the Gilgo Beach press conference yesterday and was completely grossed out. I don't know what that is, but
They found it. I didn't see the press conference.
He's that serial killer.
Yeah,
Right.
that's been operating for like a decade or more.
oh, that guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're definitely going to find more victims. This was not his first rodeo, and I wouldn't be surprised if he varied his MO to avoid detection because he was big into studying how behavioral crime analysts track serial killers. So we might actually have a Hannibal Lecter kind of guy here.
That checks out.
Well,
Of course,
back
I
from
am
Gilgo
not a
Beach to
doctorologist.
Canton, and let's hear, and the panel, I think we have to be very, very quiet. We are hunting weapons.
Mute unless I need to.
Larry?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Miss Jessica Hyde to the stand.
Forensic expert.
Right this way. Watch your step, please. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the evidence is important jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Oh, this is going to be hell to watch these angles.
What the hell?
All right, Ms. Lally, whenever you're ready.
I'm sorry to say, and she probably has the big C because of that turban, but that's not a flattering angle.
No, these camera angles are not good.
They're like
Ma'am,
right up
if
your
you
nose.
want that microphone is adjustable, you can put it pretty much anywhere you're comfortable with, okay?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Jessica Hyde, Hyde.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I'm a digital forensics examiner. I own a digital forensics firm that does training, services, and research.
And the digital forensics firm that you own, what's it called?
Hexordia, Hexordia.
And how long have you had your own firm?
3 years.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if I could ask you to talk a little bit about your educational background and your work history. Starting with undergraduate, where did you go and what, if any, degrees did you receive?
My undergraduate degree is a Bachelor of Science in Electronics Engineering Technologies. I was on active duty in the Marine Corps at the time, so I went to several schools. My final graduation was from ECPI.
I'm going to ask you to slow down your speech a little bit, if you can.
Absolutely. So my final graduation was from ECPI, College of Technology. However, I attended several universities because I was on active duty at the time.
And following your undergraduate, where did you go from there?
From there, I went and completed my tour on active duty. I went into work in the field and eventually then did my master's in computer forensics from George Mason University.
And when about was it that you received your master's in computer forensics from George Mason?
I received my master's, I believe, 2014.
And as far as, you mentioned that you had started working a little bit post-military, but before going to grad school, is that right?
Correct. I started working in digital forensics in 2010.
And where did you begin when you started working in 2010?
I was a contractor for a company called American Systems, working at the Terrorist Explosive Device Analytical Center, called TDAC.
And following sort of going forward to when you received your graduate degree, if you could speak a little bit about your work history since then.
Sure. So I continued to work at TDAC while I had completed my degree. That was doing digital forensic analysis on phones that were connected to improvised explosive devices. So most of the phones I received was post-blast, and I would recover data from that and analyze that. From there, once I had completed my degree, I went and worked in the regular private sector. I worked for Ernst & Young, now called EY. There I was one of their mobile forensics experts, working a variety of cases, everything from insider threat and insider trading. Then I really missed doing more public service work. So I left to go to the National Media Exploitation Center, which is I worked there as a contractor under a company called Basis Technology. That organization supports 22 government agencies in the intelligence community, supporting the things that are either the highest priority or the things that other organizations can't support. So we were the center of excellence for the U.S. government in mobile exploitation, and I ran that team there.
Yeah. And then
from there, I can go from there. From there, I went and became the director of forensics for Magnet Forensics, which is a company that develops tools for digital forensics. So there I was in a position where I did a large amount of research into new artifacts, unsupported access to devices, etc. I was there for 5 years before starting my own firm.
And then what did you, no.
He's the glowy.
Start again. As far as what, if any, teaching experience in relation to this?
That is an excellent question. I've actually been an adjunct professor at George Mason University since 2016. I've taught 20 terms. In their graduate program, I teach the mobile forensic analysis course in their digital forensics master's program.
In addition to your work and your teaching and all your training, are there any professional organizations related to your field that you're a member of?
Actually, several. I am a member of the Organizational Scientific Area Committee on Digital Evidence, which is a part of NIST, the National Institute of Science Technology. I am a member of the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, also called SWIG-DE. I am the chair of a project called DFIR Review that does peer review of academic work that's done by practitioners in the form of blogs. I've been chairing that project since 2018, or when it started, with our first publications in 2019. I am the first VP at the International Executive Committee level of the High Tech Crime Investigation Association, also called HTCIA, which I've been a member of since 2012. And I will ascend to, I've been elected, I'll ascend to president next September. I am
the campaign speech is this.
I do a lot of volunteer work. I also am an associate member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, AAFS, and I just recently finished my term as an associate editor for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations, which is a peer-reviewed journal in the academic space of digital forensics. And I'm still a reviewer, but I stepped down from my duties as an associate editor.
Bringing me to my next question, what, if any, sort of articles or publications have you published in relation to?
Great question. I've published a paper on the standardization of data recovery. I worked on that with Dr. Owen Casey and Dr. Nelson. That was published in Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal. I also was the second author on a paper related to the use of AI in digital forensics, artificial intelligence, and I've published numerous articles, blogs, white papers. I probably have published about 20 of those, but just speaking to the peer review work, there's 2.
When you say peer review, can you explain to the jury a little bit about what that means or what that process entails?
Absolutely. So a peer-reviewed work is when you have a novel piece of research that you then submit that novel, never been presented work to a journal. It then gets reviewed by numerous academic peers. It goes through cycles of revision where they ask more questions. On the standardization of file recovery paper, that process took about 14 months for it to be peer-reviewed by experts in the field, and then it is published in a journal.
So you've had both articles that you've authored that have been peer-reviewed and published, as well as you've performed the role of reviewer of other people's work?
Correct. I've performed in addition to the publications I've done, I reviewed at least 20 to 30 articles, both in a combination of support for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal and DFIR.
If you could explain to the jury, when you say the term as far as digital forensics, what do you understand that term to mean with relation to what you do?
I would describe digital forensics as the analysis of data from any storage medium that can control data, be that a mobile phone, computer, or cloud, for the intention of that data intentionally being used for court.
And with reference to your firm, Hexordia, where is that located? What state?
We are headquartered in New York State, in Bridgeport, New York, which is outside of Syracuse. We also have an office location in the DC metro area in Tyson's Corner, but we have employees in 6 states.
And with respect to your duties and responsibilities in regard to your firm, what is it that you do?
Great question. So I do perform digital forensic analysis on cases. I currently work on 2 U.S. government contracts supporting 1 digital forensic analysis and 2 novel research and exploitation of mobile devices. So I'm named personnel on 2 contracts, and then I manage another 3. I also develop training for mobile forensics. My courses have been taken by people all over the country, and Hexordia also delivers that training. I also do research and presentations for journals, conferences, etc. So a combination of casework, education, and research.
Now, if I could turn your attention to May of 2023. At some point during that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in relation to this case?
Yes, on May 4th, I was contacted by Detective Tully via our website about this case.
And eventually, was there a contract that was executed and you agreed to do some work in relation to one specific area of this case?
Yes, a contract was executed on May 9th and work began on May 10th of 2023.
And as far as the specific information in relation to this case, what was it that you looked at?
May 9, 2023, so more than a year after. And yes, she's probably there to debunk that his phone moved and that you can clearly not trust Google when they say when you search something.
For the car like download of the information thingy-mabobber.
It's just a great question, Lally.
Yeah.
That was, ma'am, calm down. I like Dave's comment. I'm only watching this to see if a witness ever responds with that's a stupid question. I want someone to say that so badly.
Her name is Jessica Hyde. and I think the do-rag isn't a do-rag. It's probably because she has the big C and is bald. So let's not mention that too much.
Let me start by saying, what was it that you were asked?
I was asked to look at 2 specific Google search terms that took place on January 29th.
And with regard to the information that was provided, and we'll get to that in a moment, but with respect to the question that was asked, was it a question that was posed, or were you asked to find some sort of specific response?
I was asked to look at the timelines and timestamps related to those Google searches.
Yeah.
Now, with regard to what, if anything, was then provided to you, or what, if anything, did you review in the course of your analysis?
I received 2 reports. I received the affidavit from Richard Green, and I received the report from Trooper, I don't want to butcher his name, but something along the lines of Nicholas Garino.
Perfect.
Oh,
I was really hoping she's going to say Bukaki.
Is it your understanding that Mr.
Yeah,
Green,
me too.
was a person that was retained by the defense in this case?
Yes, I was aware of that.
So you essentially received reports from the state police and a witness for the defense, correct?
That is correct.
In addition to those 2 reports, what, if anything else, did you receive in relation to your analysis?
On May 10th, I received via U.S. Postal Mail a copy of the drive with data from a phone that was identified to me as belonging to Jennifer McCabe. It was a full file system extraction from a gray key.
And so when you received that information, what, if anything, did you do with it?
The first thing I did with that data set after having been retained was I made a forensic copy. I used an ArcPoint Atrio to copy the data from that original disk, which was then placed in our safe, to our working copy drive.
And that ArcPoint Atrio, what is that?
It's a forensics tool that does extraction and duplication.
And then once that process was completed, what did you do?
I immediately verified the hash value of my new image to make sure that it matched the hash value of the original image.
And what is the hash value?
A hash value is an algorithmic numerical representation of the data. So when you have a hash value, that value is unique to a certain set of data. So when you have that same hash value matching, you're ensuring that your copy that you made was correct and not in any way damaged or corrupt.
And as far as matching those hash values, were you able to do so?
Yes, the hash values of both the copy I made to work from and the original matched. They also matched the document that came along with the drive stating the original hash value.
And then what did you do from there?
From there, I processed the image in several forensics tools. I used Celebrite Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used a tool called ArtX, A-R-T-E-X. I utilized a tool called iLeap, and I later used a tool called Sanderson Forensics SQLite, but I did not use that tool at this point.
Now, with reference to the tools that you used, that you just went through, are those fairly common tools, or are those tools that are commonly used within your industry?
Yes, they are commonly used digital forensics tools that are very standard for other forensics examiners to use on mobile exploitation.
And as far as those different types of tools, so I guess my question is, there were a variety of different tools that you used?
Correct.
And why were you using the different tools?
So different forensics tools have different capabilities and look at data a little bit differently. Phones have thousands of applications. If you look at the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, you can download a total of 6 million apps between the two. Commercial forensics tools, they can only support so many applications, so they each work and support different bits of data. So it's important to use multiple tools so you can see the results from different data sets and be able to compare those results and enhance those with manual analysis.
And with respect to using those sort of different variety of tools from Celebrite to Axiom to ArtX, et cetera, is that something that you typically do as far as your normal process of conducting an forensic analysis?
Yeah, that's very, very typical for me to process with multiple tools to ensure that I'm getting the most complete interpretations from forensics tools. Of course, you go beyond that with your analysis, but it's absolutely pertinent to do that. I would run some of those tools before others because of speed, and so I can begin analysis while other tools are running.
And if I could ask you just about the last one that you mentioned just briefly, as far as the Sanderson tool.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how that interplays with the other tools and analysis?
The Sanderson tool is meant to look at a specific type of data structure called a SQLite database. SQLite databases are very nuanced, and this particular tool allows you to take that database and explore it at a deeper level than the other forensics tools allow.
And just for the record, when you use that term as far as the SQLite database,
how about a 1.25?
It is capital SQL, lowercase I-T-E, and SQLite is also commonly pronounced as SQLite, so both pronunciations are acceptable.
But I just want to catch up to
the extraction, made copy, and then ran it through of those variety of tools.
Right now, we're just
what is it that you specifically were looking at, and what is it that you were trying to ascertain, or the question that you were trying to answer?
So in looking at that analysis, I was focused specifically on the data that took place on January 29th. So the first thing I did was I limited my search within those tools to that period, and I looked at the artifacts that they were parsing pertaining to Safari history, as Safari was the browser that had been in use at that time.
Who uses Safari?
Now, in addition to looking at those search, what, if any, information were you looking at in relation to deletion?
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
In addition to looking at those materials as far as those searches were concerned, what, if anything else, were you looking at regarding that data with respect to deletion?
I didn't hear the last word. With respect to?
Deletion.
Deletion. I apologize. Thank you. Yeah, so one of the things that was asked, one of the things that was actually in the affidavit from Richard Green was that it was stated that there was belief that one of the search terms had been deleted. So I was specifically looking at that search term to see if what the reason was for the suspicion of deletion. There is... The tools denote things based on how they are running as an automatic process. The tools are designed to parse through large amounts of data to make it easier. So the tools will often flag certain data as recovered, and sometimes there is confusion between what recovery and deletion means. That actually was the subject of the paper I referenced earlier that I co-authored. And the tools are sometimes misinterpreted that that statement of recovery means deletion. So I was exploring that.
Now, you mentioned specifically there were 2 searches of interest that you were exploring. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what were those 2 searches, and what, if any, information did you have in relation to those?
I had the information from the 2 reports that had been written in terms of what they found. And the 2 search terms, one was HOS, H-O-S, long tit, to die in cold, and the other one was how long T-I, die in C-L-K-D.
And what, if any, information from your starting, if you could?
So she didn't have the original 227 search term because both of the morning search terms are not the same as the one in the evening. Am I right, Aussie Insider? Because she misspelled when she tried to correct her second search term of how long to ickety. She misspelled it again the second time, so they won't get any hits on how long to die in the cold 227 because it's misspelled both times in the morning. So it's really easy not to find anything if you're not looking for it. So if they only fed her those 2 lines to search for, they won't find the 227, and then my sweet Jesus, Alan Jackson will go absolutely AWOL when he asked them, did they ever tell you to search for this way of writing it? This is going to be interesting.
This goes par for the course with Lally's case, though, right? He just throws a lot of information, hoping that nobody parcels through it. Unfortunately for him, Alan Jackson's a tech whiz himself and should be able to just speak this woman's language, which I obviously do not. But yeah, this will be good. I'm curious to see how this goes.
Yeah, and again, if they never search for, I'm pretty sure in 2 seconds in my Discord I would have those 3 different searches, but everyone is worded differently. So it's clear if she only looked for those 2 spellings, she won't catch the 227. But let's see how it goes.
We'll walk the jury through as far as your analysis, what you first observed, and what your analysis consisted of as it evolved.
Absolutely. So when I first looked at it, some of the tools surfaced the data from a specific storage called the, and just make sure I get the entire path for you, com.apple.mobile Safari plist. It is very common in mobile devices for it to look like a reverse domain name. Like you normally would go to a site like CNN.com. Typically, those names are like the opposite. So com.apple is going to be representative of a native Apple application. So this particular plist was related to that. A plist is, or called a property list, is a data structure that's unique to Apple devices. And there is data pertaining to Google search, not just Google searches, search history that's stored there. There's also, I found evidence of the search terms in Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge C database is an Apple database that is meant to store information about users so it can determine future functionality, what you're looking for, etc. So that's the Knowledge CDB. It's more of a system level artifact. And then there was also, and these were the observed search terms, and most of the tools picked up both of those search terms in there. Not all tools did pick up the one that was from the wall, which was the instance of Haslong to die in cold, That's how I'm pronouncing the HOS. If you would like me to clarify it a different way, that's fine. That particular search term was recovered from a SQLite database, the one I later explored, and Celebrite specifically demonstrated and showed that particular search term as a suspended state tab, and that's a really intricate artifact whenever we're ready to explore that. That is the one that was marked as recovered. So those were my initial findings, just looking at what the automated tools parsed. However, Celebrite was the tool that found that particular search term.
Now, you used a term in there as far as a wall or a write-ahead log file. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training experience?
Absolutely. This is a really interesting data structure, the way it works. So the way SQLite databases work is the data before being committed to the database, which is almost like an Excel spreadsheet if you think about that. Each table is like a page on an Excel spreadsheet. The data before going there goes kind of to almost like a text file, like if you were to have a doc of writing all the changes that need to happen to that Excel spreadsheet. And they're not made to that spreadsheet until it closes. So what happens is as you're doing things, either adding a website by searching for it, or closing a tab or deleting a text message in a SQLite database in general, both things you add are written to that text document or things you delete. So they all hang out there together. So it's any changes that are going to be made since you started using that application until it's closed, then they change there and then it reopens. So to make an analogy, if you're in a restaurant and you order some food, the food being the data and you at the table being the table that the data is going to, when you request that data and you say, I'm adding it, it goes to the area where the waiter or waitress or server is going to grab it from, right? That warming station. That is almost like our write-ahead log. And so different tables are ordering food and food is constantly being put there. If somebody, maybe their steak came out rare and it needs to be cooked more, when they send it back, it'll also go to that warming area. So you can see there that you've got things waiting to go out to the tables and things being sent back to the kitchen.
I absolutely don't understand this analogy.
I'm not going to pretend like I do. I don't know what the hell this one's talking about.
This makes
Russian bot. What?
Yeah, I'm not a tech guy.
Russian bot works with this. I absolutely don't understand what, if any, sense this analogy made. You are searching and then you get it and then you go back and then you have a steak. What if you're a vegetarian?
When do we switch from Klingon algebraic transmography here? Because I don't understand what's going on.
It's a temporary location for data before it's saved permanently. For F's sake, lady. Oh, sorry, anime. Yes, I will stop thinking now.
Oscar's still in.
Yeah, and why would you send a rare steak back?
Because it's all squishy.
I am still master of pausing. This is your literal job. No browser hold a database session and only commits on closing the tab. Lol.
No browser.
Oh.
Thank you, Russian bot. That makes more sense than any word she just said within the last 5 minutes she talked.
I'm still lost, though, to be honest. But it sounds.
You know
good.
what? I've worked in a lot of restaurants and bars, right? The station she's talking about is called the Expo Station. And there's probably a better analogy with that Expo Station than returning a steak. That's where all the data sits until it's properly parceled, and then it goes out to the floor, right? Like somebody's there to make sure all the sides are correct, all the condiments are supposed to be on the dish are there, and then it goes out to the floor. So it's like it stays there until it's perfect or closes, and then it goes away, goes to the other place, I think.
Yeah, and proof of the point, open a tab and search something, open another tab and check the history. By her logic, the first tab search isn't locked yet. Yeah,
Right.
and again, it's not when you, the second you touch search, it pings the server where it tries to get the information from. It's not like it doesn't until it doesn't. Isn't she saying that it's not pinging the server where she gets the information until you close the tab after you got the information? That's
Can't we
absolutely.
all agree it's just magic and bypass very enthusiastic computer ladies' analogies?
Yeah, and by that logic, if the browser crashes before you close the tab, all your history is gone. It's 100% BS. I hope they have someone who speaks human.
So simultaneously, that storage area contains both the newest stuff waiting to go out and the stuff coming back. And that's really what a wall file winds up containing. Your newest Google searches, your newest text messages, etc., as well as anything that you've been deleted, that you've said was deleted, because the reference in there is going to be delete this entry. And so then all of those don't happen until the application is closed and reopened. If the application's been closed, when we do the extraction, we actually don't get the wall file. We only get the wall file if at the time of extraction, that database had not been closed. So that just means that Safari in this instance was still running when the extraction was done. Most of you, when you use your phones, you leave the applications up. So because of that, we have a wall file. And so that wall file is going to contain both data that's been requested to be deleted and new data. Now, when I say deleted in this instance, I don't mean like you as a user saying, delete this old text message. What I mean when I say deleted in this instance is removed from the database. So when we're talking about something like a Safari tab, deletion from the database can occur because you close the tab. We all open tabs when we use our browsers on our phone, and we all close them. And so closing in that instance would be a deletion in the database, but what that's doing is not a user requesting deletion. So I just want to be clear on that term.
And to that point, as far as, so when you say something has been deleted, specifically with reference to the write-ahead log or the wall.
I don't know what's going on. Sorry.
File. That's not something that's necessarily initiated by the user themselves, correct?
Correct. And I think that's a common misconception, yes.
Your Honor, just in regard to a side issue, may we approach this briefly?
Sure.
I need someone not speaking Klingon to tell me what this was. I am absolutely not sure what, if any, information I got. I just wanted a grilled cheese sandwich, not how it's made. Yeah. It's telling he needs a private sector expert for this. Waiting on defense as usual. We're not waiting on defense. We're waiting on Lallybally. Now she's sounding belittling. You dummies, like when we close a tab. She did not delete it. It just means the system does that. Where steak is a slow in French analogy. Anyways, it's getting cooked more. A better analogy would be Gordon Ramsay yelling, "It's raw, you," slow in French, and throws the steak out before it goes out to the table. It makes more sense to me.
You used the term earlier in your testimony regarding something within your field called an artifact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
An artifact is any trace that's left behind by any action on a digital piece of data.
And can you give the jury an example of sort of what an artifact might be or what an artifact might look like?
Absolutely. So an artifact of you sending a text message would be that we would find the database where text messages are stored. And inside that database, we would see the time and date that you sent it, who received and who it was sent to. It might not be their name. It might be a numerical representation that we have to tie to another database. Then we would have the message itself It may be in plain text, or it may be encrypted or encoded. And then we may have something called a blob, and that would be a reference to data that's too large to store in the database, so it would be elsewhere. So that would be if your text message included, let's say, a picture or a video.
Now, in regard to your analysis and your ultimate conclusions, in this case, you wrote a report, is that correct?
That is correct.
And within that report, there are a couple of tables and a specific figure, is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish to the jury table 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay.
Ms. Hyde, you have a copy of your report with you as well?
I do.
I'll see it today.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, just because I fear it may be a little difficult to see from where she's seated, if she could refer to the table in her report.
Thank you.
Ms. Hyde, what's up on the screen, and I'm sorry, there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. Do you see that?
I do. Oh, yes.
So using that laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention, or direct the jury's attention, I should say, with respect to what are we looking at in this specific case?
Absolutely. So this table here has a couple of different elements that I'm showing in terms of what searches were searched where, and when, and what source of data they came from. So if we look at this first search, I have them in the timestamp order that is associated with the artifact. I want to clarify that we need to discuss the meanings of these timestamps as we go. So this first one that you're going to see is, and I'm just going to reference my paper because of the size, is 0227 and 40 a.m. So that's 2 o'clock in the morning, 27 minutes and 40 seconds. And it is a search for the term HOF, long to die in cold. And that a timestamp in this instance is from the browser state DB, which is right here. The browser state DB is an artifact that speaks to when tabs are moved. So when you're using your browser and you open different tabs, you may have a search that this time pertains to the time that that tab moved. It could be lots of things. It could be you switch tabs. It could be you close the tab. It could be you minimize the application. Depending on the version of iOS, what can be that browser state of the tab that changes this timestamp differs. But what's very special to know about this timestamp is that that is not the time necessarily of the search. If a browser is opened and a single search is made, those will match. However, as long as that browser hasn't been closed, moved to the background, etc., if that browser has had any activity that happens to that tab in terms of application closing, minimizing, this can update. That is what that timestamp is for. This search term is always going to be the most recent search term in that tab. That means the last item that was opened in that tab was HOF long TI die in cold. We cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred. It is a high likelihood that that tab was opened at this time because there was another search that occurred at 2:27 in the morning. It was a sports site. I cannot pronounce it. It began with an H. Hakmok. Okay, thank you very much for the pronunciation. Hakmok Sports. There were a couple of searches pertaining to that done immediately after, but it appears that that's when this tab was opened and the first search done there. So this search, we know was done by this, and we know that it was the last search in the tab because it comes from this source, the browser state DB. And that means that particular timestamp and search pertains to what has happened with the tab. And that's what allows you to open your Safari browser on your iPhone and then open it on your iPad or your Mac and have the same tab. That's the function there. This search here, this is really interesting. So at 6:22:49 a.m., we have an entry in Cache DB that is specifically, if we dig into this.
According to our experts, she is blowing hot air up the balloon nut.
Oh
I haven't understood a single word you've said.
I'm just like, maybe she seems really excited about it. I'm glad she likes her job. Like, that's what I'm thinking.
So if I understand this correctly, she's saying that at 2:27, Jen McCabe pulled up a search window that previously she had Googled "How Long to Die in Cold," and then started searching something about a sports team.
Yeah.
So when was that "How Long to Die in Cold" search actually made?
Yeah, that's the big problem, because she said she did the "How Long to Die in the Cold" and then Hunger Man sports team search after that. But that ruins Lally's story, because she's not supposed to search that at 6:30.
Not until the morning when Karen asked her to. So according to this lady, that search was done prior to 2:30 a.m.
I wish they would make. I mean, I know she's dumbing it down, but it's not even Schoolhouse Rocking it for me. I am all the confused. I'm gonna have to go watch the Magic School Bus computer episode again, and then try this testimony.
But that doesn't make any sense, right?
She says the die search was backdated to the sports search time, which is late in French in all levels. Yeah, because again, if you make a search, you ping a server that gives you an answer. And when you ping that server...
Is it possible she's giving us a bunch of random stuff that doesn't really pertain to anything to obfuscate the fact that it was originated at 2 a.m.?
This is the problem. We are sitting, we are three people who heard it the opposite way of legal and science. There's 15 people left in the jury box. How many of them understands one even word is saying? No, that's not what she's saying. The search "How Long to Die in Cold" was in the cache. So it would be two separate tabs for one referral back to one, but not to the other one. I don't know. Everyone threw their phones away. Why didn't McCabe throw her phone away, right? I don't know. It would only go forward, but backward, I don't know anything. She's saying Jen opened her Safari tab to search something at 2:27 and never closed it and left open and used it again later at 6 to search for "How Long to Die in the Cold."
But didn't she say that it would be listed as the last search that went through?
Yeah.
She said that, right? I'm not losing my shit.
Yeah.
So I think I understood it correctly from what she's explaining, that search was done previously and then the tab got moved and she looked at some high school nonsense, some sports ball.
Well, here's my point. Three of us are coming up. We are all confused about what she is saying. She is not explaining this clearly because she is going into the weeds instead of saying this. She's because she loves the subject, she is thinking we understand.
Yeah, but again, if this is the theory they are going with, I will now search something. How to make a steak. And then I will just close my phone. I won't close the tab. Then I'll go out and unalive 45 people. And then I'll open my tab again tomorrow, and I can prove I was just searching for a steak, which would be this morning while I supposedly was out unaliving 25 people. That's not how data works. Your phone isn't in constant connection when you open a tab. My tab I have here with the court feed, it's not constantly open. If I close down my computer or just put it to sleep and I open up again tomorrow and start pressing play again, I will actively say, I want you to do something. It's
Volstorm. The original question was, please state your name.
Yeah. Well, let's see if whatever she says makes sense, because I don't know.
URL. This is an Apple suggested term. So when you use a browser and you start to type a search you've never typed before, the browser tries to help you and say, are you searching for this? So as the user began to type the phrase in the immediate search after, which is "How long TI to die in CKLD," this particular suggestion came up, indicating, in all likeliness, that the search term being typed had not previously been searched, because Apple suggested, instead of a previous search, it suggested how long does it take to digest food. After how long to digest food had been suggested, the user then has a search at that time, 6:23:51, for how long TI die in cold, and that is coming from the mobile Safari plist, the com.apple.mobile Safari plist I mentioned earlier, and the search is also shown in the knowledge CDB. That's commonly what we would expect. We would expect that search to be in both of those, both that plist and that database. Then the,
Sorry, can I stop you?
yeah, absolutely.
As far as the expectation of that being in both of those, the plist and the other database, why is that?
That is because the search is not being tracked not only by the plist for Safari, but also by the system itself to be able to do that predictive coding. So in the future, when you start to type how long, it gives you what you searched last time.
And with respect to that, how long it takes to digest food? Based on your analysis, was that a search term that was ever entered into this phone?
Correct. The source of that, if you look at this first line where it says cdn2smooth.apple.com, that's what indicates that this is an Apple suggested term, not a user input term.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. If you could please continue with the next.
Absolutely. The next search that was done immediately after the search at 6:23, the next search was how long TI die in CLKD. Again, we see that search both in the knowledge CDB and the mobile Safari plist. And then we have, so we see it in both databases. Then, so that's how long to die in cold. Sorry, I was on the next line. Then at 6:24, we get the next search, which is HOS long to die in cold. And we have that search again, both in the knowledge CDB and the plist. If I were timelining this based on activity as opposed to timestamps associated, what I see here is the beginning of a user typing a search, Apple making a suggestion of how long to digest food. The user does not take that suggestion and rather inputs how long TI die in CKLD. They then make a second search of HOS long to die in cold. That search winds up being the last search in the tab, and that is why we see it in the this particular browser state DB. It should be noted that this is in one of those WAW files and not the raw file.
And so as far as sort of towards the top there, and I know we'll get a little more to this in a moment, but as far as that reading is 2:27:40 in the morning as far as the timestamp associated with the search, why would that timestamp be associated with it if it's searched later on in the morning?
Because that table isn't showing the time of that search. It's showing the state of the database. So it's saying that the last time that tab was touched, moved to the background or foreground, was 2:27 a.m. The website, as you search more websites in the tab, that gets updated. So the current state that this is showing is that it was, the tab was moved to the background or opened or some action for the tab at 2:27 a.m. when the Hawkmock Sports, I got it right, Hawkmock Sports website was visited. And then once the Hawkmock Sports website was visited, that tab was in continual use. There are other searches and activity that happens. We don't see, that happens eventually. This search gets made at 6:23 a.m., this search at 6:24 a.m. That winds up being the last search in the tab. And because it's the last search in the tab, that's what the final update is and the final status.
So when you say last search in the tab in reference to time.
Wait. That means that it doesn't record every search, is what she's saying?
Yeah, and that tab have been active. So she has continually kept that tab
for like
open
4 hours.
For 4 hours, that tab, because it's not like your phone goes into power down mode, especially with the internet, because that sucks a lot of batteries, especially on iPhones because they have shitty batteries. This is how a search bar looks.
Wouldn't that also mean that she was awake from 2:27 until 6:30 when Karen Reed had her search that?
Yeah, not searching anything, just making sure her tab
so.
didn't die. this is Steven's search history that he can look up. It states everything he searched for.
What's that prawn hub down there?
It's a seafood restaurant in Massachusetts.
$100 says that Alan Jackson's going to present her with some report, and she's going to be like, "I've never seen this before. I don't know what this is." $100.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for Alan Jackson to come up and explain it in a way that makes sense to me. And I know lovely people in the chat are trying to explain it, but
we're old and not tech savvy.
I was like, imagine a dog trying to understand algebra.
Again, imagine the only thing important in this search history is the Broken Bakers can read stream.
Nice.
That's the grift.
Didn't even see my name in there. Didn't even come over and hit the like. I see how you are. That's okay. I'm not.
The point is, he made the same history screenshot. He made the same weather search twice, and it didn't backdate the first one and not log the newest one. Exactly. Yeah. Sorry, I should have said that. Even if and again, it's just stupid because you have a contact. It's.
Bio break. I'll be back.
It's background up, so it's always live. No, because a jury made a boo-boo and has been excluded. That's why we have this shitty camera today, because Bev turned off cameras.
In reference to what time specifically?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Bad question. Let me rephrase. So as far as the 227 tab is closed, and then another search done at 6:23. Is that correct?
227 isn't necessarily the time when the tab was closed. That's in my report. I say that it's undetermined because there's a lot of things that can cause that timestamp to be there, including tab being moved, tab being minimized. I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry, but it is not, that timestamp is not indicative of the time of the search or any URL that's visited there. That time is indicative of movement of the tab, and the search is the most recent search. So they update at different times.
So I guess my question is, as far as from what your analysis is here, is there any use of that tab between, or is there any evidence or artifact of use of that tab between the 227 timestamp and the 623 timestamp?
So the fact that the time that
I have had cases. I had a horrendous rape case where a guy he liked the golden shower thing, and they searched his phone and found out he had a very long search history with especially that theme. So of course they can look into your phone, and again, it's just stupidity, and I can't wait for Alan Jackson. Theoretically, would Lally have made this effort if Jen McCabe was the accused, or would he have represented the search as authentic? Of course he would. You know, whenever the state needs it, everything is perfect. Whenever the state don't need it, everything can be questioned. But thank you, Nick. No, that was on Valhalla's channel.
Timestamp exists at 227, combined with the fact that the only existence of this search is at 624, means that yes, that time, that particular tab was used after 227 when the Hawk Mock Sports was searched. I apologize for not being familiar with that name.
That's absolutely fine. Now, if I could ask you at this point, as you had talked about one in particular database having sort of an intricate artifact. If you could remind the jury what that is, and if you could explain that.
So the artifact that needed a little bit more explanation and digging was this browser state tab. And that's because if you look at the end of the file name, you'll see it's a db-wall. That means it wasn't in the regular database. It was in the write-ahead log. And to Celebrate's credit, that tool actually parsed the write-ahead log and displayed it where the other tools did not. If you remember before, we talked about write-ahead logs, and we talked about the fact that they can contain data that is both removed from a database and data that's not yet to be committed. And this database, we do not know which that is, but what I did was I manually went through, and that's in the figure, I manually went through and reconstructed the wall files using the Sanderson SQLite tool. And in reconstructing the wall files, I found many. I'll tell you exactly how many.
The misinformation about Jen search at 227. I still don't understand anything this lady is saying. So if you understand it, go on Discord and send me because we have determined now that her story about searches isn't correct. So let's meet up after the defense, and then we'll see if any of us understand anything. Because I have to plainly admit I'm too stupid to understand one word she's saying, and she's making it unnecessarily convoluted. And I'm not a dumb person. Mama said I'm smart.
Yes.
And if I can refer to my notes, may I
Sure.
refer to my notes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Approximately 16 instances of that existing in the wall file. Now, what's interesting in that figure is that each entry of something in a write-ahead log gets a unique identifier. So it gets a number, right, that makes it unique. Just like each one of us has a phone number that's unique to us, each entry in the database that starts in the write-ahead log gets its own unique identifier. And that unique identifier in this instance and all.
No, Nima is my third favorite suite. She's a nice person. We just don't see this case the same way.
16 entries in the wall file is the same, which shows that it's truly only one search, not multiple searches for that search term in terms of what exists in the wall file. So that's the first piece of nuance there, that it only truly was searched one. And you would have to really dig into that wall file to expose that, but I think it was pertinent to know how many times this was searched.
I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
Stop you there for one moment. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish Table 2 now.
Okay. Oh, wonderful. May I look at Table 2? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
Can we just fly Russian boat
Ms.
over?
Hyde, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do. That is Table 2 of my report on page 4.
And if you could, again, using the...
Yeah, I know you have been saying, Nima, but I have a guy who works with this and says that makes absolutely just as much sense as saying that the abrasion to John's arm is from broken glass. And I don't know what your tech level qualifications is. I can't understand this lady. I know you can because it confirms your theory. But I have a guy who works with this every day, says this lady is misstating evidence. So let's wait till the defense comes back.
This morning, before you direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant to depicted in Table 2 up on the screen.
So Table 2 here is designed to share with us what each of the locations that can potentially have Safari data, what kind of data they hold. And one of the things that many of us are interested in sometimes is, do these things hold our private searches, like if we're in incognito mode in Google or private searching here. So this table denotes if we're seeing private or non-private searches, if it includes tabs that are open or closed, so that we know which artifacts are giving us what kind of information, as well as what some of the associated timestamps mean. So this was designed as a guide to really understand Table 1 more in depth. So this first one here, this refers to the History DB wall file. And that file has non-private searches. It includes closed tabs. And the visit time there is the time that a user reopened the tab. We don't always have the artifacts we want. And in this instance, we did not have that particular one. Then we have the Safari Tabs DB. This has private tabs and non-private tabs, and it shows only tabs that have not been closed. So this is an active tabs database. The next one we have is the Browser State DB and its wall file. And this is the one we were referencing where that we keep talking about, where that 2:27 a.m. number is coming from. So this one is going to be non-private searches. It includes closed tabs, which is important, and the last view time. So when an item went to the background. So it's about the tab, not about the search. Okay? That's probably the most important demarcation. And one of the issues here is when the tools parse the data, they call the columns what the columns are called raw in the data. Those don't necessarily tell us what they mean. We have to verify and validate what they actually mean. So when I'm saying last underscore view time, that's what the database name is, not necessarily the actual function. Or not what we would presume it to mean. The next one, the last one here, is the mobile Safari P list. And this one actually tells us, the date here gives us the time that something was queried reliably.
Now, if I could ask you, if you could just explain to the jury as far as these SQ or SQLite databases.
No, I'm claiming I don't understand a word of what she's saying. I have two programmers in my chat saying what she's claiming isn't correct. I don't know. That's why I said let's meet up after the defense and then we'll discuss it. I don't know what your qualifications is. My qualifications is I'm a baker. I can barely understand YouTube. I read what two programming people are talking about, and they say her understanding of a database is about as good as my understanding of women. So I'm not claiming anything. I'm really sitting here listening very hard, trying to figure out what, if anything, she's saying, because if she's right, and she's the smartest woman ever, she's just a really bad communicator. And that's a problem, because I understand zero of what she's saying.
How exactly do they work, and what, if any, relation do they have with regard to data and information with the write-ahead log or the wall file?
So SQLite databases work and function as a storage for anything that the phone may need to reference later or that you're doing. They're stored for a variety of things. Most of your third-party apps use SQLite databases, and multiple applications do. So SQLite gets information in, and it allows for that information to be updated, added to, or removed from. So data that's in that situation, that it's sitting in the database, that is what we refer to as live data. Then data that is waiting to be put into the database, that is sitting in the wall, or has been requested to be removed, that is what's in the write-ahead log, and we call that non-live data because it's not in the active database. So when you're using an application, and it's putting that data to that temporary storage area, that wall, that write-ahead log, what happens is then when you request data by going into your contacts, let's say, and looking at the people who are stored in your contacts, right? Your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, all those people. When you're looking, your best friend, you're looking up their numbers, that data is all stored in that database. So when you add someone, it does that entry to the wall. Now, so if I just added Sally, how do I know that Sally's in there, right? Well, what happens is the interpretation of the SQLite database goes to the wall, checks and sees if it's in the wall, and uses the wall to incorporate it together to present you everything as if it's in there. Then when you close the application, you close contacts. You don't just put it away like go switch apps. You actually close it. When it closes, all of those changes get committed. So now the items that you've requested to be deleted, that contact you don't like anymore, that X, whatever, their data is no longer in there. The data that you've added is now in there, and now that's all live. Sometimes we can get more complex and recover some of those items that are left over because they are marked for deletion but still sit in the database, or they're sitting on a page that is no longer active in the database. So there's a lot of places that we can recover data from in addition to the wall that exists in the database after something has happened. But that isn't pertinent to this particular use case.
Now, as far as that sort of interplay between the SQLite database and the wall, what, if any, sort of, as a forensic examiner, what, if any, sort of complexities arise out of it?
Oh, one of the biggest complexities is the assumption that because data exists in the write-ahead log, that a user took an action to delete it. When I teach at the university, when I peer review my colleagues' reports, this is one of the most common mistakes I see. And it's really because some of the forensics tools to indicate that the file has been recovered, they put a big X on it. And that was actually a big subject of that standardization of file recovery paper I referenced earlier. And it speaks about all kinds of files, but actually has a special section on SQLite, specifically because that nuance is often missed by examiners.
Now, in reference to that being marked as deleted or misinterpreted as deleted by user, is there a specific tool of the tools that you mentioned before, as far as Celebrite versus Axiom versus that has that information that others may not?
So Celebrite and Magnet Axiom, both Celebrite Physical Analyzer and Magnet Axiom, both have file system viewers that then have SQLite database viewers. I would say that those SQLite database viewers have more of a basic function in terms of looking at data in the live database. They don't allow for deep analysis of the write-ahead logs, which is why in my analysis I used the specialized Sanderson forensic browser for SQLite.
And so when you see something like that in a Celebrite extraction, is there, what if any further analysis do you do to sort of look behind it?
Absolutely. Anytime I see an entry marked as recovered, and I'll use the term recovered instead of deleted, by Celebrite, and the source is a write-ahead log, I would go and begin reconstruction of the write-ahead logs using Sanderson's forensics tool to get to the meat of, is this something that it has been deleted, or is this something that has yet to be written to the database? You can often see remnants of that based on how many unique entries there are of it. What the other thing we do is, so I mentioned that when we have the WAL file, it hasn't been applied. So if I take the SQLite database and the WAL file out, and I make another copy of them. So I've got one copy I'm looking at Sanderson, and I take another copy and I actually open it. What's cool is it does the commits. So then I have a copy of the database that actually has all those changes. So I now know if the entry was deleted by just comparing the two. So I can do that analysis by basically making the database think it was reopened, by reopening it with a non-forensics tool in that instance, just to see what it would look like in real life. And then I can look at the difference between the two and determine if something was marked for deletion or addition.
Now, are there different reasons from your training, your experience, and your knowledge of these systems? Is there different reasons for why it's your conclusion that that particular search or those search terms were not deleted by the user specifically?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of reasons. First, the way tabs work from a functional perspective, you can close a tab, but there's not really a user deletion function for the tab. And there was no evidence of other deletion, if that makes sense. It doesn't make sense that the term was, I don't see evidence that the term was searched prior to that 624 time. So since the term wasn't searched prior to that 0624 time, the existence of the tab being closed would not mean that that search was deleted, because then it would be evident in the other databases pertaining to the actual search, not the databases pertaining to the state of the tab. Is there a possibility that the tab was closed? Absolutely, but that is not a deletion. Secondly, an existence in the WAL file, as we mentioned, could be that it's something new, not something that was deleted. So just its mere existence in the WAL file doesn't mean it's deleted. I should say that that same X in the tools, you have to check the file, because it could be from a free list or a free page, in which case, I know we didn't go into those details, nuance of SQLite databases that actually doesn't pertain to this. However, those would be truly deleted items. So there's other places where we would expect potential recovery, not necessary in this instance. And you can have something that's in a WAL file and deleted without being in those other locations. Just stating that its existence in the WAL file itself doesn't mean deletion. But there are other SQLite things that would clearly indicate deletion that aren't applicable to this particular search.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask Mrs. Gilman to publish figure 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How many cases in the history of cell phone
Again, Ms. Hyde, you recognize what's
have
up on the
been
screen?
using this
Yes,
exact
this is figure 1. This is a direct
timestamp to put people in jail? Like, so if she's saying that these searches weren't happening at the time that the time indicates on the report, how many times in criminal cases have these reports been used to prove somebody was searching something at that time?
Exactly.
You know how it is. If the state uses it, it's good. If the state don't use it, it's bad.
Yeah.
Screen capture from Sanderson's tool from the browser state DB, limited to the how's long to die in cold search.
If you could, using that laser pointer, again, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, significant or of note that you observed in using the Sanderson tool that's depicted in figure 1.
Absolutely. So all of these searches are the exact same term. And here we have the order index. And here we have that last view time. And by looking at the last view time, which is the raw title of that artifact for the timestamp we were looking at, these are identical. This, and more importantly, are even the actual UUID for these are identical, which is right here. Now the offsets are different, and what that means is that this is just appearing several times in the write-ahead log. It has moved as the database has moved data through the write-ahead log to different positions, but has in every instance the same unique identifier, meaning that all of these entries are the same entry, just shown multiple times in the same database.
And to that point, as far as the multiple times that it's listed within there, what, if any, relationship does that have to how many times it was actually searched by a user?
Well, that UID shows that in this particular instance that it existed once in the last time in the tab, because this artifact, it does not tell us how many times something was searched by the user. This artifact is limited just to the tab. We would look at the mobile Safari plist, which has one entry for this timestamp, or knowledge CDB, which also only has one entry for this search. Those two locations are where we would determine how many times it had been searched, as opposed to this location, which could tell us that if there were multiple entries, but there is only one. But since this is limited to just the last search that's showing in a tab, it isn't a good source to say how many times was it searched, just not this particular artifact.
But from other artifacts, you were able to determine that?
Absolutely. You can determine that from both mobile Safari plist and knowledge CDB.
And I'm sorry, I jumped in there just as far as turn your attention back to figure 1. What, if anything else, significance do you know in that?
That's really what's of significance, is that it is the same entry there multiple times, and we can tell by the unique identifier that it is the exact same entry also. And it's, although it's the same search term and the same timestamp, it's only one instance of it, just it's stored in the database multiple times at multiple offsets.
Well, that's how I feel.
From the timestamp associated with that depicted in this figure, what, if anything, can you say as to the, or what, if anything, were you able to conclude from your analysis as to the time that the website was viewed?
Well, I guess I should really clearly, for people who may not be familiar, that doesn't look like a normal time, right? That's because this is an Apple WebKit timestamp, so we actually convert it to a regular time. But when you look at this number raw, you can actually see that it's consistent throughout, even though you don't know what it is. But if we put it into a decoder, this particular timestamp is where we're getting January 29th, 2022 at 02:47 a.m. And to be clear, just for real clarity, when we actually translate this timestamp, it's in universal time constant, not in local time, but for the sake of conversationalists, I'm using the local time here as opposed to the time in the universal time constant, which is how this artifact is particularly stored.
Now, with your analysis, is there some kind of testing that you conduct, or can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it relates to your analysis?
Absolutely. So with this artifact and being able to determine what this timestamp really means, I actually did quite a bit of testing, which is fun, but that's okay. So we went ahead and took a jailbroken iPhone, and the purpose of a phone being jailbroken is we're bypassing the security protocol so we can monitor the data and its storage in real time and bring the data through. We did this manually in terms of pulling the data out, and we also did multiple forensic images at different stages. We manipulated tabs, we did some Google searches, and then we would close tabs, move tabs, and perform several different searches that we scripted out first, what we were testing, and then checked to see how that timestamp was moving. We even did some really interesting things where we tried. Yes. Okay.
Sidebar.
I have something that's been bugging me as well. Why is the Commonwealth paying for an expert to come in and prove Jen McCabe doesn't have anything to do with this, or that the time on Jen McCabe's phone, who is not the defendant or a cop, she's just a regular citizen. Why are they paying an expert to come in and qualify her Google searches?
Because
hit the third-party culprit defense.
But what does this do to prove their case against Karen Reed? And why is the Commonwealth spending money to do it?
We still haven't heard how she hit him with the car.
I'm
still have no idea.
So you had, I think when you were talking about some of the testing that you had conducted, you used the term leak.
She was asked to do it in May of 2023. So this is after third party culprit theory came out there.
There are other individuals that worked on this particular assignment.
I had somebody peer review and test my testing. So they didn't work on the case, but as I was testing, one of my team members just validated that I was following my test plan. That's just normal practice that we use peer review.
So the testing that you were testifying about is testing that you...
I conducted, correct. But I had peer review by my team member on the script I had made to do my testing. So, and I use when I do testing, I'm following the NIST guidelines for data set generation and testing that's outlined by OSAC, which ironically, I should disclose I'm a co-author on.
Oh, for the love of God.
That's not peer review. That's just making sure that you made a script you could or should follow, but there was no test that you did follow.
I love how she's just like, I also wrote an article about that.
Yeah. This is the Steve Gosney of telephones.
Stop it.
At least Steve Gosney can talk to stupid people like us.
Yeah, and make us understand.
If you could, I'm sorry, Ms. I just continue as far as your test.
Absolutely. Yeah, so then populated the device and looked at all of the different data that came back from the different states while it was jailbroken. And the changes that happened, what I was saying was interesting is then tied it to a Mac and saw how the browser state changed if we change the browser and the tab on a Mac and how that would affect it. And because we could see the differences, and by we, I mean that I had my testing peer reviewed, because I could see the differences of what the data looked like when I was altering it both in the Mac and on the phone, I was getting differences in those timestamps and those different conditions. So in other words, I could get a timestamp that showed in the browser state DB that was earlier than the current search by a variety of means, including manipulating the tabs, closing them, opening them, switching which one was in proper view forward, as well as looking at that tab on an external device, including a Mac and an iPad on the same account.
Now, throughout the course of your work, I think you alluded to it earlier in your testimony as far as your experience is concerned. You've had occasion to work both as a forensic forensic extractions, forensic investigator,
Yes,
as well as working also in research and development. Is that correct?
correct.
And so from the R&D side, what, if any, role does that play as far as your analysis in general terms and your analysis here when it came to some of the devices or some of the things, the tools that you were implementing?
I believe that my experience in research, development, and reverse engineering throughout my career pertaining to artifacts, of course, influences and my analysis processes in terms of wanting to ensure I understand how things work. I think it actually gives me a better understanding in many ways of how data moves through devices, as well as how understanding why the tools parse and represent data the way they do, in terms of the fact that they are presenting the data as they parse it using the proper algorithms to dissect that data and determine what it is based on testing and knowledge. So I think it actually influences in a positive way the depth that I go through in my analysis.
You had mentioned earlier in your testimony that you had reviewed both Trooper Carino's report as well as an affidavit from Mr. Green. Is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the affidavit from Mr. Green, what, if any, issues of significance did you observe in his analysis?
In Mr. Green's analysis, there is a conclusion that is drawn that a search occurred at 02:47 a.m. on January 29th based on the artifact recovered from Browser State DB that Celebrite parses. And there are two errors with that. The assumption that that is the time of the search is a misunderstanding of the Browser State DB artifact, because that artifact is not the time of search, it's the time of movement of the tab, as well as the statement that that it was deleted due to the demarcation of Celebrite as recovered.
And based on the totality of your analysis, your testing, and everything that you looked at in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to?
My conclusion is that there was a search at 02:47 a.m. for Hawk Mock Sports. That browser was in use, and there were continual searches due through the night. The phone was, I do agree with Mr. Green's findings that the phone was in use at that time at 02:27. Later, the phone a web search is done at 6:23 a.m. For how long, at that moment, Apple produces a suggestion for how long to digest food. The search is instead completed with how long TI, die, and CKLD at 6:23. A new search is conducted at 6:24 of HOS, long to die and cold, HOS, long to die and cold. That search is then the last search that is made in that particular tab. And that's my conclusion.
What, if any, conclusion did you come to in regard to items being deleted pertaining to
Didn't he ask about a conclusion 10 minutes
In regards to those artifacts pertaining to those search terms, I had no evidence of deletion.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
So Celebrite is incorrect when they said she deleted the search. That's good to know. Defense lawyers, get on it. Celebrite isn't accurate.
Your Honor, approach.
Oh, approach. This better be a good bottle of the experts, although Potter won that one and they still scalped it. Yeah. Again, always not trusting jury is good. I don't even speak no more. I brain mush.
I was just hearing Charlie Brown's teacher at the end. I'm torn between wanting Alan Jackson to cross her and also wanting to maintain my sanity. So
part of me kind of hopes they don't have any questions, but that seems a little silly.
And again, she didn't get the raw data. She just got a mirror data. What I don't. And again, if you close a tab, Celebrite won't tell you it's deleted. Because Celebrite is kind of actually built to make sure that it's as accurate as possible, because
that's kind of how they make their money.
Yeah, and it's the gold standard. Are we going on break? Yeah, no, that would be too early. But it shows.
Bev needed a Bloody Mary.
I need a Bloody Mary.
Yes. Well, I don't even like tomato, but you know, a mixed drink of my own creation.
Well, I don't know if we're on break or whatever, but let's go live.
This seems bizarre to me, right?
I understood zero of what was said.
This is putting a lot of faith in the fact that she explained something that any of them have tech experience, because I don't. I'm reduced to being speechless as I was with that wonderful detective's suit. She hurt me in my brainy bits. That's all I got to say.
Can a future witness comment specifically on testimony of this witness, or is it verboten? No, they can't, because they're not watching the case unless it's the police. They can do it.
Experts can.
Experts can come in and rebut her evidence.
Well, but that
they have an expert for that too. Yeah. The defense has a better expert on their roster anyway, so we'll see.
She said she got the extraction intact with a valid hash value, but it somehow broke after she had it. The only hash I know is the one you put in a pipe and get funny times out of. I don't understand the words what's been said for the last 2 hours.
I don't know what's going on. I'm like, why?
Good point. Good call, Ella Rose. L Rose. This could have been a lot simpler, I think. I think it's almost intentional that it wasn't simple.
Yeah, I think this is, again, one of those, let's hear all the words. All these words mean stuff. You don't understand stuff. Just listen, mouth moving. Come on. That's...
And then she spends 80 years on all her qualifications, so everybody's like, oh, she's so smart and so qualified. She can't get this wrong. No way. That's a lot of the problem.
Yeah, I don't know what the hash value is. I think in Denmark it's still around 50 kroner.
I do not know.
Well, 50 kroner,
The only hash I know is hash browns, and I make those all the time, though.
Hash brownies? Yeah, you can buy those on... they closed down Christiania. Why did it go live? Super. Baker, do you know the answer to my question? Mr. Meathook asked what? Can a future witness comment specifically on this testimony? Yes, if it's a rebuttal witness to testify, or if it's a witness who is there to use this as a part of their evidence, they can bring it up and said, after we got the report back from Talking Mac Talking Son, we use that to plot into our database, and that's why we say she did not do it. You can't bring Jennifer McCabe in and she can say, as you heard, I didn't do it, because Jennifer McCabe isn't allowed to watch the trial if she's sequestered, which in normal cases, because she's on the defense list, she's probably, I'm not sure, but it's not normal for a future witness unless it's a rebuttal witness that they will specifically name and say, as Talking Mac Talkinson, Jessica Hyde said, blah, blah, blah. You wouldn't normally see that because it's your testimony. For you don't think about it, Fund.
Ooh.
I was so close going to McDonald's yesterday after that stream.
I was your bad friend that was like, do it. Sorry, I'll be a better friend.
I didn't do it. I had cake.
Oh, we'll see.
I've been
Okay,
in
but
tech
what
for
kind
over
of
40
cake?
years. The entire point was that she did not delete the 221 search. She closed the tab. That's it. Yeah. And then why does Cellbrite claim it's deleted? Then we could get Cellbrite guy after this, the guy who shows us how Cellbrite runs. It would be interesting to ask him.
The
if
Cellbrite guy who just heard Talkie McChickface basically say, well, Cellbrite and the people who run it and they train are too dumb to understand how the internet really works.
Yeah. Are we on break? Should I be making dinner? It's too early for break. It's an hour too early.
Well,
Did we
they
get
didn't
yeeted again?
really. No, I think she took a break because
I think Bev's brain was hurting.
even though
Yeah,
they
and
didn't
it-
start till later, I feel like Bev is about breaks.
An expert witness, they can watch the trial. Yes.
Yeah. Anthony Evans says, I was listening intently. I understood everything. Ah, damn it, it just jumped. Everything she was saying. He was trying to get her to conclude that the search wasn't made at 227, but she wouldn't do it.
I'm glad you caught that because I.
Yeah, I didn't catch that at all.
Yeah, that was I was still stuck on. Are we still getting onion fries with our steak? Oh my gosh, the testimony even put Dingus to sleep. He's asleep on my lap right now. He's snoring.
Whew. I love that we're finally touching real facts, but presented in a way dumb people like me understand it.
Well, none of this has to do with the murder of John O'Keefe. None of it. This is all to say that Jen McCabe didn't have anything to do with it. That's what this is. Jen McCabe isn't on the defense stand. She's not on trial here. This is silly to me. Get wrecked, Lally. Piece of shit.
I am so confused. I had to get an emotional support animal because there was too many technology things being said.
We do need a break.
I mean, at least for her, she's excited about her work, and that's great.
Rubia, quick update. We lost a juror. Apparently, allegedly, a juror had been seen at the Waterfall Bar yesterday talking to a witness. So that's why we don't have a court feed. We have Zoom feed today. Maybe we'll get court feed later. And then we had Jessica Hyde, which I thought would be 30 minutes explaining how a Google search worked. It took her, I don't know, because I fell asleep 5 minutes after she started talking. I understood zero of it, other than she claimed something with some search at 247, which I believe she meant 227, and then something with another search, and something about tabs and dates and programs, and that there's millions of things on the Google App Store. I was with her that far, which is weird because it was a Safari browser, so it should be on the iPhone's store, because iPhones don't use Google. We haven't had cross of the expert witness yet. I understood zero of what she said. People who are smarter than me, which will say the cat Mo just had, understood some of it. I no understand what's going on.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure we just experienced time dilation torture, because I'm pretty sure that was 8.5 days long.
Yeah. So, Mr. Cross, no, we have our fans in court. I don't know if Bev took the morning break because they didn't start until how late? Oh, Jesus. She's been on she was over an hour. Then I can better understand why I feel like. We didn't start until maybe an hour ago, and then she's been on yapping on about, I don't know. And Cross is coming up, I hope.
Yes.
And I really hope when she starts explaining, because her problem isn't that she's probably the smartest woman I've ever seen, heard, or talked about. The problem is she really likes to tell people how smart she is. So when she can use 5 words, she uses 50 words. And then she qualifies those 50 words with 250,000 words. You couldn't get away from her talking, even if you had a Lexus. There's no hokey muck data that I have seen to prove that it was ever searched at any time. No, don't do that, because you want to take the dirt nap, the long one, after listening to her. I totally zoned out. I have no idea what she talked about. She talked about peer reviewing something and making a schedule and then something other, and I absolutely have no idea what I just watched. You got the joke? Did I make a joke?
This trial is a joke.
Yeah. But I'm glad that we now know when Cellbrite says something is deleted, it's not. That will mean every case that have used that argument now will be appealed.
Mr. Meat
Did you
Hook.
ever address what the
Good
data
quote.
looks like if your browser is set to delete when you close the tab? Does Safari even do that? Ask one of the pencils heads. I don't understand words.
Again, could we have just stipulated to the phones work on magic? Because
yeah, it's the small phone fairies that runs around and moves data. Yeah,
at this point, I understand that lore better than what she just told me.
That was a speed joke, because Alexis can do 135,000 miles per hour. Don't forget to set the table for a steak dinner at a restaurant. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She tried to describe how a phone searches something. And it's like when you get a steak that's rare and you send it back and it'll stand at the heating station. And then, I don't know. Did we ever finish? Valhalla had a way better analogy.
About what? Sorry, I was distracted. My phone was yelling.
Steaks. So if I close this chat on phone, but I have you all on my TV, am I still watching you? That's the problem I can't figure out.
Today has to be a simulation, and I want to understand what Glip Glorp put into the whole scenario today, because I am confused.
Here you guys go. I got... Oh, shit.
I believe Hyde, but the fact she was using compromised data and used her own constructed analytical apparatus don't look very good or professional. Well, if it's accredited and it's used before and it's proven right, then it's fine. But if she claims that it's better than Cellbrite, so her program shows something that Cellbrite interprets a wrong way, because Cellbrite is also just a program that interprets the ones and zeros, then her program will now be bought by every defense lawyer who will run all the Cellbrite extractions to see if they make the same mistake in their cases. More than 15 minutes of fame for herself. I'm pretty sure she... Well, let's not throw her under the bus until we have heard Cross, because it could be everything is correct. I don't know, because I understand nothing.
I really don't understand this.
We need a second of just happy time, you guys. Here you go.
Yes. Oh.
Just need a second or two of happy time. That's all we need right now. Just happy little baby goats.
Oh, baby goats.
Baby goats. Now I want like 5.
Look at him itching.
Deep breath. Get you a Bev sigh in.
Aww.
All right. I feel better.
Okay, yes. But can we just listen to the testimony and have the goats going?
Just trying to find a way to play that. Sorry. The steak analogy. Yeah. No. So she was trying to say that it's like coming back and forth, going in and out of the kitchen, some weirdness. I don't really get her analogy there. I don't think she's ever worked in a kitchen. The expo station at a restaurant is where you make sure that the dish is exactly how it should be before it gets sent to the restaurant. So the expo is where it's like edited and stays until it's sent. Alex Curry. That's funny. What did she actually say, Anthony? Because none of us really know. First of all, she said that she owned her own script, and their script was reviewed by a company that she's a part of. She's the owner of the company. She started her own company. So she essentially sent this to one of her employees and was like, make sure I didn't screw this up. Yeah, boss, looks good to me.
She also managed to get on every like peer-reviewed article and how she constantly corrects other people because I'm sure she's that type. We all know. Actually.
Ooh, we're back.
Yeah, a steak should be rare. Okay, then the first time Lally asked her, what did she conclude? Yeah, he asked her twice about her conclusions.
Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth that seeks to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits, Table 1, Table 2, and Figure 1 for Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay. There's no
Move her back to the pool camera.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Thank you.
Well, she did say till lunch.
Just Table 1, Table 2.
I don't get the point of that, but whatever.
Thank you.
Auntie Bev was angry.
Yeah, Linda, that's apparently her peer review.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Giannetti?
We all needed that.
Yanetti's doing it.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hyde.
Good afternoon, sir.
That's interesting.
Get it, Yanetti. Get it.
Ms. Hyde, you just spent maybe 45 minutes to an hour, whatever the time period was, explaining to these jurors what is really a complex set of facts that led you to conclude that the 2:27 a.m. timestamp on that Google search was triggered by the closing of a tab. Did I essentially sum that up correctly?
Essentially, except it's not a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a Google search. It's a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a tab.
Fair enough. Thank you. And in the context or in the course of your explanation, you discussed WAL files.
That is correct.
SQLite database.
Yes.
plist database.
Yes.
Knowledge C database.
Yeah. plist is not a database. Just it's a structure. So just a small correction.
Thank you for the correction. Opening tabs and closing tabs, correct?
Yes.
And other issues related to your analysis of phone extraction, correct?
Would you call them issues? Or
well, maybe that's a bad word to use. Other elements.
Fair enough. Yes.
I'm really not trying to trick you. I know I wouldn't be able to. Would you agree with me that another simple explanation other elements?
Fair enough. Yes.
I'm really not trying to trick you. I know I wouldn't be able to. Would you agree with me that another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m.?
Can you rephrase? please.
I'm going to
This is what I understood.
Repeat it, please.
Thank you. Would you agree with me that another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
That's what I said.
That timestamp is not indicative of a time of search. So the question is difficult to answer because I can't say that that timestamp tells me anything about the time of search.
Okay. So as I take your answer, you're not denying that the timestamp and whatever you get from that timestamp doesn't rule out that the Google search was done at or before 2:27 a.m., correct?
If I'm understanding your question, there was a double negative, so I just want to clarify. The question is if the timestamp could exist because of a search happening at that time?
No.
Or no?
Okay. What I'm saying is your analysis of the phone does not rule out that the user of that phone performed that Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
That's exactly what she said.
There is no indication of a Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
But again, I'm getting to whether you can rule that out, ma'am. That's really the crux of my question. Can you rule out that the user of that phone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th?
There is a very unlikely possibility based on the fact that there is no evidence that the search occurred before that time. That's just like saying that the user searched for pandas at 2:27 a.m. Could you rule that out? I can't rule out something that doesn't exist.
All right. Well, you would agree with me that with regard to your analysis of this phone extraction, you were given very specific instructions in terms of what to look at, correct?
Correct. I had a very limited scope in this analysis.
And who was it that gave you that limited scope?
That scope was relayed to me by Detective Tully.
Okay. And Detective Tully
even better
instructed you specifically to only look at the part of the phone extraction that dealt with the Safari search history. Correct?
Safari search history specific to January 29th, 2022. That is correct.
And he instructed you not to look at anything else on the phone, correct?
I looked at related artifacts such as such as what was being done at that time, the phone being on, the phone being used, but not anything else outside of that, correct?
And you were not instructed, for instance, to look at other user activity on the phone, including examining call logs on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that if you were allowed or instructed to examine the call logs, that could reveal deletion of calls that morning, correct?
Objection. No.
Okay, the objection is sustained.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor, no redirect.
Ms. Hyde, you are all set.
Thank you very much.
Jesus.
Yep, that was a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, whole lot of nothing.
So,
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Trooper Joseph Paul to the stand.
Ooh,
why?
Another trooper. Yay.
Because he's insane.
So she couldn't rule out a search because it never happened, but there is a search timestamp deletion at 2:27. Yeah, and as someone mentioned, Karen Reed has moved over from yesterday. And Alan Jackson has moved over as well.
That's not the lady with the unfortunate voice, is it?
Yeah, this one, the blonde one. Yeah, that's little.
Oh, she looks really good.
Why are most state witness police? I think they should have thrown out half the state police they have had so far because they are just testifying what we already know. I really think Bev should tell him, get a move on, Bumpy.
Watch step for me.
Well, as well.
What in the Mr.
Promise
Clean
to
is
the
going
court and
on
jury
here?
in case I hear the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do.
Why is his head so white?
Good morning.
Because he's a Christian.
Promoted, he had to shave his head.
Mr. Alley, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Bald
Good afternoon.
men in
Could you please state your name and spell your last name? Sure.
Trooper Joe Paul, that's Paul.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently employed with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I have been a trooper for approximately 8.5 years.
And
12.5 years. I apologize.
And
he's lying on the first question. Jesus Christ. I need a file break.
That you're currently assigned within the state.
I'm currently assigned to our collision analysis and reconstruction section, otherwise known as cars, Recon.
Yes,
Finally,
come on.
And how long have you had that assignment to the reconstruction of cars?
That one's for about 8.5 years.
What's the first one?
And with respect to your assignment to that unit, prior to beginning with that unit, let me ask you this first. As far as the cars unit is concerned, about how is that sort of divided up as far as is there certain regions that you would specifically cover?
Correct. We have four separate regions across the states. We have Southeast, a Northeast, Central, and a Western.
And which of those are you assigned to?
I am assigned to the Southeast.
And geographically, how much territory are we talking about that the Southeast covers?
Anywhere from Boston down to the Cape, Martha's and Nantucket, anywhere southeastern part of Massachusetts.
And currently, how many troopers are assigned to this specialized reconstruction within your Southeast region?
Within our Southeast region, we have, I believe we have 9 now.
And is there some kind of on-call system that your unit operates by?
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury?
So we rotate. We rotate every day. Our on-calls are for 24 hours from 0700 to 0700 the next day.
Now, with respect to yourself, prior to you entering into the cars unit, what, if any, specialized training do you undergo in regard to crash reconstruction?
So when I before I got into the unit, I was sent to 3 separate classes. Each class was 40 hours long. So the first class is basic at scene crash investigation. Next one's advanced crash investigation, and the other one's traffic crash reconstruction.
And with each of these trainings that you underwent prior to being assigned to the cars unit, and some more that we'll talk about in a moment, with respect to each of the trainings that you've been a part of or undergone, is there some sort of certification that you receive in regard to a successful completion of those trainings?
Yes, each one has its own certification.
Now, with respect to, since you've been working with the cars unit over the last several years, what, if any, additional specialized training have you received in the area of crash reconstruction?
Since I've been on, I've been into probably about 877 hours of education in the units. That's anything from bicycle crash investigation, human factors. I'm currently certified through Burla for examiner and a technician. I am a CDR analyst and a CDR technician trainer. Just recently I've attended multiple seminars, and most recently I attended a seminar in Houston on EDR data retrieval.
Now, among those other trainings that you received, some of those trainings pertain specifically to pedestrian crashes?
Correct.
And in addition to the training that you received through the state police, what, if any, professional organizations do you belong to in regard to crash?
Yes, I am currently part of NAPARS, which is the National Professional Accident Reconstruction Section, and I'm also certified through ACTAR, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
Now, if I can focus specifically just for a moment on the ACTAR certification, can you explain to the jury sort of what goes into that, and as far as that certification is concerned, how does one obtain?
Okay, so first thing you do is you got to submit an application to ACTAR to be allowed to take the test, and part of the you got to tell them how much education you've had, how many crashes you investigated, basically anything within the crash investigation world. And then once they find that you're accepted to take the test, then you got to set up a time for the test. We did it as a section throughout our state, and the test is a 2-part test. It's a practical and theory portion of the test. Each part's 4 hours long, and you got to pass both portions to be certified through ACTAR.
So there's a written exam and a practical portion of the test as well?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of the practical portion? What does that consist of?
The practical portions is you basically have to analyze a collision. So they give you a simulated crash, and you have to go through and document the evidence. You have to answer a series of questions based on that specific crash. So where you can find the speeds, the distances, times, and everything else related to that collision.
And you successfully completed and received that certification, sir, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long ago was it that you first received your ACTAR certification?
In 2019.
And how long is that sort of in perpetuity, or is there a sort of continuing educational component attached to it?
There is a continuation component attached to it. The test is it's certified for 5 years, and within those 5 years, you still have to maintain a certain amount of education to reapply for ACTAR again.
And with respect to that ACTAR examination, are you familiar with sort of the success rate or the passing rates when it comes to that examination?
Correct.
And what is it?
It's fairly low. I can tell you within my unit at the time I took it, there were probably 20-something of us that took it, and only 3 of us passed at the time. Yeah, it's not a very high pass rate.
Now, over the course, let me ask you this: when you first sort of enter into the car,
if you look at the banner in the bottom, you can see who it is.
Training, and then you are on call and get sent out on the road by yourself, or how does that work?
No, you first get initially assigned to a field training officer, and then at that point, you shadow the field training officer to various crashes.
And is there any sort of set time period for how long that shadowing process goes on for?
It's not really a set time. It's more based on experience, on how many crashes you go to and how much experience you have in the field. And then they basically, well, if they feel like if you're deemed qualified, then they'll send you on the road on your own.
And over the course of your years within the cars of the Reconstruction unit, approximately how many crashes have you responded to and investigated?
As of now, I've been to approximately 196 crashes, and I've probably assisted another 100, 150 crashes.
And of those, of all those crashes that you've responded to, investigated, if you know, percentage-wise or number-wise, approximately how many of those have been crashes involving pedestrians?
I know I've been to approximately 55 pedestrian crashes, and I've assisted others on pedestrian crashes also. So, I mean, 55 out of 196.
Now, with respect, if I could, turn your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And at some point over the course of that date, were you contacted by somebody in regard to a pedestrian collision that occurred, in the town of Canton?
I was.
And do you recall who was it that first reached out, or how did you first become aware of this?
My sergeant, Sergeant Brian Mahoney, was the one who called me at the time.
And initially, as far as your involvement was concerned, what was your understanding as the initial request for your involvement?
My initial request was to image the airbag control module, dual inspection, test the vehicle, and map the scene out.
Now, you've used that term a couple of times, and if I could just ask you to explain it a bit for the jury. When you say an airbag control module or an ACM, what is that, and what do you understand that term to mean in the context of crash reconstruction?
The ACM is the module in a car that controls the airbags and the seatbelt pretensioners.
And what you were referencing before as far as being a CDR, having taken CDR trainings and being a CDR instructor, what, if any, relationship does the CDR have to ACM?
CDR is just the crash data retrieval software. It's the software that we use to image or download an airbag control module.
And can you explain to the jury sort of the process of physically sort of how that's done as far as what are you doing to the vehicle in order to download that?
Yes. There are two ways really to download a vehicle. It's either one is direct to module or just direct to the vehicle through the DLC port or the diagnostic link connector. Direct to module, we don't use a direct to module if a vehicle had no power. Then we would have to go directly find the module inside the vehicle and go right to that specific module. But if the car has power, we would go direct to the DLC port, which is the same port that you see when you're like a technician would do the diagnostics on a car. They would plug underneath the steering wheel, and then we'll get there, extract the information from there.
Once that information is extracted, what if any training have you received in regards to reading or interpreting the data that's extracted from?
Yes, I've been certified through as a CDR analyst, and I've taken 2 classes on it now.
Now, sir, turning your attention to February 1st, 2022. On that date, where, if anywhere, did you go in relation to your investigation of this case?
I went to the Canton Police Department.
Now, at some point prior to that, were you made aware, or did you do any research into sort of what the weather was like around the time? What was reported to you initially as around the time of that crash occurred?
Before that, I know it was snowing and turned to a blizzard at the time.
Now, initially on February 1st, 2022, where did you go?
To Canton Police Department.
Now, sir, at some point in time on that date, did you also have occasion to go to a residence or a street called Fairview Road in the town of Canton?
I did.
And specifically, there was a address that you were directed to, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I believe it was one of the Canton police officers, Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, I think his name was. I met him there.
And without anything specific as to what was told to you by Lieutenant Gallagher, what was sort of the purpose of having Lieutenant Gallagher there with you at that time?
He was going to show me where basically the evidence that they have at that point was.
Now, in addition to that, were you also able to, you're familiar with another specialized unit within the state police called the CERT team?
I am.
And at some points, did you have access to certain diagrams created by Lieutenant O'Hara within the CERT unit?
Yes, I was.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
It's a really old-fashioned tie. It doesn't go well with his skin tone or his suit color. Yeah, with all your experience, how much force does it take to break a tail light?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 135 and 136. That's just you got to finish.
But I see a lot of cops with. I think it's just one of those culture things in that police department that everyone, because this guy, well, he has the big landing strip, so commend him for going bald. But why isn't Lally bald? He should be bald.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jackman. That's okay. You recognize those, sir?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish that briefly for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could actually have Exhibit 136. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 136?
I do.
This is the diagram that you were able to view from the created by Lieutenant O'Hara from the CERT team.
Yes, it was.
And what's contained, at least with this overhead shot, is that fair and accurate portrayal of the roadway or the conditions of the roadway, absent obviously weather at the time that you went out there on February 1st.
Correct.
So you can take that. Thank you. Forgive me, Your Honor, if I could just have 1 second.
Sure.
You just had a second.
He gets so mad at him when he asks for a second.
Yeah, but he's asking all the time.
Yes.
So I'm going to retrieve that from you. I'm going to look two other photographs before you after they just look those up.
Yeah.
And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
They are pictures that were in my report. They're Google images of the roadway.
And one facing from the northbound direction, one facing from the southbound. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
I think he just recreated what it looked like according to the report. That's why he said recreate. Can we just get caught?
Your Honor, the court's commission, if I could just publish these first comment to witness.
Yes,
sir.
Can we sue the state for killing us by boring us to death? We should. Class action lawsuit.
Yes.
Trooper, directing your attention to the screen. What you have before you is that, what's up on the screen, excuse me, is that what you have before you now, Mark? This is 582.
Yes, it is.
And if you could, there should be a laser pointer on the desk somewhere before you, sir. If you could, using that laser pointer directs the jury's attention to sort of what we're looking at in this particular photograph of the road.
All right.
This is what you pay for, dear people of Massachusetts. Google Earth images, not anywhere showing the condition at the time that John O'Keefe passed away. This is a fall.
What the actual F, guys?
This is God bless America.
Why didn't this guy go out with just his phone and snap 2 pictures himself? We're using Google imagery, but at least we can see the curve in the road that Karen, with her 24.2 miles per hour, cleverly navigated through, hit John somewhere around here, threw him 5 to 20 feet up here. There was a truck parked here that she didn't, because she instantly stopped the car and moved forward. This is what you get. This is what you get.
What's going on right now? Guys, are you serious?
Why is the command post right at the house where cops said was no one a part of the scene, not where John's body was found? Because they did the search in this direction. So it will be normal to stay away from this place where evidence could be collected. I would have cordoned off somewhere here and put the command post in this area or this area. And then I would have searched all of the lawn. So that makes sense. The image is stretched. Yeah. Don't think about it. Yeah. Photoshop in some snow. Map of North America.
I'm surprised they didn't. I would have loved him to like use the little tool like you have and just draw in some snow.
He does it now. Like, it's totally accurate. This is an accurate depiction of the road conditions that day.
This is Karen's SUV. This is where John is. And here's Proctor's car as seen. And this was the driving conditions. I'm sorry. Is that a road you could do 135,000 miles per hour down? In reverse, maybe.
I don't know. She seems resourceful.
Chloe is in the house, sleeping in the closet, so she doesn't hear Jen McCabe enter the house.
So this is Ferry Road, facing northbound. 34 Fairview Road would be onto the left in this area.
Now, with regards to the roadway, when you went there, what if any observations or what if anything did you note about sort of the roadway surface or markings on the roadway or general overall condition of the road?
The roadway was, there's no significant difference. Anything significant with the roadway.
As far as the roadway
Other
material,
than it was
whether or not it was sort of asphalt, concrete, or anything.
Right. Yes, it was an asphalt roadway.
And as far as the markings within the roadway, what if any observations you made of those?
There was double yellow stone line, white fog lines, both sides of the edge of the road. Is that what we're going after, the roadways?
And then as far as adjacent to the roadway or adjacent to the fog line, what if anything did you observe there?
So as you look at the picture, the left side has asphalt curbings. These are about 5 inches tall, same on both sides, and there's a sidewalk along the right side of the roadway here.
And the side of the asphalt curbings, that's the same side that 34 Fairview is located on, is that correct?
Correct.
Let's come in if I can have the next slide. And to recall, if I can direct your attention to the next exhibit for you, I think it's 583. And again, sir, what's up on screen, is that what you have before you with 583?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, just briefly direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you note as far as from this perspective.
Yeah, so this is the southbound. 34 Fairview would be on the right side here.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Okay, approach this retrieve, Your Honor.
Yes.
Peter, I moved the CCs to the other side. They're still on the screen sometimes.
Now, Trooper, with regard to the roadway as far as Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note in regard to postings regarding the speed limit on that particular roadway?
Yes, the posting for the speed limit is 30 miles per hour. At this area, it's only posted 30 miles per hour for northbound operators, and I believe it was like 19 Fairview Road is posted in front of. For the southbound operators, it was not posted.
And so for a northbound operator, that would again be someone where the residents of 34 Fairview Road would be on the left-hand side of the road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to the width of the lanes, or what, if any, measurements did you take in regard to the lanes or the roadway itself?
Yeah, each travel lane was approximately 12 feet, and the overall width was approximately 27 feet.
Now, as far as measurements being conducted with regard to the scene, what, if anything, did you use or employ to make those measurements, or what, if any, devices?
Yes, I mapped the scene with a Leica GNSS GPS total station, and also used a drone.
That's a UAS, is that correct?
Correct.
The drone, I mean?
Yes.
And with regard to each of those, as far as the GPS mapping and the drone, have you received any sort of specialized training in regard to employment of each of those tools?
Yes, I have been certified to use the Leica, and I've also have a Part 107 license for the drone.
Now, as far as starting with the Leica or the GPS, if you could explain to the jury sort of what that is and how you use that device in order to, as you termed it, map.
Yes, it's essentially what surveyors would use to make roadways. It uses satellites and GPS data plus cell phone data to make marks on the roadway, or actually not marks, but just mark points in the roadway that are within millimeters of the device.
And with regard to the drone device, sir, how does that? Can you explain to the jury sort of how that works and how that's used?
Yeah, so the drone, and we fly the drone around the area. We set it to set up a grid pattern to fly around the scene. And while it's flying this grid pattern, it takes a series of photographs. And these photographs are also GPS marked. So once we get all the photographs in, we throw it into a program, and the program will essentially stitch us all together. And then once we get that picture, we throw it into a diagramming system.
And that diagramming system, have you also received training in regard to utilization of that diagramming system?
Yes, I have.
And the one that you're currently using within the CARS unit, what is that diagramming system or software called?
It's IMS 360.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 4 documents. Ask you to just review those. Finish. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the diagrams that we print out through the program.
And the last one is the drone image. Is that correct?
Yes, they're all drone images. The last one is just one that was put into my diagram, and I labeled it as a drone image.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm off to introduce the next 4 exhibits. No objection.
I'm putting them on your back. And after.
Why are all these state troopers manlets?
Maybe that's a part of the hiring code, but he's 4'9". I think actually Holly was taller.
Him, Tully, They're both tiny.
Yes, that's my fault. Thank you very much. Trooper Paul, are you familiar with the term, well, let me ask you this, in regard to the roadway itself, what if anything else beyond sort of lane width and overall width, what if any other measurements did you take there?
So we took measurements for the evidence.
Let me ask it this way, as far as with elevation and incline of the roadway, what if any measurements did you take in regard to that?
Yeah, so we took the elevation and roadway measurements, or the elevation for the roadway.
And where in relation to the residents at 34 Fairview did you take that? Sort of the entire street or just in the general area of that specific address?
In the general area of that specific address.
And from your measurements as far as, well, let me ask you this, how was a measurement regarding to elevation or incline? What kind of tool do you use for that?
We have a level, it's a digital level that we'll place on the roadway, and we'll get a measurement from that.
Now, with regard to the measurements that you took of the elevation or the incline in the roadway, anything, or what, if anything, of significance did you find from that?
So this roadway had approximately plus or minus 1 to 2 degrees.
So nothing significant, is that fair to say?
Nothing significant, yes.
Now, sir, through your training experience as a crash reconstructionist, are you familiar with the term related to crash reconstruction called roadway evidence?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and what types of things could be termed as roadway evidence?
Roadway evidence is anything that's related to the collision you're investigating at the time. It could be anything from vehicle debris, gouge marks, tire marks, anything that's related to a vehicle or whatever type of crash you are investigating. It could be vehicle or pedestrians.
So any sort of anything from either the vehicle or pedestrian as well, is that correct?
Correct.
So pieces from a vehicle, holding items from a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to both your review of the 13 diagrams as well as speaking with members of the Canton Police Department, were you able to then plot certain pieces of roadway evidence onto those diagrams that you that I just showed you a few moments ago?
Yes, I was.
Now, with reference to, you're familiar also through your training and experience when it comes to pedestrian crashes, as far as sort of the physics or kinematics of how pedestrians interact with vehicles in the course of a collision?
Yes, I am.
Now, I'm going to ask you just a couple of terminology questions when it comes to items that are involved in a collision, sort of simple Newtonian physics, Newton's first law. Can you explain what that is to the jury and sort of how that pertains to any collision between two objects?
The first law?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the when an object stays in motion or stays at rest, will stay at motion or rest until acted upon by an outside force.
Now, with respect to, are you familiar also with a crash reconstruction term called
physics lessons from the state?
Yeah. And are there different derivations of final rest as far as controlled final rest versus uncontrolled final rest?
Correct.
And can you explain just first to the jury what final rest means in relation to crash reconstruction, and then what, if any, differences there are between a controlled final rest and an uncontrolled final rest?
Yes, the final rest is what we use for describe the area where a pedestrian came to stop after the collision. It's immediately after the collision. This is where they first stopped, or a vehicle. Usually after collision, it's where this vehicle first stopped. And a controlled final rest is when an operator actually controls the vehicle to the stop, and as opposed to the uncontrolled final rest is when there is no control. It's usually acted upon by outside forces that will control the vehicle or pedestrian to its final rest.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish what's now been marked as exhibits 584 to 587 for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could first have a diagram, please.
Sir, please.
And Your Honor, may I approach this to return the exhibits to the witness? Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in just a little bit on that. And now, Trooper, what you have up on the screen is that what you have before you as the first in that exhibit?
Yes, it is.
Now, using the before you, if you could, I would ask you to draw the attention or direction to what, if anything, of significance you have noted within this diagram.
Okay. Who needs a pointer? Okay. So in this time, I labeled each part of evidence. So right here would be the pedestrian's final arrests, and they're all, since there's so many put together, everything was labeled with a red arrow that would be pointing to where the final arrest is. And this is where a glass cup was found, and these are the red and clear plastic pieces. That's where they were found, and the pedestrian shoe was found here. The smaller versions here in the light blue is one of the fire hydrants, the flagpole, This is a label for the street, 34, and I'll see the street name, Fairview Road here.
Now,
This is ridiculous.
as far as measurements were concerned, what, if anything, were you able to do to measure sort of between different points of roadway evidence, or specifically from the pedestrian or Mr. O'Keefe's final arrest in reference to other items that you have depicted on back?
So,
Great success. She has Crohn's disease. There's no pooping related incidents. She has a disease.
And that's just what the dudes were saying to be me.
Yeah. So please.
If you know people with Crohn's disease, it's not what technically happens to them.
Yeah. So again, please. But I like the placement of the body so far away from the fire hydrant, because the latest theory was that he hit the fire hydrant.
Yeah.
And again, she's an expert driver because she hits him. She must have hit him somewhere here if he ends up over here. Around a bend with 24.2 miles per hour, and she doesn't hit the car that's situated down here. And this car, when this puts on its headlights, because let's just see how big is this car is this long. That's probably the same size as the other would be. So that's roughly 2 centimeters. So that would be roughly this size. This car, when it's parked here, turns on its headlight, and it doesn't see a body up there.
I'm still dumbfounded about the explosion of this taillight and all the pieces.
Yeah, because let's get back to where the taillight pieces are later found up here too.
Like, so on these diagrams, I can hard to see here, but it is a scale diagram. The diagram itself is scale. Once you put it roll up to the actual paper, it's scale. I've also have on here, sorry to see, but I think it's right here. They're called ground control points. The little X's on the roadway. They are used for the drones imaging, and using the drone imagings will use those in order to help put all the pictures back together. At the time of this, I measured between each point from ground control point 1 to 2 and put it as approximately 50 feet. And 2 to 3 is 50 feet, and 3 to 4 is 50 feet. So it kind of is the second way to measure off the diagram, and also using the program to measure to different points while using the diagram.
And as far as starting with the shoe that you have depicted in this diagram, what was the measurement of the shoe away from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I believe the shoe was approximately, I don't know, I think it's approximately 10 feet away.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his report just for the specific measurements?
Yes.
And sorry, trooper, with regard to the shoe, how far away approximately was that from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
9 feet.
And did you also have the measurement for how far away the glass cup pieces were from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yeah, 1 foot.
And for the red plastic that you have labeled on this diagram as A, how far away from Mr. O'Keefe's body was that?
7 feet.
Now, with regard to the directionality, you also measured for the directionality as far as the 9 feet that the shoe was away. Which direction was it?
Each evidence was measured from the pedestrian's final rest. So the shoe was 9 feet southeast from the pedestrian's final rest.
And if you could, using the laser pointer on the screen, as far as the directionality of this, or if you could first direct the jury's attention to where Mr. O'Keefe's final rest is, and then as far as the directionality southeast from that, where is it?
Okay, so right here, pedestrian's final rest, it's more right there. The shoe is right here, so it would be kind of southeast. I have an arrow pointing north to kind of give it extra.
And the glass cup that was 1 foot away, in which direction was that?
It was about 1 foot north. I think it was found like right next to him. So.
And the red plastic that you have labeled as A, and that was 7 feet. In which direction was that from?
That one was east, so it's right here.
As far as the clear plastic, what was the measurement and what was the directionality for that item, sir?
10 feet southeast, so we're about over here. 10 feet southeast, so we're about 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 10 feet southeast, so we're about
And the red plastic that you have labeled on the diagram is B. How far was that, and what directionality was that?
That was 12 feet southeast, and that was found right here.
Okay. Sir, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before your diagram number 2 of the same, if I could have that, please. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this particular diagram in reference to the roadway evidence?
It's just essentially the same diagram. It's just a closer up version of it. So we had, so you saw the pedestrians found glass cup, plastic pieces, the shoe. It's all still depicted in the diagram.
And the red arrows that you had indicated, delineated, depicted sort of from where the words are, where the items were, is that present in this diagram as well?
Correct.
If I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, and if I could have diagram 3 to go. Again, Trevor, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And if you could just describe to the jury what are we looking at in this diagram?
Yeah, so this is just a closer up to the evidence. It's a little smaller scale.
And these diagrams.
And remember, this little thing here isn't accurate because no one measured John's final resting place. This is totally based off of
cops remembering.
People telling people later that this is where he was. This is done, put in here when the third team was here 11 hours later, that someone told them this was where he was. Other people have described him between the flagpole and the fire hydrant, which would be in this area. But again,
they're created from photographs with the drone overhead on that bit of verse. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if I could direct your attention to the last exhibits within those. And again, sir, if you could, you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And could you describe to the jury again using the laser pointer to delineate what, if anything, is significant to observe in this drone photograph and diagram you have on?
Yeah, so this is from my report. It's the same diagram. Has the same amount of evidence on here. The house, there's a light pole here. These lines here, which I mentioned earlier, were the edge of the road and the edge of the sidewalk.
Thanks. You can take that down.
All right, Mr. Lally, why don't we pause here for the lunch and recess? Trooper Paul will have you back with us this afternoon, okay? And if you follow the jurors out, please.
All right, Gary.
And jurors, why don't we take 45 minutes? You are muted. I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Yeah, they couldn't see any imprint after the snowmobile team had been there. So
snowmobile team.
This is their expert evidence.
Yes.
It doesn't make
correct. Yeah.
I mean
they basically made this diagram after the fact, just from what they think they think they found everything. Like there's no actual scientific anything to this.
Because they said they used a civilian GPS tracker. They used a Garmin, I believe it was, to mark it. That has discrepancies of 16 feet. Plus minus 16 feet.
The Garmin does?
So, what?
The Garmin does?
Yeah. So all of that evidence could have been almost near the house.
Yeah, damn near.
Or it could be on the opposite. I don't know how wide is a roadway.
It's probably a little wider than 16 feet, but not a whole lot.
Yeah, but in theory, it could have been on the other side of the road.
Yeah, absolutely could have.
So, what does this do? It shows the jury, and this is one of those little things. When we are shown stuff in Denmark, defense lawyers always objecting, saying you can't put final resting place and stuff like. You can't interpret what you're shown. You can just show us the video. Or the picture. You can't interpret what we are seeing because
didn't Bev say that at the beginning of the trial about the video?
Yeah, but the last 2 weeks, all of the state's witnesses have just narrated every video.
They've been doing it the whole time. They've been doing it the whole time.
why wasn't there a picture of the body in the snow? Because the body was removed by the EMTs, and no.
All right. This is what stands for the luncheon recess. 45 minutes.
45 minutes.
All right.
Hey there, Karen.
Hey there,
like
Karen.
1:50.
Things.
Hello there.
I have to take a dog to the vet.
Oh no.
I don't know what the hell her problem is. But I'm gonna have to bail now that we're on lunch, and I'll be late for sure.
Okay.
And of questionable. Just make sure.
Hope everything's okay.
Yeah.
Me too. Stupid dog.
Hey, poor baby.
Yeah, she's right there.
Where?
She's laying down on a blanket because she doesn't feel good.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm gonna go do that. This is just ridiculous. This whole thing is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Yeah, because that's why they're mad about the defense's witnesses with the Reconstruction, because they're like literal bioengineers and professionals, and they got this guy.
Well, I mean, he is bald. So.
Like, hey, no fair.
But again, a good morning for the state if people understood that tech expert, because it kind of says Jen didn't do it, but we don't have the Google person. The defense has the Google person. We need the Cellbrite guy still.
Yeah, Cellbrite guy.
I'd like somebody to tell us how John O'Keefe actually
And
died.
the medical examiner.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Well, this guy is going to be the crash expert, right?
Yeah. That's what it
So,
sounds like. He did
the
the crash
trooper?
reconstruction. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is when we get the hard evidence that shows how he was hit by the car and how you can interpret the damage to the car and the body, clearly stating he was hit by a car.
Intentionality.
Yeah.
Yeah, because as we all know from Sarah Boone, as long as you say not intentional, it's not a crime.
Well, if this guy is in fact the crash reconstructionist,
he was.
It speaks volumes to me that the state paid for the phone tech for Jen McCabe's search history and not paid for a crash analyst. It speaks volumes to me.
As I stated 2 weeks ago, this has nothing to do with John O'Keefe. This is let's just prove they didn't do it.
Yes.
Or they couldn't get anybody that would be like, sir, this is not what happened. There's no
That could
possible
be,
way.
I guess. I'm sure somebody is degenerate enough to take their money. Somebody would have done it. Hell, I would have done it.
We know there's sleazy experts.
Oh, yeah.
There's
Yep,
enough,
this is how it happened.
Yeah, there's enough experts out there to take a paycheck. And Lisa Butterfly, he took 2 classes, but apparently those 2 classes is some of the hardest classes to pass. So
apparently,
let's believe he has the skills. But again, the defense are bringing in 3 experts who also live every day doing this job. So it's going to be interesting. But we got 45 minutes. I need some food. Valhalla need a vet. Mo needs to chuck some Big Macs on the back seat. And Jamie, and anyone, if you're on X and you want to play, you have to be on my YouTube. If you're on Valhalla's YouTube and you want to play, you have to be on my YouTube. Follow me on Discord or on X, and we will say when we are back again. Until then, hasta la taco. Roughly 40 minutes, we're back. I'll put on some music. I'll go big screen so all of you can enjoy your game. And
I just put Baker's link in the pinned comment on mine. So if you want to play the game, go over to that link and you can play in his chat.
Awesome.
Otherwise, we'll see you after lunch.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Bye.
We will.
Later, y'all.
Hasta la taco. And big screen.
Afternoon, Trooper. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, with court's permission, may we have exhibit 587 back up on the screen?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, that's the drone image. Trooper Paul, direct your attention to what's up on the screen that's now been marked as exhibit 587. Again, this is the last in the set of 4 diagrams or drone images that I presented before you before, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the evidence, specifically pieces of tail light that are depicted within this diagram, did you put every single piece of tail light that was recovered on January 29th within this diagram?
No, I did not.
Fair to say you did also not put every piece of tail light that you're aware was recovered over the course of this investigation and depicted in this particular diagram.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to this particular area of Fairview Road, understanding that you were there in the daytime, correct?
Yes.
However, when you were there in the daytime, what, if any, note did you take as to sort of overhead lighting or available sort of ambient street lighting in the area?
Yeah, so on the top corner, I'll try to up here, there's a light pole right there, overhead light pole.
And with relation to where you've marked as far as the final rest position of Mr. O'Keefe and the other areas of items of evidence that were recovered from the scene, was there any lighting in that particular area?
There wasn't.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have lights back. Thank you very much. Now, turning your attention, sir, back to February 1st, 2022. At some point, you were at the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And where specifically within the Canton Police Department did you go?
To the back in the garage area.
And within the garage area, what if anything did you do in the garage area?
In the garage area is where we imaged the airbag control module.
And so, I'm sorry, is it fair to say the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, was located in that garage area?
That is correct.
And you imaged that vehicle, and what, if anything else, did you do with respect to that vehicle that day?
At that point, we just analyzed the damage to the vehicle.
Now, at some point, did you perform any sort of mechanical inspection of the vehicle?
Yes.
Was that day or at some later?
It was that day.
And was that in the garage area itself, or where did you perform the mechanical inspection?
We analyzed a little bit of the steering and the brake pedals while I was sitting in the garage. Then we did testing with it on the in the driveway next to Canton PD.
Now, sir, starting with a visual inspection of the vehicle. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you 2 photographs. Ask you to just review those, look up when you finish. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are crime scene photos that I've attached to my report.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth to seek to introduce and admit as the next 2 exhibits.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I return those to the witness?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with court's permission.
Yes.
Thank you. One moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen right now?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize as?
That's one of the crime scene photos that I attached to my report.
And what's contained in this, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the front of this vehicle, looking at it from the passenger side?
Yes.
And Douglas Gillen, if I could have the next photograph, please. And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize as?
That's a crime scene photo that I attached to my report with notations that I made on it.
And what's contained in this photograph, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the rear passenger side area of the defendant's vehicle in the garage on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
Now, step back a little bit here. With regards to what you've noted within this, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in your inspection of this area of the Lexus.
Okay. So on the left side here, I put down the scratches, and there's a dent there. The broken taillight here was here. There's some scratches on the bottom right rear bumper here. And there was glass from a cut back on the bumper.
As far as the glass on the bumper, what, if any, observations did you make of that in relation to the vehicle itself?
Yeah, it appeared to be from a cup as opposed to any glass that came from the vehicle.
Objection.
So I'll strike the first part of the answer, but the second part will stand.
I have no objections in the second part. Thank you.
Now, with regard to the dents that you've delineated within this photograph, did you take any measurements from the ground as to where that was located?
Yes, I did.
And how far did you measure the dent to be approximately from the ground?
Approximately 48 to 50 inches from the ground.
And what, if any, measurements did you take as far as from one part of the vehicle to the other, as far as where the dents were located?
Yeah, so it was approximately 19 inches from the right side of the vehicle.
Now, the scratches that you were talking about before, where were they in relation to the dent?
Right above the dent. I can see right there. That's my hand shaky.
Now, as far as you obviously also made observations of the driver's side tail light as well?
Yes.
And so, from what you observed of the driver's side tail light versus the passenger side tail light, what, if any, observations did you make as far as the color of the pieces that you found missing from the passenger side tail light?
As compared to the left side of the tail light?
Yes.
So on the left side of the tail light, there was red and clear plastic pieces.
Now, the scratch marks along the bumper, did you take any measurements with relation to them?
Yes.
And specifically, did you take measurements from the ground to where they were located?
Yes.
What did you measure those?
They were approximately 27 to 28 inches from the ground.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Paul, we can talk about a mechanical inspection of a vehicle just first in general terms. What is it that you're doing with respect to the vehicle in order to conduct that mechanical inspection?
So when we do mechanical inspections, we're obviously checking the steering, make sure the steering moves properly, the brake pedals, make sure they are firm, make sure the accelerator pedal moves back and forth. Just generally looking at the tires, make sure there's no issues with the vehicle.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle itself as far as any defects or anything to do with the braking, the tires, or any of the other areas that you inspect?
We didn't observe any mechanical defects with the vehicle.
Now, with relation to the weight of the vehicle, what, if any, analysis, or what, if anything, did you determine as to the weight of the Lexus?
The weight of the Lexus, it was an analysis, was just based on I think I have the gross vehicle weighting for the vehicle.
And how much did the vehicle weigh according to the gross weight?
I think it was approximately 7,000 pounds.
Now, with respect to the lights of the vehicle and being the tail lights and the headlights, what, if anything, did you determine those to be as far as what type of lights were they?
They were LED.
If those scratches were from that night, wouldn't there be paint somewhere too? I was just thinking that. And another thing I was thinking, if a tail light hits something, does it explode out or inwards? Wouldn't the tail light housing be full of glass?
That's
Yeah,
what I mean. I was just thinking about that too. It's like
The
if you're
diagram made
hitting
it
it.
less clear.
Yeah.
Yeah. And someone said hit him in the head. They claim he wasn't hit in the head. She backed into him, bumped him backwards 5 feet off the road where he hit his head.
Yeah. Opening statement said he
They were
flew back
headlights and
into his
taillights were
head
both LED.
Yeah.
LED
on the ground.
And if you could just expound a little as far as LED lights, what if any significance does that have to you, or what kind of lights are LED? How bright are LED lights?
LED can, well, most.
It's a 500 something. It's the souped up model. I think we saw it at 6,000 pounds.
Comparison to what most people think in car and tail lights, where I have the bulbs, where they have the filaments. LED is more electronically controlled. They sense, there's a sensor that will light up, as opposed to a bulb type headlight and tail lights.
Now, are you familiar with an organization called NHTSA?
Yes.
And what does NHTSA stand for?
It's the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
And what, if anything, did you do with regard to NHTSA in respect to this vehicle itself?
We run the vehicle through NHTSA to see if there's any recalls on the vehicle.
And what, if any, recalls did you discover when you ran this particular vehicle to NHTSA?
There were no recalls.
And to be specific, we're talking about this specific vehicle as opposed to just Lexuses in general, make and model, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we put the VIN into the system, and it will tell you if this vehicle has any recalls to it.
Now, you indicated on February 1st at some point you did some testing with the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that testing done, and what did it consist of?
It was done in the parking lot of Canton PD on the same day. We did a forward braking test, a reverse braking test, and a reverse acceleration test.
Now, the parking lot of the Canton Police Station where you did this, what kind of roadway surface was that?
It's an asphalt surface.
Similar to the asphalt surface at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the condition of the roadway as far as how dry or wet was the roadway when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests?
It was wet at the time.
And with respect to your understanding of January 29th, 2022, with the asphalt surface in front of 34 Fairview Road, what was the condition weather-wise as far as that roadway surface at the time of this collision?
At the time of the collision?
Yes.
What I understand is it was snowy, so the asphalt road had been fairly wet from snow.
Now, when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests with the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything, did you, what, if any, tool or what, if any, implement did you use in the course of that testing?
We use a device called it's called a V-Box. This one's V-Box Sport. The device is attached to the windshield, and then it's also attached by an antenna that goes to the roof. And then basically V-Box.
This part is now we are going to prove Karen did it.
Can we explain what V-Box is?
Please.
Okay. So a V-Box is just, it measures performance for the vehicle. It uses GPS data to measure the speeds and its location. Use that it'll give us how fast we were stopping, a drag factor for the roadway for that specific vehicle and type of road, and acceleration factors. So we attach that to the windshield, just kind of give me a way to check its acceleration and check its performance.
And sorry, you're on 1 moment, please.
Sure. 1 moment, please. You just had 45 minutes to take it.
So the V-Box is attached to that vehicle, so what specifically is in measure?
So yeah, it's using the GPS data to apply its location, and so it's measuring its speeds and using the speed and the location, putting that together. And once you use the app through the V-Box and set certain parameters as you can go, I want 30 miles per hour, 20 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour, and it'll set your vehicle. So when you go to 30 miles per hour, it'll tell you what you're doing at 30, what you're doing at 20, what you're doing at 10, and then it'll know if you're doing braking or acceleration tests. And it'll use those numbers that you have to give you, your acceleration factor or braking factor for the vehicle.
And so from the V-Box Sports device that you use, and you've received training as it applies to using that device?
Yes, I have.
And certification as well?
It's usually just training on it.
Now, with respect to the V-Box Sport as it's attached to that vehicle, that's measuring specifically from that vehicle with those tires on that roadway surface that day, correct?
That's correct.
Now, with regards to that testing on that day, you did some acceleration or reverse acceleration tests, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many of those tests did you conduct?
2.
And describe to the jury sort of how you conducted those tests or what speeds you were using or sort of that process of the 2 reverse acceleration tests that you conducted that day.
So the reverse acceleration test we conducted, we set the parameters up to 25 miles per hour. So what we did is we try to come from a stop at 0 and then press the accelerators all the way about as hard as I could press it and try to go back and see how fast I can get to 25 miles per hour and see what the performance it did at that time.
And what, if any, kind of data did you receive with the V-Box Sport using during those 2 reverse acceleration tests?
It gave me an acceleration factor. It gave me its speeds and times and distances that it was at each location.
And if you could explain to the jury, sort of when you say acceleration factor, what is an acceleration factor?
It's just a number of how fast the vehicle could travel from an acceleration. And it could be a light acceleration to a medium acceleration, a hard acceleration. They all have a different number that you can use to kind of relate it back to what the acceleration is for that vehicle.
And what was the acceleration factor that you were able to obtain with those 2 reverse acceleration tests?
I believe this was I had 0.317, I believe.
Now, during the course of those the reverse acceleration tests that you conducted on that day, what, if anything, did you know? Well, let me ask you this. As far as the operation of the vehicle, who was actually physically operating the vehicle?
I was actually operating the vehicle.
And what, if anything, did you know during your operation of that vehicle during the reverse acceleration test that you conducted?
We also noted the accelerator pedal moved freely. There was no binding. There were no interference from anything on the floor. Nothing interfered with the accelerator pedal. It worked as it.
I want to hear how long for that car weighing 7,000 pounds, which is an overstatement, on a slippery surface. We know it's not covered in snow, but it had started to settle.
Yeah.
How fast would that car go from 0 to 24.2 miles per hour in reverse? And then I want you to recreate that, keeping it perfectly in a line, going around a curb, and hit a crash test dummy, not injuring the dummy at all. I want to see that crash reconstruction. The rest of it, I don't give a F. Hey, Fedorowski.
Hi, Fed.
Hey,
Because we had a little problem this morning with a juror having to be excused. She was filmed. We didn't have any court. That was a whole thing. You can match the conditions of that night. This is ridiculous evidence. I really hope the defense hammers down on this one. John's body is also 10 feet from where the SUV was. Yes, so it went flying to the side instead of to the rear. Or she would have had to. That's why their 3-point turn made sense.
Is it supposed to?
And when you're doing this reverse acceleration test, how are you, if at all, are you manipulating the steering wheel at all, or is it a straight line test, or how is the test, how is the vehicle directed during the test?
So I try to keep it fairly straight.
And when you accelerated in reverse in a fairly straight fashion with the steering wheel, what, if anything, did you note about that?
They kept the vehicle fairly straight. It it was fairly easy to keep control of.
Now, in addition to the 2 reverse acceleration tests, what, if any, testing did you do with regard to reverse braking?
Yeah, so we conducted 2 reverse braking tests.
And again, similar, can you describe to the jury, this is also with the V-Box board attached, is that correct?
Correct.
So you're obtaining data from that as well?
Yes.
And during the course of the reverse braking test, what, if anything, first as far as data is concerned, how fast were these tests being conducted? What, if anything, was input, and what, if any, data did you receive from?
Yeah, so the reverse braking one, we try to get up to about 30 miles per hour, and then once we get up to that speed, that's when we apply the brakes. Try to brake the brakes fairly hard to try to get the vehicle to stop.
And are you also familiar with the term known as a deceleration factor?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
It's just essentially the opposite of an acceleration factor. This is a number for how fast the vehicle would slow down.
And with regard to the deceleration factor from the 2 reverse braking tests that you conducted on that date, what, if any, figure did you receive from the instrument from the V-Box board?
For the reverse braking?
Yes.
I believe this one was so it gets you a drag factor number for this vehicle too, and it's our deceleration factor, which is both are used the same way. This one was a point, I think it was 7.1.
Now, with regard, again, you're operating the vehicle during these 2 reverse braking tests, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, did you note in regard to the operation of the vehicle when you were conducting these 2 reverse braking tests?
They didn't see the cracked tail light until the morning. She was pointed towards the fire hydrant. They claimed she was at the fire hydrant, and then the state's theory is she moved up 60 feet. Then she reversed back around the area of the fire hydrant, hitting John, never touching his head, but still exploding a tail light, leaving 0 marks on his body, pushing him backwards so he hit his head, made that 2.5-inch gash in the back of his head because of the magic stone no one ever found, doing blunt force trauma abrasions to his arm with a cocktail glass that's broken, but not anything with blood on it, not leaving 1 trace of blood anywhere at the scene other than what's underneath him. There's about 2 liters missing, or half a gallon missing in his body. No one really mentioned that. None of the EMTs saw that big gash in the back of his head. But she did, from a complete stop to a 24.2 miles per hour acceleration within 60 feet, hit his body, stopped exactly there, so she didn't drive into Brian Higgins' car that's placed 2 car lengths behind her, and then took off and didn't notice she hit him. That's the state's theory.
Brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation from the brake.
Now, in addition, sir, were you able to conduct some forward braking tests?
Yes, I was.
And similar again, could you describe to the jury as far as how you were operating the vehicle during the forward braking test?
Yes, essentially the same thing as reverse. Except I was going forward this time. I got up to 30 miles per hour, and I would just apply the brakes about as hard as I could apply them to the stops.
And again, are you receiving from the instrument some sort of deceleration factor?
Yes, I was.
Did you recall what that was?
No blood being on Karen's car.
Yeah, it was a 0.69.
And during the course of your operation of the vehicle during the forward braking test, again, what, if anything, did you note in regard to the operation of the Benz vehicle?
Same as before, the brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation, no issues.
Now, you talked a little bit about a ACM or an airbag control module, correct?
Correct.
You indicated earlier in your testimony that you had downloaded information from that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you download that information, what, if anything, do you get from the vehicle, or what, if any, how are you able to sort of read or interpret that data?
So in the airbag control model, it's equipped with a spot event data recorder on EDR. And then that data from the EDR, we will use the Boss EDR software, and we'll attach to the vehicle. And then that software will basically extract the information or image the information that's in the module. And so that information could range from getting us speeds, whether it was braking, if there was, steering wheel movements, basically like looking for change of velocity, that type of, so there's a lot of, information around the vehicle.
May I approach?
Yes.
Point of a document, sir, 7 pages.
That the car he measured weighed more than the curb weight on that type of vehicle, and in perfect conditions he could make it go 30 miles per hour. He never said he hit 30 miles per hour. He's tried to hit 30 miles per hour in reverse, and did it forward to hit the brakes. No pulsating in the brakes, which is weird because isn't the ABS kicking in?
Yeah, isn't it a slick road?
No, because he didn't do it on the road. He did it somewhere
He did it in the
perfectly.
parking lot.
Yeah, he did it in the perfect parking lot. Nothing like the conditions that night.
Yeah, this is dumb.
But still, if you hit the brake, the ABS will make sure, because people don't know they have to pulsate the brake with their foot. That's why it says when you try to stop fast. If he was holding the glass when she supposedly hit him, they would have found all of the pieces on the glass on the lawn road. Well, that glass would have gone flying. That's physics. So yeah, probably not in perfect condition. No realignment, no new brakes was needed for anything. So everything is perfect. Did they extract that info before adding his test data? Well, we'll have to figure out. And now we're going to hear that the data shows that she hit him.
Lang just asked you to review that when we finish. Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the document that gets printed out through from the airbag control model through the crash out retrieval software.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm up to seek to introduce the minutes in that exhibit.
No objection.
590.
Now, sir, when it comes to the CDR printouts, or let me ask you this. When it comes to the airbag control module, who is that designed to protect or to apply to in respect to safety measures with vehicles?
Applies to the occupants inside the vehicle.
And this may sound a little harsh when I say it, but essentially the airbag control module is typically not designed to protect people on the exterior or the outside of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've been involved in a number of crash investigations involving pedestrians, correct?
Yes.
And as far as this particular case, what, if any, sort of useful or significant information were you able to interpret or retrieve from the ACM?
And this through the software, there was no data recovered or no events recovered.
And when it comes to pedestrian crashes in general, and as far as there being no data in this case, is that something that's abnormal?
It is not.
Explain to the jury sort of.
Weren't we promised that the data would show she hit him?
Yeah, the onboard computer navigator system was supposed to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was supposed to show an impact and a crash brake. I'm pretty sure that's what we were promised. Just like we were promised glass embedded in the rear tail light. It's almost like Lally might, and I'm going out. Please bear with me. Lally might be lying sometimes.
Yep. Bingo. Bingo.
Well, Sebastian, we don't know if she hit him, but there's no evidence on the car's onboard. I'll call it a black box. That's not what it's called, but there's no indication in the car system that she made an emergency brake, which that car would register at roughly 12:30, 12:35 on January 29th. At least not that he could get down from the black box, but we were told they couldn't go into the black box without destroying it. I think Lally alluded to at some point, because he's not that smart.
He is not that smart.
Yes, it's not lying. He's just extending the truth.
So what an airbag control module is doing, as it's running, it's constantly monitoring the vehicle. It's looking for like a sudden change of velocity, and like a collision. So once it feels that sudden change of velocity, essentially will wake up and monitor the vehicle, see if there's people wearing seatbelts on, what's the speed of the vehicle, number of different things that it could look for. And all it wants to do is either do I deploy the airbags or do I tighten the seatbelts? So most motor vehicle crashes with a car-on-car crash, there will be a higher change of velocity. So that's usually kind of what it's looking for. Pedestrian crashes there's not going to be much change of velocity to the vehicle. That means when they both interact with each other, the pedestrian is not going to change that vehicle's velocity.
Well, now we know that the airbag didn't deploy,
Sir.
because there wasn't a sufficient decrease in speed. So what exactly is he saying the car was doing at the time of the alleged incident? I don't know. We haven't even heard if it was moving, because he said he couldn't download the data. He told us the brakes and everything is fine. It could go 30 miles per hour and stop both in reverse and forward. But the airbag, again, you have to remember 2 car lengths behind her is a truck with a big snowplow that she brakes before. She must have done an emergency brake while steering clear off the curb after hitting John. Which would also, hitting John would have probably, because when my brother hit a deer, his airbags deployed, and he didn't have a sudden drop in velocity. He had a big impact on the car. So I couldn't tell you what we are hearing. Oh, the airbag doesn't deploy in reverse. Oh, sorry. Don't call me dipstick. Yeah, the car didn't notice the crash. But the crash was, he hit a 270-pound object and didn't notice it.
In such a quick manner as, say, 2 cars would strike each other.
That's because of the
with respect to crash reconstruction in general, are you familiar with the term called delta V?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means as far as what is a delta V and what is it measured?
So that's kind of what I was saying about the change of velocity. It was a change of velocity. And I mean, like, change of velocity, like, it's also going to be within a certain amount of time. So change amount of speed within a certain amount of time. So.
And with respect to people as it applies to crashes or collisions involving pedestrians, and I think you've said a little bit about this, but what, if any, impact on the velocity of the vehicle would striking a pedestrian typically have?
Very little.
Now, specifically when it applies to pedestrian collisions in general, are you familiar with the concept of linear momentum?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it applies with pedestrian crashes in general?
Linear momentum. Momentum is essentially when 2 objects interact with each other. They come in with momentum and they leave with momentum, with essentially the same momentum. And linear momentum just means something that's in line with each other.
Now, as far as we talked a little bit earlier in your testimony about roadway evidence, when it comes to your experience with pedestrian collisions, what, if any, relationship does that linear momentum have in relation to roadway evidence that you would expect to find at a scene of a pedestrian collision?
So when a pedestrian strikes a vehicle, they will go in the direction where the vehicle was traveling. So if the vehicle is traveling one way, the pedestrian strikes, it will go essentially that same way, depending on what part that vehicle strikes.
Now, as far as other items that the pedestrian may either have in their hand or other items of looser fitting clothing, what, if any, experience do you have as far as observations of those on collision scenes involving pedestrian collisions?
Yeah, so it's not uncommon for pedestrians to lose essentially any sort of loose clothing. So shoes, belts, hats, anything that's not very strapped on very well, could leave the body.
And as far as directionality is concerned, when it applies to that linear momentum that you were speaking of before, those sort of loosely held or handheld items, or would glasses be included within that as well?
Correct.
So those types of items, as far as directionality is concerned, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about that?
Yeah, so they will go in the same direction the pedestrian travels post-impact. We usually use that as kind of a post-impact path of travel for the pedestrian, showing that this is the direction that they would have traveled from where they got struck.
So, by his logic, it would travel in the same direction. Let's just draw a map. This is the side of the road. This is where John's body is found. Down here is a shoe and some taillight pieces. If they travel in the same direction as the body is struck, the impact must have been in this direction, right?
Baker, I'm still stuck on how your belt unbuckles itself and flings itself into outer space.
I don't know if you meant seatbelts, but
it's a pedestrian crash. What the hell is this? This man is making. I'm done.
Yeah, but again, it doesn't make sense that she backed up this way and he ended up over here. If physics states that it must, the direction will be the same as, because then all the debris should be around here. Yes, burnt toast.
Now, are you also familiar with the Reconstruction terms known as area of impact and point of impact?
Correct.
And can you explain what those terms mean in a crash reconstruction context for the jury?
Hurry up, chip chop.
So an area impact is essentially the area where the crash happened, where these two vehicles or vehicle pedestrians, where their initial impact happens. Point of impact is the same thing. It's just more down to like the actual specific point at that specific area. Area can mean a little bit broader in that sense.
And what are some of is this something that is delineated somewhat, at least by roadway evidence?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what types of roadway evidence that would lead you or any crash reconstructionist to formulate an opinion as to the area of it.
Yeah, so like I said earlier with the path of travel, so a lot of collisions most of our collisions we start where the final rest goes, and we follow the debris or the clothing, we're back to where, follow that path back to where it came from. And we know within that area, that's where an area impact would be.
Now, with relation to the evidence that was depicted on the diagrams that were up on the screen before as the exhibits, what, if any, relationship would the taillight pieces and the shoe that were recovered from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road have in relation to that area of impact?
Yeah, so they were found alongside the roadway. So I know that they were found, the area impact had been somewhere within the roadway and probably somewhere at the beginning, just prior to the beginning of the first point of evidence that we found.
Wait, you mean the impact
somewhere towards the first
the debris filled? You're an expert. The impact is before the debris field. I am, for the love of all that is holy, this is why I can't watch science fiction movies, because no shit, the impact is going to be in front of the debris field.
Can I do another little thing? John is
I'm
here.
sorry,
All
Baker,
the
I shouldn't
debris
have cursed.
is just below him. The car is traveling in this direction. Wouldn't she then, again, by his logic, because here is the point of impact where all the debris is, and she still have, I don't know how long a 7,000-pound vehicle takes to stop from 24.2 miles per hour. Someone could probably Google that. Wouldn't she have been driven all over the debris field? So you wouldn't be able to reconstruct an entire taillight because you would have run over all the glass, and at least some of it would have gotten stuck in her tire. Nope. I'm thinking I shouldn't do that.
Evidence contained within that debris field, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, could have one more.
Yes.
So what have we learned
Sir, are you
here?
also familiar with a safety system specifically applicable to Lexus vehicles?
Yes.
And have you seen training in regard to downloading information in regard to that as well?
Yes.
And what is that safety system? What is that called?
It's called the Toyota TechStream software.
And so the Toyota TechStream is a software similar to the crash data retrieval or CDR software that you're talking about, but just specific to a Lexus.
Yeah, but it's between Toyota and Lexus has software. The TechStream it's similar in the fact that they both record data to the vehicle. TechStream was created by Toyota for their technicians to diagnose vehicles and use that information to help, any kind of mechanical issues that they would have with the vehicle that they can do when you bring your car to them. They can look at the TechStream and just kind of find out what caused the mechanical issue.
Now, with respect to the Toyota TechStream data that's available, what kind of data are we talking?
So TechStream, they obviously diagnostic stuff, so they're looking for any engine defaults or anything else. But they also have what's called a vehicle control history in it.
Sorry, I missed that. Called what?
A vehicle control history.
Thank you.
And the vehicle control history it's basically monitoring people's driving behavior. So it has certain, they call it triggers that they have listed. And when those triggers are met, they will record data related to that trigger.
And what type of data, in general terms, what type of data are you able to recover through the Toyota TechStream tool from the vehicle control history?
Yeah, so each trigger, you can record, it's the same as you got to get your speeds, brakes, if the accelerator pedal's on, look for steering wheel angles,
so
engine RPMs, all that type, all the information that you have related to vehicles.
Now we get it.
Now, in addition, is it possible with vehicles that have some vehicles made that are accessible through this Toyota TechStream, including Lexus, which I should say, I'm sorry. So Lexus is manufactured by Toyota, correct?
That's correct.
So in some vehicles, Toyota or Lexus vehicles are made by that manufacturer, are equipped with camera systems. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, in general terms, what, if anything, in relation to the camera system is it possible to collect from the vehicle control system?
The camera systems in certain vehicles can record photos, like little grainy black and white photos.
And were you able to recover any black and white photos or photos of any kind from the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I was not.
Now, with respect to the sort of physical process of the downloading using this Toyota TechStream tool, can you explain to the jury sort of how that's physically done or what you're doing to the vehicle in order to download that information?
The same process, just different software as we would for the airbag control module. As I said before, we plug into the DLC port and then up that software program, and we follow the steps and we extract the information from the vehicle.
Now, the extraction of the Toyota TechStream data in this particular case, when was that accomplished?
For this one, I believe it was
not on the phone, on the car system. And yeah, let's just get to the point. How many triggers was, because this is a constant monitoring of your car. And remember, this is the highest stock level Lexus you can buy. This is the good one. This isn't your crappy the one you'll have in your backyard Lexus. This is the fancy one. All these triggers, when they come in, we will all see how guilty she is, because you have the acceleration, deacceleration, steering column movement. We will have all of it. And now Karen Reed is guilty. We will see that when he presents that. I don't know why he jumped from that trigger mechanism, which clearly would state she's guilty to the camera, but I think he's just setting it up. Thank you for becoming a member, Stace.
February 2nd, 2023.
So a year and a day after you had conducted the braking acceleration test and inspected the vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage.
That's correct.
And so as far as the timing of that being February 2nd of 2023, why was that?
I was at the time of my initial inspection, I didn't really know much about TechStream at that point. So over time, I kind of learned about TechStream. And so once I learned about it and I thought, this is relevant to our case, and I looked more into it and found that it is relevant. So.
And the Toyota TechStream, as far as that applicability or that tool,
that word salad?
Is that a relatively newer tool in the area of crash reconstruction?
It is getting fairly newer, as like it's getting spread out. It's getting bigger. It first got created on one vehicle in 2014. So it's been slowly trickling into the Toyotas and Lexus vehicles over time. But it's definitely gotten bigger within the past couple of years.
Now, with regard to this information, when you were then able to download that information, you received some data, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that it goes, or it's measured sort of by triggers, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from the data that you were able to obtain from the defendant's vehicle, what type of data were you able to retrieve as it relates to the vehicle control history?
Yeah, so this had like a page and a half full of triggers that over the vehicle's time span that it captured.
And with respect to the triggers, how many triggers did it capture?
It's like a page and a half. I don't know exact numbers of how many triggers that was on each page, but there was, it's at least a good page and a half full of triggers.
Your Honor, may the trooper refer to his notes in regard to that?
Baker, this is an expertologist, right?
Trooper, I'd like to direct you, I think it's page 9 of your report.
Okay.
Get to the point, sir. So Alan Jackson can tear you apart.
I can't see when it became standard on Alexis.
How many triggers was
all of you? Thank you, Steve. I just got a fresh haircut yesterday, Food Fairy. Thank you for noticing.
Aw, you look so handsome.
Count them.
Does he have to count them, Mr. Lally?
No, I don't think he has to count them. Sir, if I could direct you to paragraph 23.
Oh, yeah, so 22 separate triggers. So in my report, it says 22 separate triggers that occurred on odometer mileage 12665 to 12666.
And with regard to the mileage that you noted as far as being between miles 12665 and miles 12666, that's 12,665 to 12,666, correct?
Correct.
And what was the mileage that you observed on the vehicle at inspection?
12,665.
And at the time that you conducted this Toyota TechStream download from the vehicle, what was the mileage at that time?
12,666.
And there's also reference within the vehicle control history data in regard to something called a key cycle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what a key cycle is and what are the different things that could trigger a key cycle?
Key cycle is essentially, so it's from the ignition cycle. It's let's take that. So a key cycle is essentially from when the vehicle's off, it's pressed on. It doesn't necessarily need to be running or turned on. It just needs to be turned on and then off again, and that would be one key cycle.
Now, with relation to your analysis in regard to the vehicle control history, what, if any, role did the key cycle numbers, or what kind of role did that play in your analysis?
It shows me where how far away they were from each other. The key cycles were.
And how far away in what terms?
So when I turned the vehicle on, when I did my testing, it showed me where what key cycle was that I was on when I did those testings, and then the odometer mileage in relationship to that.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can we just get to what triggers were triggers?
So I'm showing you the documents. He's asking you to look at that. Look up. Finished. And you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is the table from the vehicle control history from my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce the witness next. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. The 591.
Your Honor, may I have a moment and then return to the witness?
Yes.
Your Honor, the court official, if I could ask you.
Okay, let's see.
Baker, what does this all mean?
Trooper Paul, what's up on the screen is that the exhibit that you have before you.
Yes, it is.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what we're looking at in this exhibit and what type of information, where it's located within this exhibit.
Okay, so this is the vehicle control history. Every single point here, this is where the triggers are. This is the labels for each trigger. Odometer mileage is in this label here. Is the elapsed time and key cycles. I have noted through arrows here, these were when the vehicle was with us, and a lot of this is related to my testing with the vehicle. And these right before that were the triggers that were prior to those testings.
Oh, what? Whoa.
I'm
so annoyed right now. Why are we looking at your information,
within this table,
sir?
sir, there are two triggers reported at odometer mile
This is the
12,629.
dumbest thing that's ever done.
And what's the key cycle associated?
But the last two before he got the car is accelerator panel opening angle is medium or higher immediately after shifting to reverse. That's when it's driven on the tow truck then, or into the sally port, or why is it?
Oh my
because
gosh!
If this if this is when he got it and drove it around, then these two are when it's in the hands of the police, or what? And what's
That's
the
what I thought
date?
he said. But what is that?
And there's no dates on this. It's an odometer reading. And who drove it from 12,629 to 12,665? That's 36 miles. What happened in these 36 miles? And what? Who?
Yeah.
So what? And where's the date?
They have no data. They never had any data for that night. So what are they talking about? He said that.
This shows that reverse, 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 forward, 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 reverse, forward, forward, reverse. TIS operation, ABS, sudden braking history, acceleration, pedal, opening angle. What is this? Sorry. I thank you for gifting a membership stays to Julie Fraser from Scotland. And for the review Baker Fund. Thank you so much, Twai La Carissa. Are we ready to go back, or should I just run fast into a wall?
I mean, don't give me that option because I might want you to do that just for sheets and giggles.
Yeah, where are the key cycles? Because you have two reverse before you get it. So this is this when it's removed from the garage? These two reverses. Where's the forward?
It was 12,629.
1,162.
Now, these triggers that are contained as far as the 12,629, that's prior to
You have to either come closer or speak up even louder, Mr. Howard.
I will speak louder.
There's no microphone near you. That's the problem with the court reporter.
My issue is, Your Honor, there's no light over here.
All right, so let's turn the light on and then you can ask your question, then we'll turn the light right back off, please.
Thank you. My apologies. So that odometer mile, as far as two triggering events, at 12,629, correct?
Yes.
And that occurs prior to the 12,665, 12,666, during the course of your braking and acceleration test, correct?
Correct.
And the mileage difference between those two, did you do that math?
Yes.
What was the mileage difference between the two?
36.
And how many key cycles were different between your testing and that odometer reading of 12,629?
2 key cycles.
Now, as far as the, what if any information did you have and where did you get it in relation to the defendant's vehicle's path of travel prior to those odometer readings that you noted when you did your
Yeah, so yeah, I was told that where he traveled afterwards or prior to that, I was noted their locations, and I used those locations through Google to get a mileage for them.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Does this witness even know what his own evidence is saying?
Oh, you another document, sir? Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Those are the Google directions. I put them in a table and put in my report.
And may I approach her?
Yes.
I'm also to introduce the witness. No objection.
Thank you.
All right, I have 1 minute, sir.
Yes.
May I return to the witness, sir?
Yes.
And on the course, if I can publish it to the jury.
Okay.
Okay, now it comes.
So if you could, Mark, submit as well. Now, Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit before you?
Yes, I do.
These are, again, if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at here and how you came to these mileage rules.
Yes. So when I got the directions, it showed that we got from 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Ave. And when I put that address onto Google, it gave me suggested routes. So I put each suggested route on there and the time it took. So I did that with every direction from 1 Meadows Ave to Waterfall to 12 Country Lane, and 12 Country Lane to 1 Meadows Ave, and then 1 Meadows Ave to 345 Country Hill Drive, North Dighton. So I did that for every single one and find suggested routes. So which is labeled in all these boxes here. And then at the bottom here, I did a total distance, and I did a min and the max distance of, the minimum was 36.1 and the max distance of 38.8.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to take that down for a minute, and I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
So
What
they're
now?
giving her
Is
just all the
picking out
possible
another
ways
juror?
she could do.
Yeah, how long it should have taken her to drive somewhere to find out if she was speeding or what? Yeah, they're taking Google direction times for each one. Yeah, because that's But Karen Reed didn't know where she was going. She wouldn't have taken Google routes. No. Yeah, there's a shift from, but I don't know what that. He didn't explain what the highlighted parts were. He just explained that within the red arrows was when he had it. So is it the 60 miles driving
You are
down
unmuted.
back to 1,000?
Now, in addition to those distances there depicted in that exhibit, sir, have you also looked at a mileage or distance between, well, I'm sorry, the first up there was as far as 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that gave you sort of 3 different routes to travel, is that correct?
Yes.
And the minute of the max was 2.2 to 2.6.
Correct.
Now, if you were to add that as an additional sort of distance travel to the 36.1 to 38.8 that you had calculated, how much of a difference does that make?
Between the two min maxes?
Yes.
Only 2.7.
And as far as your analysis that we're about to discuss, adding in that approximate 2 points, whatever miles, how much of a difference does that make to your analysis and ultimate conclusions in regard to the VCH or vehicle control history data?
As we're going later, but so the 36 is just within the realm that she could travel 36. The odometer mileage is odometer mileage, so 36 is 36. That's what's on the vehicle. So within the realm of possibilities that the vehicle could travel 36 miles after the 2 triggers that are in this vehicle.
Now, with respect to that minimum and max as far as the 36.1, 38.8, what, if any, relationship does that have to the difference in the odometer readings that you observed between when you conducted the braking test and when you observed these 2 triggering events that you were talking about at the earlier mile?
I said no difference. The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage is 36.
And so I guess what I'm asking, sir, is the 36 miles, is that within the range of the 2 triggering events that you were just talking about?
Yes, it was.
Now, as far as within your report and your analysis, did you come up with sort of a label as far as these two different triggering events that you observed?
Yes, I did.
And that incorporated the mileage, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was, again, 12,629, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as any further label that you put on it, how did you label it?
I labeled them as in when they occurred. One's 12,629A and one other one's 12,629B.
And with respect to the A and B, which one occurred first?
The A occurred first.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Yes, which would be indicative of her going to her parents' house that's 30 miles
Another
away.
document asking you to do that. Finish. Yep. And do you recognize that?
I do. It's the data chart from the 12,629 miles A chart.
May I approach, Juror?
Yes.
Almost 62 minutes. No objection.
What are the triggers? What are the triggers?
What is going on here?
I know. What
The
does
tr-
it mean?
The true triggers are she put the car in reverse. Those are the two triggers that we read. What does it? What, if anything, does that mean? What? I'm genuinely I've never been more confused. Do they have a crash collision? Do they have a trigger for a sudden deacceleration? Do they have a point of impact? Come on, show me the evidences. Show me.
Jackson will. Don't worry.
I
Yeah, like this, have one more
listening to
Yes.
Kamala Harris speak.
It's really sad when we have to depend on the defense.
The witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Report submission A.
Yes.
I feel like Joe Biden.
So we've got before you what's now up on the screen. Do you recognize that as what's now been marked as the next exhibit?
I do.
Is if you could describe to the jury sort of what these rows indicate as far as what information is there, and if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this as far as 12,629 miles A.
Okay. So each row starting from the top is the vehicle control history time, which is the time that's recorded in the module itself or in the software that gets recorded as each time, and it's recorded as seconds. This time is the time from the start of the key cycle. So it starts off with 652.8, and each one is incremented in approximately half-second increments up to, let me show it, right here where the trigger, this is what's called where the trigger happened. So right here is where it kind of goes from 4.5 to 4.6, and then it goes up to 5, then everything after that is about half-second increments from each other. Recorded 10 seconds of time, which is labeled in this one, total time of 10 seconds.
Do we mercifully not get any more sound?
Oh, okay, I thought that was just me. I was like, there's no sound.
Did Baker give up the will to live?
No, I just muted myself. The speed isn't over 10 miles per hour at any point.
The hell are we? What are we looking at?
She's going forward to in the first 3.5 seconds. The next 3.5 seconds, she's going backwards at nothing, 2.5, 5, 6.2, 5.6, 3.1. And then she's going forward 1.9, 1.2, nothing, 3.7, 8.7. Brakes are on for the first 4 seconds, then they are off. Then she has brakes on for 1 second, and then she goes off again. What?
And I'll split time from trigger. Just kind of label it back to, here's the trigger right here. And that's the time between each one. Sorry if I can read this right. So right here, this is the vehicle speeds. The blue is just labeled because that's the speed. Zeros are labeled as a light blue is 0. So if I could read this.
What's the 24?
So it starts from, shows that the vehicle is traveling at 9.9 miles per hour. It's slowing down to about 0 right here. And then stops for that time and then increases back, speeds back up to. It goes up to 6.2.
Oh,
and then slows back down to 0. And then back up to 1.7 to, I think it's 8.7.
1.72.
And next below for us is miles per hour to kilometers. This is the accelerator opening ratio, which is really where this trigger comes from, because the trigger is labeled as the accelerator pedal opening angle is medium to higher immediately after shifting to reverse. All right, they label it as R.
if I could stop you there just for a second, sir. As far as the accelerator pedal opening angle, can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means and how that relates to sort of the operation of it?
So the accelerator pedal is, the part where everybody puts the foot on and gets the vehicle to go. So the pedal, so this is what's showing how far the pedal was actually pressed by the operator of the vehicle. And that gives you a percentage of that. So if it's, zero's not pressed and 100% is all the way down. So they label the trigger, I think 30% is medium to higher in this way Toya labels it. So and that's where you'll see the trigger is around 31.5%. And also shows from the beginning, goes from 0 and increases up to 50.5%. And that's 5 seconds. That's only, a little over a second past the trigger. And so it's 50% and then back off and then back onto the accelerator again, up to 34%.
Somebody.
What are we?
Get him out the stand. Get him out of here.
The DCH data from the Toyota tech stream. What, if any, information are you able to glean as far as directionality, as far as forward, reverse, left, right, things like that from this data?
Oh, literally drop dead.
This label right here, so it shows the shift position signal. One is forward and 2 is reverse. So this right here is showing the vehicle was in drive and going forward. And then the vehicle got shifted into reverse and then back to drive again.
Now, from your experience and from your training when it comes to interpreting this type of data, do you have any opinion as to sort of what type of maneuver or what type of actions the vehicle was taking during the course of this triggering event?
Yes, it appears the vehicle was slowing down and making a U-turn. There's also the other thing into it, it shows steering signal. And the steering wheel will show that she was driving left and then right and the back left again. And also when she's on the brake switch.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Please be done. Please be done, or
Nope.
I'm going to
Let's
drive
just
to
go back.
Boston.
Nope. Let's go back. What did he just say? Steering signal degrees. So she's doing a hard. She's doing a hard left turn. Then she's doing a right turn and then a left turn. Remember, this is when she's driving in a straight line around a curb in reverse for only 2 seconds, where she hits the speed of 24.2 miles per hour, hits him, and then moves off again. Driving onto, because yellow is right, driving onto the lawn and then driving left out to the road again. Can he read his own chart? There is 2 seconds of...
he can't.
No, 1 second where the car isn't moving. And then you have 2 seconds where it's moving in reverse at 2.5, 5.0, 6.2, 5.6, 3.1 miles per hour with a steering of turning the steering wheel right at up to 400 degrees. That would put
This
her
is
on the
doing the
lawn.
opposite of what a chart is supposed to do. Make things clear.
Just get to cross. Oh my God. I'm so sick of Lally right now.
Can I point what the car is doing from it starts moving? When does it start moving? Move, speed. Here. The car goes left when it goes forward. And then a little bit in reverse left. And then it goes hard right. And then it goes left forward. It's almost like it's doing a 3-point turn, but we know she didn't do that. But again, that would make sense if you had it at your first theory that she did a U-turn and hit him while doing a U-turn.
And then right in the back left again. And also when she's on the brake switch.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ward's Jamie's Boston font or therapy.
Sir, if I could just retrieve one now before.
Thank you, Carissa.
The document that I've just handed you now, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's the one, the 12,000, the data chart from my report for labeled 12,629 miles B.
So that's the second triggering event within this same mileage reading on the odometer, same key cycle?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come on, see, do 3 minutes of this. No objection.
No, Nima. Did you hear what I said? I don't say it was a lie. I said the car never had 24.2 miles per hour, which you now have the data proving Lally wrong. Will you concede Lally lied to you? The car never traveled in a straight line 60 feet backwards at 24.2 miles per hour. This car was doing a left turn, right turn, left turn forward, right turn in reverse, left turn forward. Looks like a 3-point turn to me, but again, Nima will now admit Lally lied during his opening statements, and that would be a great thing.
No, she won't.
Yes, she will, because she saw the data.
Yeah, but the data's wrong, right?
Just one moment,
Or
John.
it says what she wants it to say.
No, she said it did. It did look like a 3-point turn.
Yes, and for the sake of taking the best use of our time, if they're in evidence for the rest of this afternoon, both of you can then just ask to, just go ahead and put them up and not ask for permission.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could.
Thank you, Bev. Jesus, I was waiting for that. God. Let them approach without permission.
Nima, go back. Look at the angle of the steering wheel. It's up to 400 degrees. That's a lot. That's more than a full evolution on the steering wheel. I know it's hard, but you have to admit it now. I admit it. I was wrong about the belt. You are now admitting, hopefully, that you are wrong about the lie that she hit him with 24.2 miles per hour, because we saw the triggering events.
I do.
This is the VCH data chart from that same mileage with the second triggering event as far as 12,629 miles feet, correct?
Correct.
Again, this is in the same odometer range as well as the same key cycle as what was just up on the screen as far as 12,629 miles feet, correct?
Yes.
This occurs after A, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, similar to before, when it comes to this VCH data up on the screen.
Nima, you listen. Vehicle speed miles per hour. 13.7, 11.8, 9.9, 8.1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 9.9. There's 25.2. I'm sorry, but you have this one. Okay, Nima, you're right. There's a 24.2 miles per hour for half a second. This is when she hits him. Continuing at 24.6, 24.6, and doesn't hit anything. And she has a right turn here. So the car is going backwards and hitting him here and not slowing down.
If you could, using the laser pointer, demonstrate to the jury what, if anything, is significant you know with respect to this date.
So for this one, same label as before, just that the control history time is, if I can see that, the trigger time is 1,142.2 seconds after key cycle. And this one shows all the same thing, 10 seconds of data. And let's go, so the vehicle speed on this one shows that she's slowing down. It's 13.7 miles per hour and gets down to 0. Then she's down to 0 for a while, and then the vehicle speed increases up to 24.2 miles per hour at its max speed. Then it goes down to 23.6 as the last two labels. An accelerator pedal angle at this point at key trigger is 36.5 and increases up to 74.5%. And it stays around 74.5%, 74, 73.5, and 74.
Now, that's 74.5% as far as the pressure being applied to the accelerator pedal, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that 74.5, that's about 3/4 down, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to this data from 12,629 miles B, what, if anything, are you able to tell from this data as far as when that occurred in relation to 12,629A?
So they occurred.
Notice that within half a second, it accelerated 10 miles per hour. That's pretty good acceleration for a car.
About approximately 8 minutes. So 1269A occurred 8 minutes prior to the other one, and they both occurred within the same odometer mileage.
Now, with respect to the duration of the data that you were able to obtain from this one, specifically 12,629 miles B, what kind of duration of data are we looking at in this particular table of chart?
What? Say that again.
How long a period of time does this?
So this is from the start of key cycle, or this whole just this one?
Just this one.
Okay, so this is 10 seconds of data.
And with respect to that 10 seconds of data, as far as the 24.2 miles per hour, when does that occur within the 10 seconds of data for this particular event?
So 24.2, as I'll point out, is right here. It's actually around the 9 second mark.
Now, similar to the other charts for A that was up on the screen a moment before, is there an indication as far as the accelerator pedal opening angle?
Yes.
And what, if any, significance does that have, or what, if anything, does that indicate to you from this data also?
It shows that the accelerator pedal angle went up to.
You have it going from 12 miles per hour at 8 seconds to 24.2 miles per hour at 9 seconds. So within a second, it's doubling its speed almost.
To 74.5%. So as out of 100%, it went up to 74.5%.
Now, with respect to directionality for this, what, if any, data is contained within this chart in respect to that?
Yeah, so on the bottom row, it shows the steering signal. It just shows slowing down. Zero is like 0.5, 9, 13.5, 13.5. I think it's 13.5, 0, 4.5. And we're talking about steering wheel. How far does the steering wheel move from left to right? So that's the degrees of a steering wheel angle.
Now, as far as when the vehicle is shifted sort of from drive or neutral or park or whatever it was, at some point, is there an indication in this data set on this table as far as when the vehicle was placed into reverse?
Yes.
And how far into this 10-second data set was the vehicle placed?
3.5.
At 4 seconds, it's right here.
It's neutral.
And so, am I correct then that there is a 5-second difference between 4 seconds when it's placed in reverse and 9 seconds approximately when it achieves that 24.2 miles per hour?
Correct.
Now, as far as the 74.5% pressure that's placed on the accelerator pedal, when is that recorded in seconds in relation to the 10-second data set in this data?
74.5 starts at the 8 second.
Now, as far as...
Can someone do the math? It accelerates in 4 seconds till 24.2 miles per hour.
Don't worry. I know AJL.
This trigger is concerned, I understand from the testimony that the maximum speed is 24.2, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the vehicle speeds recorded at the end of this 10-second data set?
23.6.
Now, as far as the vehicle being in sort of different sets, as far as drive, reverse, things of that nature, what, if anything, did you observe within this data set as far as how it is at the beginning, how it changes at all? What happens with regard to that in the data set?
So this one shows that the vehicle was in drive. It starts off in drive. It's slowing down to 0. And it goes to 0, which is neutral. Then it goes down. Then it goes into reverse. So it's going straight. It stops. Then it's placed in reverse, and then goes back. Goes in reverse.
This is like
now, as far as the reverse is concerned, you indicated there's also some steering angles that are recorded with this data.
Yes.
And what, if anything, was recorded in this 10 seconds of data? Specifically, I'm asking from the time that it goes to reverse to the end of the set, the end of the data set. What, if anything, do you observe with reference to the change in steering angle of the steering wheel?
It does not change much. It's only 13. I think as far as it goes, it's left. It's at 13.5%. So that's only, I mean, if the steering wheel's a circle, the whole circle's 360 degrees, so 13.5%.
That car was hitting 2.757916 G.
None of this
It's
is
all,
making
this
sense
is
to
the
me.
dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
This is the definition of throw spaghetti on the wall and it's math and maybe people will just believe you.
Right.
Sorry, I did it wrong. 22 point. Let's just do 24 miles per hour because I made a boo-boo. I lied. It was hitting 0.27 G. Acceleration, it can 4 seconds. Yeah, miles per second. It covered 2 miles per second. That's a pretty fast car. You would have felt a 0.2 G. That's pretty good in 4 seconds to hit 24 miles per hour. She would have noticed that, and the car would probably have noticed a bump too.
Yeah.
Straight the vehicle at 13.5%.
So from this data, this vehicle is backing up in the manner of about 5 seconds or so, in a fairly straight line, and achieves a maximum speed of 24.2 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And even at the end of this data set, the vehicle is still traveling approximately 23.6 miles per hour.
Correct.
Now, as far as the small deviations in the steering that you were testifying about, based on your training and experience, what, if anything, would cause that?
Well, the steering wheel say was obviously caused by operator traveling only a small amounts. All right, and up to here. So it's only just operator staring at those small deviations.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Also me.
Why is it, why can they not determine?
Grab that one. Thank you. No document, you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's a more of a closer up snippet of that document that I have attached to my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Policy to introduce the business.
Go ahead. Go ahead and publish it if you're fine.
Hey, sassy pants.
Trooper Paul, what's lifted up on the screen is as this next exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this portion of the days.
Yeah, so I circled in here if they dropped from 24.2 to 23.6, and also the steering signal went from a left at 4.5.
I'm more interested in this, the doubling of the speed within 1 second. I think that's more interesting. And again, she has a wheel turn of 9 degrees. Is that indicative of someone just bumping into someone? I'm not sure.
5 to a right 4.5, so positive to a negative. And also the same thing with the cylinder opening ratio kind of stays consistent at 74%.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Follow that back. I'm showing you another document. Okay. Do you recognize that?
I did.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's a vehicle control history distance chart. I have attached my calculator attached to my report.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to see if you can use the business.
No, this is after the 3
Go ahead and publish it if you're fine.
Well, we don't have anything really.
Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It is now been marked as Exhibit 596.
I do.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, let me ask you this first. As far as this table and this information up on the screen, I should have asked you this before. How was this table created, and what, if anything, does this illustrate?
Yeah, so this illustrates from the chart of 12,629B. I started from when the vehicle was placed into reverse, and when it immediately goes from 0 and travels up to 23.6. Just
she continues for another 30 feet after 35 feet. So she would have plowed into the Higgins truck.
Oh yeah, for sure.
There's another 35 feet within the next second. She would have been in the front of Higgins' truck.
that's like the last part of that last chart we had.
And what, if anything, were you able to do as far as distance travel, and how were you able to determine that?
So I used the spherical speeds and the time, and calculated a distance that the vehicle traveled during this time.
And as far as the total distance traveled from the 0 to the 23.6 at the end, what was the total distance there?
97.35 feet.
And with respect to the vehicle's maximum speed, as far as 24.2 miles per hour that's recorded within this data set, how much distance had the vehicle traveled prior to achieving that 24.2 miles per hour?
62.51 feet.
Thanks. May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, I'm saying her vehicle couldn't have struck John O'Keefe where they claim, because that front yard hasn't 35 feet to give before she would have hit the truck parked at the mailbox.
Yeah. You know how fast you're going, and then you have to slam on your brakes? Like, come on.
Now, Trooper Paul, with regard to, based on your training and experience, with respect to this type of data and crash reconstruction in general, this particular set of data from, who's the name again? From 12,629 miles B. What, if any, type of collision is that data set consistent with, and what?
Yeah, there's a point there where it appears to be consistent with a pedestrian strike.
And why is it that your interpretation of that data you feel is consistent with the pedestrian strike?
It's the sudden change of speed at 24.2 to 23.6 and a half second, while the accelerator pedal is still at a consistent 74%. And also the steering wheel angle goes left at 4.5 degrees and also goes right to 4.5 degrees and then goes back to left after that. So right at that spot is something that's consistent with the pedestrian strike.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, pedestrian in this collision, what, if any, data were you able to see or review in relation to your reconstruction analysis in this case? As far as Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you learn about his injury?
Just wait,
Nima. Like what types of injuries he had?
Yes.
Yeah, there were blunt force injuries. I mean, it was abrasions, lacerations, and blunt force injuries.
And the injuries that you observed or that you were informed about, you learned this from the medical examiner, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to the injuries Mr. O'Keefe was recorded as having sustained in the medical examiner, what, if any, relationship did those injuries have to you in relation to a pedestrian collision?
Sorry, say it again.
As far as the injuries that you were informed by the medical examiner that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained,
yes.
What, if any, relationship did those injuries have in relation to a pedestrian collision?
They're consistent with a pedestrian collision.
No, they're not. You're an idiot.
Break down each injury to the arm, the lacerations of the arm from the tail light, the dent with.
No, there's no blood on the tail light, so it's not consistent, and it's not consistent with his clothes, you moron.
You're
scratches
a moron.
for his hand could be. Those are something that would be consistent with this in this particular case with striking the Lexus.
Now, specifically with reference to this case, what, if any, analysis did you conduct with regard to kinematics?
Yes, I did a kinematics analysis in my report. Kinematics deals with the aspect of motion.
And I'm sorry, if you could expand upon that just a little bit and explain to the jury sort of what a kinematics
God, no.
So kinematics analysis is, like I said, it deals with the aspects of motion. Pedestrian crashes get labeled in certain types of how they interact. So in this particular case, I kind of labeled it as it's a forward projection crash with a side swipe. And what I mean by forward projection means that when a pedestrian gets struck by a vehicle, well, basically the principal impact forces are above the pedestrian center of gravity, as in this case where you get the higher back of the vehicle. When you get struck by something like that, it projects you forward in the direction of the vehicle. And in this situation where you get more struck through the side of the vehicle on the taillight area, that it projected him to forward and into the left due to this more of a side swipe manner.
So it sideswiped him, but it blew out the tail light. Make it make sense.
Vehicle, what, if any, relationship does that have in regard to you sort of labeling this as a forward projection / side swipe collision?
Yeah, due to being pretty flat, it's not the front of the vehicle where you have the hood and the pedestrian staying above the hood. It's the back of the vehicle. It's pretty flat and it's pretty higher up.
What?
Now, with respect, you also made aware through your review of the medical examiner's report that there was injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Yes. And based on your training experience in particular with pedestrian collisions, what, if any, significance did that have in relation to your opinion as to how Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the defendant?
So when you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of counterclockwise. And then when that rotation, he could turn into his back.
If he was turned counterclockwise when he was struck on the arm, where are the bruising? Because he didn't die instantly, there would be subdermal bleeding. You are not the ME, you are a crash expert. You can't talk about this.
Back,
and the more he's explaining it, the more it makes no sense.
Curbing, which could have somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along any of the pavement would have caused damage. Most forward projection crashes have damage on both sides of the body.
Why is
that? Due to them get projected forward, so they get hit from behind, they have damage to the back. And
Did you hear that?
So
what is this? What did
he just said? Damage on both sides of the body. Where? Sir?
He could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along any of the pavement would have caused damage. He could turn on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of counterclockwise. And then when that rotation, he could turn it into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was asphalt curbing, which could have somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along.
But he didn't strike his head on the asphalt curbing because he was landing 6 feet onto the lawn.
Yeah.
So now you have him alive crawling onto the lawn after.
Now you have him bashing his head on the cement first, and then he crawls and lays down and dies. Like, What the F are you talking about?
Y'all.
This makes absolutely no sense again. Jamie's right.
There you go, Medita. Yeah.
The side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of counterclockwise. And then when that rotation, he could turn into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was asphalt curbing, which could have somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along any of the
Can we get an objection, speculation?
Pavement would have caused damage. Most forward projection crashes have damage on both sides of the body.
Why is that?
Due to them get projected forward, so they get hit from behind, they would have damage to the back, and then when they get projected forward, they get damage to the front. So, I mean, in this case, he got projected and got spun counterclockwise due to where he got impacted the vehicle.
What?
Now, with regard to the vehicle speeds, kinematically speaking, from your analysis in respect to that, what, if anything, can you say in relation to, just in general terms, as far as the pedestrian collision is concerned, how much of that vehicle speed would a pedestrian be assuming in the context of a pedestrian collision with forward projection?
Forward projection will have almost 100% speed post-impact. And more, like I said, in this case, it's more the fact that he didn't get 100%, like his center of mass didn't strike the vehicle, so he would not have been thrown 100% of the vehicle speed post-impact. His right side would have sustained the vehicle speed, and that would cause him to spin out. So, as opposed to traditional forward projection, if he was right there in the middle of the vehicle, he would have got projected forward, and he would have sustained, his full body would have sustained the vehicle speed.
Is that abnormal as far as the sort of forward projection?
This is all a bunch of
pedestrian
bull.
collision. And what I'm going to ask is specifically to not having any contact with sort of the bottom of the vehicle or being run over or something like that. Can you expound upon that a little?
Yeah, due to the side swipe manner that projected him off to the left, it wouldn't show that he would have been, the car would have ran over him and traveled over him. Like traditional.
Yeah,
the car would.
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a
Sorry.
little bit.
Sorry. Yes, so due to the situation in this scene where he got projected to the left and by rotated, it would have rotated away from the vehicle, and his body would not have traveled under the vehicle as you do in like a lot of traditional forward projection crashes. The vehicle would get tracked forward ahead of the vehicle, and that vehicle could possibly travel over that pedestrian.
So that is not what you found in this particular pedestrian collision, correct?
Correct.
I know you've mentioned it a couple of times, but if I could ask you to just expound a little bit when you're talking about center of mass and how that relates between sort of a pedestrian and a vehicle in a pedestrian type collision.
So pedestrians, almost every object has a center mass. Pedestrians is the same. So a pedestrian center mass is essentially to the half the body, and you would also put down is around the chest area, just below the chest area would be a center of mass for a pedestrian, and they all range based on height and body shape.
And so where on someone's body typically would a center of mass be located?
Usually just around the chest area or just below the chest area.
Quit wasting our whole day, Lally, with
to
this
recall
BS.
back to February 1st of 2022 when you were
God,
at
February
A whole Monday of this.
you mentioned that, or testified earlier, at some point that you went outside to an asphalt roadway surface and conducted some forward acceleration and rear acceleration braking tests, correct?
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, what, if any, other testing did you do?
I'm sorry. I just did a little ChatGPT because ChatGPT is good. If an object weighing 217 pounds is hit by a 7,000-pound object at 24.2 miles per hour, how much force is transferred? Step by step, blah, 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 converted to feet per second, calculate the initial momentum of 7,000. Therefore, initial momentum, blah, 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 assuming a very short collision time, impulse momentum theorem, does this. Changing momentum after the collision, the combined mass and velocity needed to be considered if they stick together, assuming perfect inelastic collision. However, the force can be approximated if the collision times t is known and assumed. Let's calculate assuming t is very short, let's say 0.01 second, probably reasonable for a high impact collision. So you have force, momentum, time divided by times. He's struck by 212.5 pounds of force.
So
And
how
he
far
has,
does that launch him?
well, that's another
Into the
equation. I'm not-
curb, and then he's cogent enough to crawl.
I'm pretty sure if you get hit by 77,000 pounds and you're just struck around your chest cavity, you would be spitting blood.
With respect to that vehicle on that particular date in that location?
We checked the cameras and we did backup visibility analysis with the cameras.
Impact is impact. If it's 0.01 of a second, it doesn't matter if it's a side swipe or it's a clear on collision because it'll still have the same impact.
In the vehicle.
And again, if you could, just in general terms, first.
I know this. That's why I made this calculation, because it makes no sense.
Describe for the jury when you say visibility analysis. Typically speaking, what are you doing in a visibility analysis?
In the visibility analysis, we are trying to see what an operator would see in their vehicle. Looking for, in this particular case, where
we have seen what injuries he had, because of course Nima, as the diligent watcher of this trial, go back and remind yourself, what did Tully say? Proctor say? Not a scratch below his neck except the arm. So
Yeah,
we know that. We know. Don't worry about it, Nima.
trying to see if the operating vehicle would be able to see a pedestrian behind the vehicle. And also in this, where we have backup cameras, we're trying to look at the cameras and see what would the cameras pick up as we go into reverse.
And in fairness to the defendant, at this particular time when this visibility analysis was conducted, it was during the daytime, is that correct?
That's correct.
Understanding of the crash is that it occurred at night, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as a visibility analysis, typically would you be looking to recreate as close as you can to the conditions at the time that the collision occurred?
In most typical cases, yes.
And why were you not able to, were you able to do that in this case?
We were not.
Why?
Due to was mostly, like I said, it's mostly done when we're trying to see what an operator would see a pedestrian. It's mostly done because it's an accident, but a lot of times when it's like an intentional act, visibility is not an issue in this situation. We were just want to make sure that the cameras worked and the backup sensors all worked in the vehicle.
Now, as far as this particular visibility analysis that was conducted in this case, how, if at all, was that memorialized?
It was recorded when the crime scenes trooper recorded it.
Be done, Lally.
Dear God, I feel dumber today.
I feel so dumb.
I feel like I've drank
I get to
water.
that, sir.
Okay.
I can turn your attention just back to the text stream just for a moment. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Bev is annoyed.
So I'm showing you a series of 7 photographs to ask you to look at those. First, I'm just going to ask you generally if you recognize those.
I'm still contending this dude
Yes.
did not pass that.
What do you recognize those to be?
It's the inside of the vehicle. Appears to be taking out the showing that taking out the infotainment system.
Why?
What system?
Infotainment system.
Infotainment.
Did he
And
say
the last photograph there, what, if anything, does that depict, sir?
That is the module for the infotainment system.
And what, if any, involvement did you have in respect to this investigation in regard to the infotainment system?
I didn't have anything that was Trooper Nick Marino's to the infotainment system in this vehicle.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that you had training as it relates to Burla, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does Burla have with respect to the infotainment system?
They have tools to forensically diagnose the infotainment systems.
And if you know, are you familiar with whether or not that was able to be accomplished in this particular case?
It was not.
And do you know why not?
Because they had to go to, I think Burla didn't have the equipment, so they went to a...
Sustain.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, as far as those photographs, they're an accurate portrayal of what you observed in the vehicle during the time that you were conducting your testing.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce them as the next step in exhibit.
Any objections, Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry, I was writing notes. What are those 5 photographs?
7.
7.
No objection.
Oh my God, be done. I just want this to be over.
Jamie, why is he allowed to hurt us like this?
Why are you hurting us? What did we do to you?
Okay, who do we need to make a class action lawsuit? Because this is about done. I deserve at least ramen noodles that are good for my suffering.
Yeah.
Or a brownie. I mean.
Oh, yeah.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just follow.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the photograph labeled BEP2. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as Exhibit 597.
Yes.
And what part of the vehicle are we looking at in this photograph?
That's the steering wheel.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP3. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's now up on the screen? It is marked as Exhibit 598.
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this part of the photograph.
That is the infotainment system.
And it's
Human bone strength. Typical breaking force of a human arm. The human arm bone humerus can typically withstand forces up to approximately 3,300 newtons, about 741 pounds before fracturing. Force calculation. Yes, the force would result from this collision would very likely break a human arm, considering the typical tolerance of human bones is such to such high impact forces, because the force is over 100 times greater than normal for breaking of a arm.
as far as the infotainment system, when you were operating that vehicle, what, if anything, was displayed on that screen?
You know what it would do to a skull?
If you were in drive, it just had the radio navigation stuff. But if you're in reverse, that's where the backup cameras and sensors would be.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP4, sorry. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 599?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, are we looking at in this?
That's the push button start, the ignition.
So that's how this vehicle was started. It's not essentially push button start. Is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP2. Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now marked as Exhibit 601?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what kind of thing you observe as significant in this.
Yes, that's the infotainment system. It's on, shows satellite here. Looks like that's the navigation.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, if I could take you back just for a second to the VCH data and the kinematics of what you were testifying about just a moment ago. You had mentioned that with respect to the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head that is consistent or could have been caused by striking his head on hard pavement of the curbing, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your training and experience in pedestrian collisions that you responded to and investigated on prior occasions, as far as weather, as far as the coldness of the ground being frozen, what, if any, impact that have as far as in relation to the injuries to the back and throat? Objection.
It wasn't frozen.
Now, as far as
Do you know how long it takes ground
the
to
feasibility
freeze?
analysis that you were conducting on February 1st, you mentioned that that was memorialized with photographs as well as video. Is that correct?
Correct.
In the video that was taken, sir, was that in the interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle, or both?
Oh, I forgot Nina was a medical examiner also.
This doesn't matter. Summary: if a 70,000 pound object moving at 24.2 miles per hour sideswipes the center mass of a 270 pound human, the force would likely cause severe or fatal injuries. The human body receiving a significant portion of the object's velocity could be thrown a considerable distance. Under realistic assumption, this distance could be around 9.79 feet. That's consistent where the body is found. Though actually outcomes can be varied based on numerous factors, such as the exact nature of the impact, body orientation, and surface conditions. So center mass and no injuries to the body seems highly unlikely.
So they didn't find any internal bleeding of the torso?
She said something about his
And according to the visibility or the
was it like
acceleration.
his pancreas or something, but it was because of the hypothermia,
Hypothermia.
not because of a car accident.
Yeah.
Yes, from February 1st, both interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
No objection.
Yes, you would have something busted inside.
Before we get to those videos, Trooper, may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another series of photographic sections of the recovery. You finished?
He has blood coming out of
Do you
his
recognize what's
mouth
depicted in those photographs?
after they
Yes, I do. So what do you recognize those? Those are photos from the backup sensor, backup cameras, and sensor tests.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm on to introduce the minutes next.
No objection.
Oh boy.
Physics would dictate that any glass fragment would be propelled away from the bumper. Not possible way of glass should shatter and end up on the bumper. Exactly. Especially if she breaks, then you would have it bounce right off because it wasn't embedded.
Yeah.
So again, Canton triangle where physics goes by.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from this packet, photograph 2612.
Even McParkinson doesn't understand this.
I don't know what they heard.
No, it does make sense. Yeah, we're a little behind.
Juror, if you could, please describe to the jury what we're looking at in this photograph that's now been marked as Exhibit 606.
Yes, this is the view from the operator as they would turn around and look to the back of the vehicle.
Shut up. Why is this relevant?
I'm gonna double speed this.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph
This is what it
2616.
looks like when you're sitting in the driver's seat.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's now been marked as Exhibit 610.
Yes.
And can you please describe to the jury what, if anything, we're looking at here?
Yes, that's the view inside the vehicle, showing the infotainment system and the backup cameras on it.
Now, as far as the backup cameras on this particular vehicle, what kind of view was able to be portrayed? What did you observe on screen when you placed the vehicle on first?
Yes, so this has a straight backup camera and also has a 360 overhead view of the vehicle.
And as far as the cameras within this vehicle are concerned, are we talking about one single camera, or how many cameras are encapsulating the 360-degree camera angle view?
That's front and the sides and the rear cameras.
Now, if you want to just draw the jury's attention, direct the jury's attention to where you're talking about as far as the screen is concerned, depicting that camera angle view.
Baker, are we at the part
So the
where
one
we
on the
get
left,
to drink a beer
that's the
for Friday?
backup camera, and the one in the middle here would be the 360 overhead camera.
Now, in addition to what's depicted on screen right now, as far as the vehicle on the 360 overhead, as the vehicle travels, what, if anything, in addition, is depicted on that particular portion of the screen as far as the 360 overhead?
It shows a sensor, and also when that sensor shows up in the area where the object that it gets closer to.
And the sensor that you're talking about, how is that depicted on the screen?
It's a little red like blip or little bar that would show up on the camera itself.
And is that something that appears as you approach an object from either in front or behind or something else?
Correct. Yeah, as you approach the object, the bar will, blink and will get faster as you get closer to the object.
Now, with respect to the system overall, in addition to the visual cues depicted up on the screen, what if any auditory cues are also part of the system?
It will beep at you, and it will, as you get closer to the object, it will beep faster as you get closer to it.
And as far as getting closer to an object, the beeping that you're talking about, it increased in speed or rapidity, is that correct?
Correct.
And how does it, what if anything does it do as far as the volume of the beeping that you
I guess it would increase as it would get faster.
So it gets faster and it gets louder as you get closer to an object, correct?
Yep.
Now,
no, it doesn't go louder when it goes faster. It goes louder when it gets closer.
With respect to sort of the middle of the screen
Like the
here,
beep gets faster.
what if anything
How do I know more about
Yes,
cars?
so right
than
here,
this?
this blue device, that's the D-Box Sport attached to the windshield.
That's something that you attach to the vehicle. It's not necessarily something that was in the vehicle when you began to operate it around.
Yes.
No, Lally. God. Move on.
Ms. Hammond, if I could have photograph 2618. And to recall, if you could describe to the jury, or using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant to observe in this portion or closer up image of the screen in the center off.
Yeah, so this is one on the left here is the backup camera, and the one in the middle is a 360 overhead camera. The bars and lines are showing the path of the vehicle.
Okay. Ms. Hammond, you can take this sample. Let me have a moment, John.
Yes.
Oh my God. I'm starting to feel like Baker. You've had 17 million moments.
As far as during this visibility analysis that you conducted, testified earlier that you were primarily concerned with sort of whether or not the cameras and the auditory and visual cues worked properly with this vehicle in this system, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of your running these sort of forward and back reverse acceleration braking tests, as well as visibility analysis, what, if anything, did you observe with relation to the functionality of the cameras and the visual and auditory cues?
Everything seemed to be working properly.
Now, when you were operating the vehicle on February 1st and you shifted the vehicle into reverse, what would then sort of occur with the screen in the center of the data?
It would change from the navigation to the backup cameras.
And how long a period of time did that take as far as you shifted from drive to reverse on a number of different occasions while you were conducting your test, correct?
Yes.
And so how long a period of time are we talking about between the time that you shift the vehicle from drive or another gear to reverse for those screens to then display both the rear backup camera and the 360 overhead view?
It's fairly instantaneous, very quick.
Now, at some point during the course of the visibility analysis specifically, what, if anything, did you place behind the vehicle during your visibility analysis?
It was like a punching bag dummy.
And where did you place that in relation to the vehicle?
Along the right rear.
And as far as that punching bag dummy was concerned, about how far up off the ground was the top of that?
I'm not exactly sure the exact height of it. Maybe my height is taller.
You measure the exact height.
With respect,
What the hell are you
your height, sir,
doing?
how tall are you?
5'6".
So it was at least 5'6", if not taller. Is that correct?
You are a midget.
And with respect to that, placing it behind the vehicle,
I'm 5'6".
after it was placed behind the vehicle, at some point were you inside the vehicle?
Yes.
And when you were inside
smaller
the vehicle,
than
that was
Dave.
outside the vehicle, what, if
That's
any
adorable.
visual observations were you able to make with respect to its placement? And it's in the right rear passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what, if any, observations were you able to make with respect to that item or exemplar that was placed out there?
It would have been visible in the cameras.
Now,
Well, you're a lady, Mom.
with respect to the visibility analysis that was
lady is
conducted
like
with respect to
We know that the backup camera had nothing on it.
that's, let me ask you this first. When I say exemplar pedestrian, can you explain sort of what that term means and how it relates to a visibility analysis?
So an exemplar pedestrian is, just like you said, we use a punch bag dummy. It was something that we used in place of a pedestrian to act like a pedestrian.
Now, when that exemplar pedestrian was placed in the rear passenger side area of the vehicle, what, if any, obstructions did you observe as far as just from a visual perspective, sort of turning your head or looking at cameras or anything else as far as where that exemplar was placed?
There were no obstructions.
Now, if that exemplar was placed directly next to the vehicle versus feet away from the vehicle, what, if any, difference did you note as far as visibility was concerned?
Yeah. So if it was placed right next to the vehicle, you would be blocked by the back pillar of the vehicle. If you place it maybe like 5 feet away, you would be able to see the dummy in the cameras and also in the side mirrors.
So at a distance of at least 5 feet, it was fully visible from where you sat in the vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could, I would ask, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what exhibit numbers they are, but the 2 videos that were just introduced.
Okay.
And Ms. Tillman, if I could have the exterior video first.
Just for the record, they are 604, 605.
I cannot wait. What is this
Right, you
BS?
could pause there for a moment. Well, with respect to just for orientation purposes, if you could explain to the jury sort of where we are in relation to the Canton Police Department and where it was that you conducted this test.
Yeah, so this is a view from the back of the Canton Police Department. So as you look at the Canton Police Department, we'd be on the left side of the Canton Police Department.
And as far as the vehicle in question, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention where that is and sort of where it's going to be in relation to the camera.
Vehicle is right here.
This is going to be a quick question.
Yeah, and you have to know how tall the victim is and his weight, because that makes a big difference, sir.
Why isn't he going 24.2 miles per hour?
Yeah.
I can Baker, none of this is making any damn sense.
What is this? This is just him backing up.
Is he gonna gun it now? Let's get the normal speed.
Forward?
No. He just turned on the reverse.
Oh.
So now he's going to haul ass backwards, right?
Maybe sometime.
What
Do
do
it,
we-
brother.
what-
Remember
what
to
are
go
we-
around that slight right bend in the road, or left bend in the road. Rear lights on. Gun it, brother. Gun
Okay,
it.
let's see. Come on. Oh my god.
No, don't break. Don't break. Because she kept going.
So if I could ask you to pause there for just a moment.
What is this?
During these,
Just a video of him going back and forth.
Here with the acceleration, reverse braking, all of those. The highest speeds that you recorded during the course of that testing was 30 miles an hour. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the highest speed that was contained within that BCH data for the second or the B of those two data sets. What was the highest miles per hour there?
24.
Now, with respect to the braking in this vehicle, what, if anything, was this vehicle equipped with?
Had ABS brakes, anti-lock brake system.
And with relation to anti-lock brake system or ABS, what, if any, relationship does that have with regard to braking and what is then visible on paper?
It doesn't leave visible tire marks.
And why is that?
Due to as the brake is about to lock up, it transfers over to another tire, so it kind of rotates between tires. So the tires never fully lock up and slide across the pavement.
Now, in relation to ABS not leaving marks on the pavement, what, if any, relationship does that have as far as the sound difference between ABS brakes and non-ABS?
Yeah, the sound would be different because you would hear a car sliding across the pavement as opposed to just hard braking and engine slowing down.
As far as sort of screeching of braking and tire coming to a brake, what would you expect to hear with respect to ABS brake?
There would be no screeching of the tires.
And I'm just coming to you quick right here.
I know, Marissa. Like, how idiotic is all of this?
Well, it clearly
this is
shows
supposed to
that,
make sense,
that
right?
he can do it in a straight line, but he forgot that the steering wheel was turning left the entire time she was doing it, and then a little to the right, and then left. I think that's the mom working. Oh, let's go down in normal speed again. But she didn't hit the brakes. You have to show that she continued for another second at 23 miles per hour. You are not showing the juror what your data showed you. And now put up the dummy and crash into that one and show us how it'll break a tail light.
Yeah,
And he's sitting there
please.
saying, hey, did I do it good enough for the camera? And why is there a
Did you do
second
enough,
person in
guys?
the car? Who's the second person in the car?
Maybe he's the guy filming? I don't
No,
know.
it was a girl because she
guys.
had a ponytail.
Oh.
I'm just going to see this over and over again. I can speed.
Yeah, is he just going to keep backing up and going forward? That
dear
doesn't
Lord.
prove anything. Why does this? What does this prove?
You guys, are we?
Your Honor, the Court's Commission may publish the other video of the interior of the vehicle.
Yes.
Interior, so we get to see him do it while he's in the car. Oh,
What's on screen, if you could just using the laser pointer direct your attention to.
this is where your tax money is going to,
the
people.
center of the dashboard, and just as far as what different parts of the screen are visible.
So right here is the reverse camera, 360 camera.
And as far as this particular portion of the interior of the vehicle, are we looking at what was done with regard to acceleration or braking tests, or are we looking at visibility?
This is the visibility analysis.
Ms. Gilman, if you could please press.
I mean, I don't see it very much, Rubia, but this is bad for a layperson. Like, what are you showing me?
Yeah, I mean, this gives me no greater clarity. As far your methodology isn't scientific, it's just.
That is what this is supposed to be. It's supposed to be for the jury to show them what you found in the data, how it applies to this incident.
Trooper Paul, as far as this is a closer up image of the screen that was visible in the center of the dash of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser points may be a little difficult to see. If you could, using the laser point, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on the screen while the vehicle's in reverse now, correct?
Correct.
If you could direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on the screen as the vehicle's in reverse with the exemplar pedestrian behind.
Yes. So this screen has now changed to a park assist screen, and it now shows a sensor for the back of the vehicle. And also same here, the sensor starts popping up in a yellow line for behind the vehicle.
Because you're parked.
Then in the camera view.
The extra camera view shows that's where our contraband dummy was. It also shows where the sensor's backed up to on the bottom here.
And this going for the record, this is about 34 seconds in. If you could press play from here.
I'm gonna scream.
You're not wearing your seatbelt.
So, oh, for the love of manlet.
Now, Paul, at some point over the course of your investigation or over the course of this case, did you become aware of ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's residence at 1 Meadows Avenue?
Yes.
And specifically, have you had occasion to see a video depicting the defendant backing out of the garage as snow was coming down?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish to the jury with the witness on the stand, Exhibit 6, video number 153.
Objection, maybe.
What makes sense? That he has no injuries when I just did the math for you. I don't understand.
Yeah, how does that make? Why does this make sense at all?
His body should have been broken
it makes sense
beyond
that
belief.
the car went backwards 24.2 miles per hour. But again, it traveled 60 feet. John didn't move. He got sideswiped because she's the best rally driver in the world. She kept going, but still, right after the incident report stopped, where she had moved 35 feet without hitting the car parked. I don't know. Can someone go out and measure the distance to see if that 35 feet would have put her into Higgins' car? It's infuriating how bad this expert is.
Few things. So I'm going to send you home today because the lawyers and I are staying in Trooper. I'm going to ask you this. Sometimes when we take these breaks, when I have to talk to the lawyers and then don't schedule you, it's because we have to do things in the case to facilitate getting this case to you now as efficiently as possible. Next week, we will be in session here Monday. Tuesday's going to be a full day of the lawyers and I with witnesses to make sure that the case is ready for you to wrap up. So Tuesday you will be off. We'll be working. Wednesday is a federal holiday, so court is not in session on Wednesday. We'll have a full day Thursday and half a day Friday. It's a little different than we looked at, but I am assured that we are still on schedule to getting the case to you folks to begin your deliberations sometime that last week.
So now,
so we appreciate everybody's patience.
Court is on Thursday again.
Really trying to work to get this case to you as efficiently as possible.
It's off on the 19th.
Do not discuss this case. See Monday.
They're doing the voir dire on Tuesday,
Gonna ask you
right?
some questions. We're going to have a voir dire of you, sir. Mr. Lally's going to ask you some questions. Mr. Jackson's going to ask you some questions. You'll be shown a video. Okay. All right, Mr. Lally.
Now, Trooper Paul, as I was asking you before, with respect to have you had occasion to see a ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house on One Meadows Avenue, depicting the defendant or the defendant's vehicle backing out of
No, the defense have said it takes them approximately 4 days, so that's why she can say that.
garage while snow was falling?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, as we've already testified to, you made observations of the defendant's vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage on February 1st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with
No,
full
all of
submission,
this have been
maybe
turned
we can play
over.
Video at this time.
Yes.
That's why they have 3 experts.
Your Honor, at the same time, I'll stipulate to the video.
I want to see it for purposes of this voir dire. And in fact, I'd like to see the version that the defendants have with the focusing in on the tire.
Understood.
Defense, hurry up, Dave.
Both. Go ahead, Ms. Gilman. You show yours, and then I'm going to ask the defense.
153. Now, Trooper, from your observations from this video, at some point, this vehicle either comes close or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to your observations of this video and your observations of the defendant's vehicle, at some point, have you also seen photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes.
And is your understanding that those photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle were taken by State Police Crime Scene Services on February 3rd? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your observations in this vehicle, what I'm going to ask you is in regard to the significance to observe, significance of the impact between the two vehicles. In respect to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe on his vehicle at that time?
The photos are now.
Right now.
Oh, right now. There was snow on the vehicle.
And then with respect to the contact between the defendant's vehicle and victim Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe to occur with relation to the snow based on the significance of the impact between the two?
The snow doesn't move.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play this.
That doesn't make any difference.
All right. Can I see the other video? Please. Yes, I think it's on. I know it's in evidence, but I think it's on your computer, your hard drive.
That's clearly.
She clearly tapped him.
Thank you. Okay, could you turn the lights on, please?
Your Honor, if I could, this is 2 photographs I'd like to.
Sure.
For these purposes. Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 549.
And before you do that, what is the exhibit we just saw through your IT person? What
Your Honor, it's
number?
the same exhibit. It has not been enhanced in any way. It's just magnified for purposes of this, of showing it. In other words, the magnification is not embedded in the video. It's the
Okay.
same video.
Okay.
We just magnified it.
Okay.
Here you go.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes.
And what are we looking at, and which area of the vehicle are we looking at?
It's the rear, John O'Keefe's car.
The driver's side, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does this portion of the vehicle we're looking at here have in relation to the video that we just watched?
It was faced, well, can you see it
All right,
from?
what was the answer? I didn't hear.
Sorry, it was faced kind of the same way you see the back left rear corner of the vehicle as you do in this picture here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 559. And sir, is this the same driver's side rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Now, as far as your observations of these photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in either the last exhibit or this exhibit itself?
There was no damage.
Why is the close-up that low on the car because the impact would have been higher.
Now, as far as the impact, let me ask, as far as the damage that you observed to the taillight area of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, opinion do you have as to the amount of force necessary in order to cause that damage?
Objection. You need a foundation on this.
So, Trooper, over the course of your, I'm sorry, how many crashes have you investigated over your time?
I've been primarily on 196 crashes.
And I know I'd asked you before about pedestrian crashes. Fair to say most of the remainder, if not all the remainder, involves vehicles colliding with other vehicles.
Correct.
Now, with respect to that experience in relation to vehicle crashes, what, if any, training or knowledge do you have in regard to sort of physical forces of vehicles in a collision sequence, and what kind of damage you would anticipate?
So obviously, the higher the speed, the more damage. The lower speed, the less damage.
And what, if any, from the observation that you made in that video and the observations that you made of the defendant's vehicle, what you observed in the video, was that consistent with the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
Objection. So I'm going to allow this for voir dire. I just need to hear this information.
Understood, Your Honor.
It is not consistent with the tail light in this collision.
And why not?
For one thing, the collision, the tail light is, let's say, 42 to 50 inches off the ground. So that vehicle would have to have damage 42 to 50 inches off the ground, because they would have had to contact each other in the same distance from the ground, and there's no damage to that vehicle. So if the taillight breaks, it should leave some.
This is voir dire. He's not. The jury has been sent home.
Sort of scratching, maybe a dent, something on some sort of damage to that vehicle should have occurred.
And with respect to, I think you just answered it. So, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what kind of damage would you expect from an impact significant enough to break the plastic on the taillight of the defendant's vehicle?
It would be probably higher speed than what we saw.
For purposes of voir dire, I need to hear all of this. Go ahead.
A higher speed than what we probably would saw in there. If it's not, it was minimal. Maybe it would crack a taillight or something like that, but it wouldn't. I mean, the damage is different.
So crack the tail light, like everyone said her tail light was cracked.
Yep.
And also, you know, we have a bumper that's also in the way too.
And to that point, Trooper, when it comes to a bumper, from a functional standpoint, what is a bumper and what does it do with respect to a vehicle?
Oh my God.
The bumper is, you know, it's basically meant as another cushion to absorb the impact to another vehicle, from one vehicle to another vehicle. It kind of sticks out to kind of also preserve whatever.
No, he did 120 hours course. So the 3 PhD we are going to interview all Thursday are not as believable as this guy, according to Lally.
Lights and everything else and damage on top of it.
So in order, from your experience as far as responding and investigating collisions, specifically collisions between motor vehicles, the speed that you observed the defendant's vehicle traveling in that video, what, if any, relationship does that have, specifically as also as to the bumper, as to the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
It was also
so
cold.
look at the defense vehicle. There is a scratch mark that is along the left side of, starts from her bumper around the rear. That could be consistently with his hitting his bumper. That would be around the same height level. He has a little ridge there on his bumper. So that bumper could have been hit that little ridge. And also the bumper in itself in here is a different material. Hers is a little lighter, like a glossy colored paint. This is more a duller flat finish. So it might have some, why it would show up on her bumper more than it would show up on his bumper.
And finally, sir, in your opinion, the damage to the defendant's taillight is that something that could have occurred or could have been caused by the crash or the contact of the vehicles that you observed in that video?
Objection. No.
So again, this is voir dire, Mr. Jackson, going in here.
No.
And again, sir, why not?
For one thing, the bumpers, you have to go push through the bumpers in order to hit the taillight against the other vehicle. And there's no damage to that, significant damage to a bumper in order to push back into the car.
And again, there was no snow on the vehicle. By that, I mean Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle that even came off the vehicle that you observed during the course of that contact between.
You can see it.
That's correct.
On the tire.
I have nothing further on.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Did you put the two cars together?
I did not.
No, you didn't, did you? You never tested whether or not the SUV would match up with the Traverse, did you?
What do you mean?
You just said, oh, look, one of them has matte finish, one of them has glossy finish, so it couldn't have happened, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm confused by the question. I'm talking about the tail light. We're talking about the tail light.
Yeah.
Are we talking about the tail light? Are we talking about the bumper?
Yeah, we were talking about the tail light.
So one person at a time, you both are talking over each other.
You started talking about the bumpers.
Yes.
You said, well, one has matte finish and one has glossy finish, right?
Yes.
You said, well, you'd expect one of them to slide off of each other, and they could have done this and they could have done that, right?
not slide off each other.
You were suggesting that the two cars wouldn't match up such that the taillight could make contact with any part of the traverse. That's what you were suggesting.
I'm saying it didn't match up because there's no damage to the traverse.
You didn't test whether or not the lens, the right rear lens on the SUV could match up to any part of the traverse, right? And make contact, physical contact with it, right?
When I see a picture of the traverse,
Yes or no?
when I see the picture of the
this
traverse,
is a voir dire. I need the information.
you
Mr.
asked me a
Jack.
question.
Yeah,
And I said, when
yes or no question, Trooper.
I don't think so, but
Mr. Jackson, just for, there's no jury here.
I
This
realize
is,
that.
this is for purposes of.
He can be
I
however he
have
wants to be,
do
Bev.
want. The more information
Zip
I
it.
have, the better off I am in being able to.
Shut
move
up.
on.
You've already had
So
your-
this is you trying to keep the evidence out. So you want to give me the information.
Understood. Did you or did you not ever do a test where you backed the Lexus up against the Traverse?
we did not.
Did you or did you not ever do a test where you put the two cars together and measured them?
No,
Did you ever measure the taillight of the SUV, the black SUV, against any area on that Traverse?
no,
Did you ever do any force multiplier tests to determine the forces necessary to crack the SUV's convex taillight?
no,
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not a plastic taillight, under how much pressure a plastic taillight would need to be subjected before it would crack?
no,
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not if a plastic taillight came in contact with a metallic portion of another SUV, whether it would leave any mark?
haven't done any tests, and I've seen crashes where headlights have struck other vehicles. That's kind of where the experience comes from.
Fair enough. But I'm guessing that those crashes are probably different speeds and higher speeds. Not this, right?
I've had multiple crashes at different speeds.
So have you ever
Oh,
had a
yes.
crash where you've investigated, the Massachusetts State Police has been brought in to investigate a crash where the car was going in reverse at about a half a mile an hour?
Half a mile an hour?
Whatever that was.
Are you saying the SUV Lexus is going half a mile per hour?
Well, you're the Reconstructionist. Give me an estimate of how fast you think that SUV is going at the point of contact with the Traverse.
Maybe like 1-2 miles per hour?
Okay, fair enough. Have you ever been called in to a crash, to investigate a crash, where the cars have collided at 1 mile an hour?
I've had pedestrian crashes that have been at a very low speed.
Okay, that wasn't my question. That wasn't quite my question.
Okay.
My question is, have you been called in to a crash involving two vehicles
Yeah.
that have been in contact at about 1 mile an hour?
I have seen testing for vehicles at low speeds. So next time I've been called to a crash, I go to fatality crashes, but I have seen testing for vehicles at low speed impacts.
Okay. How low speed?
Like just the bump.
So like this?
Yes.
Did you see any damage?
Yes. All right. Well, minimal damage.
Right. In what circumstance? Minimal damage, like, I don't know, like a cracked taillight.
No, like just a little bit of rub off on the paint.
Right? Or you might see nothing, right?
Yes.
You've certainly seen circumstances in which two cars come in contact and there's absolutely no physical damage to either car, nothing observable, right?
Have I gone to crashes that have seen no physical damage on a car?
Or just in common sense, just everyday life, where one car backs into another car at the Jiffy Lube.
Right.
Sorry?
Jackson's speaking English, correct?
Yes.
Why is this guy having such a hard time? He looks like me when trying to understand trigonometry.
Because he don't see some them cars bump.
He
Because
only
when
gets
somebody
old when
slowly
people
backs
die.
into a car in a driveway of their boyfriend, he's called in immediately. He knows all about this.
What the hell are we doing?
It's contact, drives away, and there's no damage.
Not normally. It's usually something with car and car
No.
impacts.
Like what's the
Happened to me.
A crack or paint, something chip, scratches.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you put a piece of metal in that scenario, if you put a piece of metal, steel, right,
Uh-huh.
against a piece of plastic, Which one do you think is going to give way first?
You'll still see some damage to both vehicles at a speed.
Which one would give way first?
Between metal, depends what speeds. And what we're talking about, you're just saying plastic and metal. You're giving a pretty general, broad plastic and metal analysis here.
You admit, you got to agree with me, that there are circumstances in which low speed, very, very low speed contact between two cars can certainly leave damage on one and not damage on the other, damage on both, or no damage on either one. Observe.
Yes, I just said in that situation where the scratch on the side of her car had a scratch mark and his doesn't appear to have anything.
And you said under questioning by Mr. Lally that certain circumstances like this could lead to a lens material, right, plastic material cracking, right?
Say again? Like, at least...
Just a few minutes ago, Mr. Lally...
I'm just going to answer your question. Sorry, yes.
Mr. Lally asked you a question a few minutes ago, and you indicated that something might show up on a bumper. Something might, something might, like a taillight, might actually crack, correct? At a low speed impact.
A taillight might crack in a low speed impact?
Correct.
Yeah, it might crack.
Okay, now, Mr. Lally also said you saw this video where the cars come close to or make contact, right? That's how he worded the question. Remember that?
Come close, yep.
Which one is it? Did it come close or did it make contact?
I said it might. I don't know if that scratch from the side is. It's something that's consistent with the height of the bumper. Like I said, I didn't measure them from side by side, but you can clearly see there's a scratch on the side, and that's something that looks like that would come back. So as I look at the bumper, I see the bumper, and it has that little divot, and I look at her side of her car with that scratch mark, that kind of lines up a little bit of why that could be where that was from.
I thought you said there was no damage on that car, on the Juror.
There is no damage, and that's why I went to why there's two different paint materials there, that why one could have showed up on her car because it's that flat, the glossy paint on there, and it could have scratched on it. While you have something that's a little more rougher texture with like a flat, flat color on there, so that wouldn't leave on there.
So you just described the circumstance in which two cars come in contact, you don't see any observable damage on one, and you do on the other. That's what
I suggested that when you asked me that a second ago.
Yeah. With regard to the video, let's get back to the question that I asked, which was, in that video, did the SUV come close to, or did it come in contact with the Traverse?
Again, I don't know, because I'm saying based off the damage that is something consistent with that. So most likely it did come in contact with the bumper to bumper.
Yes.
But I don't know definitively because there is no damage to his car. But it's something that could explain why there's a scratch mark alongside the right rear side of his car, or her car.
Did you see the tire move, sir? Did you see the wheel on the Traverse move in that video?
No, I couldn't see the wheel move.
What?
I beg your pardon?
I didn't see it move. I mean, if I did, I didn't observe it moving. If it moved, it moved. I didn't observe it moving. I wasn't looking at the wheel.
When was the first time you saw that video?
It was blown up. It was blown up.
I don't really know. It's been a little while.
Well, I don't know what a little while means.
Like a year ago, I think.
Okay. So you saw that video a year ago. Did you put anything about that video in your report, which is wherever it is, right here? I'm looking at your entire CARS report. Did you put anything in this CARS report about watching that video?
No, because I watched the video like after the report was done, and I watched it first time on Court TV. So
who on Court TV?
He saw the evidence on Court TV.
Baker, that was a joke of mine when I was Karen Patel. I was like, "Oh, I saw you guys on Court TV." What the hell is this? What's going on?
If this keeps up, Monday will be worse than Proctor.
What is going
Monday
on here?
again? They give them 2 days to prepare for this tech guy.
Oh, Lolly, you did
I
this
bet
dude
you
dirty.
they have a tech specialist talking to them about every little incident report. A guy who actually knows what Toyota tech is.
Yeah.
Not a guy that kind of looked up sort of on Google what
this trial
could be.
like
prior,
no, when it was on TV at some point.
When did you and Mr. Lally have a discussion about you testifying about this video?
That was a couple weeks ago?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
A couple of weeks ago?
What's a couple of weeks ago? Is it 10 days ago?
Days ago? 2 weeks ago? I mean, 2 weeks ago? Couple? Two?
Where did you two meet?
At the DA's office.
Was that at your request or was that at Mr. Lally's request?
It was a pre-con.
Why are they doing what here? Because he's now going to be an expert testifying that the cars never, ever touched each other and therefore couldn't have cracked the tail light. And that's why Jackson is yelling at him now to say, you didn't even notice that it moved.
Yeah,
You never
they wanna
tested
keep
it.
this
You have
evidence out.
you have no
He's not an
evidence for what you're claiming. That's why they're going to voir dire him. And then Judge Ben would say, I don't allow it.
Conference hearing, or pre-trial hearing.
Right. Well, those
or pre-trial conference, sorry.
Done?
Yep. Yes.
We're talking over each other. Try not to talk over each other.
I'm trying not either.
Let's both try harder.
Okay.
Who set up the meeting?
For my pre-trial?
Yes.
Okay. Adam Lally.
Who was at the meeting?
Right, sitting right here, Lieutenant Tully.
Lieutenant Tully, you, Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin. I'm guessing Ms. Gilman was not there.
She was not there, correct?
Did Mr. Lally show you this video at that meeting?
Yes.
Did he tell you that he intended to ask you some questions about this video at that meeting?
Yes.
Did he ask you whether or not you could render an opinion as to whether or not the impact you saw or lack thereof, whatever the case may be, was consistent or inconsistent with damage to the taillight?
Yes.
Did you tell him that you would give him such opinion if called upon at trial?
Yes.
Did anybody take any notes?
I don't know.
Were you taking notes?
Yes.
Where are those notes, Trooper Paul?
I think I just, well, notes not on this specifically, but just, make sure I had, my everything checks and balance. And for what I want to talk about, what we're going to talk about.
Make sure you had what?
My checks and balance.
Monday, be here. Monday will be a great show because this guy is now totally unraveled. He knew he was going to give this testimony, and he told Lally, yeah, I'll tell you it couldn't come from that car, without even looking at the video.
Without even measuring the car.
Just make sure I'm more on the same page of what we understand what's going on in the trial.
You want to make sure that you're on the same page with Mr. Lally about what's going on in trial.
Yes.
All right. Did Mr. Lally take notes?
I have no idea.
You were watching him. I mean, was he writing something down?
I wasn't paying attention to his note taking.
Ms. McLaughlin was there. Was she taking notes?
I don't know.
You didn't see her either?
I don't know if there were people who were taking notes, writing stuff down, or what they're writing stuff down in relation to our conference.
Did you give him an opinion? We've asked whether or not you were asked to give an opinion, and you said, yes, 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 I was.
Yep.
Did you give an opinion at that meeting about whether or not you believe, in your opinion, the contact between the SUV and the Traverse, the Lexus and the Traverse, could result in the damage to the taillight?
Yes.
What did you tell him in the meeting?
What we talked about already in the stand here.
Okay. So what you related...
Sebastian, jeg troede, du var på vej i seng, men yeah, you get addicted.
To him was exactly what you've relayed in this court.
Yes.
All right. And he told you that he was going to ask.
A guy cracking totally, and now we're finding out that Lally asked him if he would give this testimony. A guy who didn't even look closely enough on the video to see what everyone else sees, the tire moving.
I'm going to ask you to look at the video, correct?
Yes.
You're going to be asked a series of questions about that video, correct?
Yes, he told me the video and he said, okay, this is the video. This is what they think the taillight was broken. And these are the pictures of his car that they take. So they asked my opinion on, do you think that's where a taillight would be broken?
And he told you, you need to make sure that you tell the jurors that couldn't have happened in this impact, right?
He didn't tell me to make sure jurors, that's my opinion on, it doesn't appear to happen in that video.
Did he tell you that it would be helpful to the prosecution if you said that it would be, that it was inconsistent with The taillight brake.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. Did he tell you it would be helpful to the case if you said that?
No,
But you knew it would be, right?
I'm just stating what I saw, my professional opinion on what it is. If it looked like it was consistent, I would say it's consistent. If it wasn't consistent, it's not consistent. I'm not going to.
Because the evidence he is using isn't what everyone else with two eyes in their head can see. He claims that the car didn't hit, and he didn't see the tire move. If everyone is so sure of Karen's guilt, why are you so afraid that she has a defense attorney? Because the state's case is so strong.
I'm sure that's what you would say.
Okay, so comments are not appropriate for the jury. They're also not very good for me, Mr. Jackson.
Understood, Your Honor. Did you formalize your new opinion? Because this is a new opinion, right? You've never been asked this opinion before.
Yes.
Did you formalize this new opinion in any kind of a report or memorialize it in any way?
No.
Did Mr. Lally ask you to create a report of some sort that you can turn over to the defense so that we would know that you have a new opinion that you're going to testify about?
No.
Oh, that could be a Brady, right?
Did you save those notes that you took about making sure that you were on the same page as Mr. Lally?
Yeah, I saved mine.
Where are they?
They're my report.
They're in your report?
Yeah, as I was writing a report, I just kind of highlighted the stuff that I want to make sure I memorize and remember my report.
Okay, I'm talking about notes specifically about this video, seeing this video and rendering a new opinion about this video.
No, I didn't have notes specifically about this video. I didn't write anything down saying I must do this on this video.
Did you write anything down about the new opinion that you would come up with related to this video?
No, I did not.
I'm just wondering. Yeah.
So he didn't tell them.
And your opinion, ultimately, that you imparted to Mr. Lally in that meeting was that the car did not move and the snow did not move, correct?
Correct.
I think that's all I have.
All right. Did you want to follow up at all, Mr. Lally?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So, Trooper, you are all set for today. We will see you Monday morning.
Thank you.
Okay.
This will be a block now. He has absolutely no grasp of that this will be. And he...
No, it's going to be worse than the theater Edgecombe. Could you repeat that? Because... Do you see that look he gave him? Oh my God.
Yeah.
All right. So you're moving to exclude this. I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, it's very clear that this is a blatant violation. Commonwealth has at least the obligation to provide us with any new opinions that any expert's going to testify to.
Remember, the Commonwealth less than a week ago filed a motion that the defense didn't give them the reports and what the experts would testify to. So this is biting Lally in his own little sweet patootie.
Yep.
On direct examination. They've known about this witness for not months, for a year, for a couple of years. They've known exactly what this witness has memorialized in his official report. They knew that the only thing that we had was the official report. They met with him 2 weeks ago. This has become a pattern of conduct by the Commonwealth over and over and over. We're finding these witnesses getting on the stand, finding out that there's been a sort of preemptive strike in some sort of a prep interview where they're coming up with new opinions, new conclusions, new facts. It happened with Jennifer McCabe. This new fact about coming up, going to Michael Lank's house. It happened with Officer Sarah, coming up with a new determination about what was said or not said at the scene that we had never heard before. That was also a prep session of some sort, or I believe it was. And then this witness, literally, it's not even like just, was it light out or was it dark out? This is a completely new opinion based on evidence that we presented, both in open, or talked about in opening statement, and have presented variously throughout this trial. And this officer gets on the stand and now has a new central opinion about whether or not we're right and that taillight lens could be cracked. That's something that should have at least been reduced to writing. And even if it was reduced to writing, it should have been excluded because it's a discovery violation. It's late. We don't have time to prepare for it, and we're caught off guard. I use the word at sidebar ambush, and I know that rankles the court, and the court doesn't like it, but that's exactly what it feels like.
Well, that's been used both ways here, right? So it's a word, let's just take it out of here. Make your point, okay?
I'll see if I can come up with a synonym for it.
Well, I understand your argument, so focus on, just continue where you were, but no comment whether I like ambush or don't like ambush. It's a word I've heard a lot on both sides.
I understand, Your Honor. My point is the evidence that now is being sought should never be presented in front of you. We didn't have opportunity to get this in advance. It's at least, very least, been in the Commonwealth's possession for weeks. He took notes about it. He now says, well, I didn't take notes about that specifically. I don't believe that as far as I can go. I think he did take notes about it. He was shown the video. He provided a new opinion. Mr. Lally knew that he was providing a new opinion. And then the first time he discloses this opinion is in front of the 16 jurors. 15 jurors.
15, yeah.
We would ask for its exclusion, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. As far as the pattern, especially coming from counsel, I simply find it laughable. As far as Officer Sarif, I think what counsel is referring to was testimony that was in his grand jury testimony. He was crossed about whether or not it was in his report, but it was in his grand jury testimony. As far as Ms. McCabe is concerned, that was regarding reciprocal discovery that was given to the Commonwealth weeks into trial by the defendant. It was then shown to a witness, which is perfectly permissible. Counsel asked a question of Ms. McCabe on cross, and she was aware of the material based on the late disclosure of reciprocal discovery. So there's no violation there. As it relates to and why I say laughable, Your Honor, is that I am still.
I don't like hearing you say laughable.
Just
Just
understood.
You're
to what
laughable,
the arguments
Lally.
are. And
With respect to this witness,
finger pointing, name calling, things like that, please. I know it's been a long week. It's been a particularly long day, but just focus on what you want to argue to me.
and I apologize to the court for that, Your Honor. With respect to this testimony, it's well within his realm. As a crash reconstructionist, this is a witness who's responded to and investigated hundreds of crashes involving damage to vehicles.
Quick poll. Will she exclude it? No.
No.
I allow it.
That's what she's going to do.
Simply making an observation of contact between two vehicles or purported contact between two vehicles on a video. The force is self-evident, and whether or not that force is sufficient to cause the damage that he personally observed on the defendant's vehicle is well within his expertise. And should be permissible as far as for this witness to be able to testify to.
What about the non-disclosure to the defense? So showing this video and asking for opinion. What about that?
So, Your Honor, what I would say is I did not show this video and ask this opinion. This is a video that's actually the trooper mentioned to me that he had seen over the course of while the case was pending, probably over a year ago, that he had seen that video. What I showed him was the photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and asked whether or not he observed any damage consistent with the damage to the tail light observing or popping up on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
Why wasn't that turned over?
In hindsight, it should have been, Your Honor.
I don't give a F about hindsight. Then if hindsight is 20/20, you should concede now that I didn't do it, which is against the rules. So I will not try to get him to talk about this. You are such a slime ball, Lally.
He is a slime ball.
I have had you down as incompetent. I have you down as willfully throwing the case, but I realized you are just another part of the Massachusetts system. You are no better than any of those a-holes we have seen on the stand. You are a disgrace.
All right. So it's late. I'm not ruling here. I want to review everything. I'm not obviously taking any of the evidence home with me. I would like, if it's possible, for what your IT person did on the expanding, like he did this second time, maybe I missed it, but I didn't see the tire move this time. So I'd like that. I'd like that video, and I would like, what's the exhibit number here?
It's Exhibit 6.
I saw it on my tiny iPhone
Do you want just that video, Your Honor?
And the pictures of the cars, whatever was shown during this voir dire, I would like those emailed to me so that I can look at them this weekend while I'm deciding, or put them on a flash drive right now.
That's what I'm thinking.
Brandon, get ready. You're going in hot.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
We'll do a screen record and get it to the court by email. We can do that. I just need an hour once we get back to home base.
Okay. All right, Ms. Gilman, will you burn what you have for me before we leave somehow?
Your Honor, if I could, I just want to close one loop.
Okay.
What I was referring to with Ms. McCabe, I want to make sure that this is clear because this has come up a couple of times. The only thing I was referring to, or what I was referring to, is not the only thing, but what I was referring to with Ms. McCabe is after Ms. McCabe testified, days and days and days after she testified and she was excused as a witness, then we got the report from Lieutenant Tully about the new information that she disclosed on the witness stand. In other words, she was cross-examined about it, etc. And then after she testified and was cross-examined and gone, then we got a report that predated her testimony that was in the possession of the Commonwealth, or at least in the possession of Lieutenant Tully. That's what I was talking about. I just wanted to make sure that that's clear. We don't need to go into it any further.
Did you want to add anything to that, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so I'll see you Monday morning.
All right.
Brandon, are you ready? We need this today. Adult beverage time.
Oh, I want one too.
Yeah, I don't have a beer. Dang it.
I have a White
This
Claw in my
was-
fridge. I do. I have several.
Kimmy, I would love to be in your brain because all the butterflies are flying around making all the funny noises.
Yeah, I don't
But,
know what Kimmy's on, but can I have some?
Yeah, as it's tradition, every Friday we have a beer when court is over. Brandon, let's go. EOD Friday, you have to be ready or Baker will chuck without you.
Or shovel. Jesus.
Thoughts? Yeah, let's run down the thoughts of the day. You two chime in when
No.
if ever you have an opinion.
My brain hurts.
Where the hell did we start today? Tully?
Tully and then computer lady.
I can't even remember what Tully talked about.
I don't even remember a lot of things. I'm just zoned out by, oh, what do we have? We had the IT lady. Didn't we just have the IT lady and the crash guy
Yeah,
all day
I
today?
think so.
Tully was gone on.
Yeah, we ended because they didn't have. Tully was yesterday, and then they had all the boring people, and then we started out with boring people again today, and she testified that she didn't think Jen McCabe deleted something, which will be in stark contrast to what Silbright will testify to, because Silbright picks up a deletion, and the reason why I'm sitting here perplexed is I believe Aussie Insider and not a Russian way more than I believed her. And she used words in a way, remember, English is my third language. And I'm not drunk enough to understand it perfectly. And it didn't make absolutely any sense what she said. And the whole explanation about one database and UTC and another database, and if you keep it open, if you don't keep it open, and it has nothing to do with Google, was it good or bad? I couldn't tell you. I trust my experts that they say that's not what anything was. Then we had the reverse videos. You had all the tech. You went a long way to talk about. We couldn't find anything on the car other than we could show that the car was an extremely good accelerator in reverse. It could double its speed in half a second, which is pretty good. Could also be a spinning tire if it's measuring on the axle instead of measuring speed. I didn't get like someone is constantly saying someone is saying the math doesn't work because why is no one why is you have those two things they plucked out of it, but the last two times that car have been driven would be on the trip down to her parents. No, it'll be from the tow truck into the garage and from her parents' driveway onto the tow truck before he started using them. But they're claiming that's where they get the data, if I understood it right. And yes, that data, in half a second, she hit 24.2 miles per hour. But she's been traveling for 2.5 seconds with her steering wheel roughly in this position. And I see people say, that's not much. If you have it at a 60-degree angle for that amount of time, you wouldn't be near the curb. You wouldn't just be following that slight turn in the road. And then you just do this and go back to a 9-degree. Yes, I know the pro side is apparently full of copium now, and the anti-Karen Reed side, Nima, are sitting here saying, clear as day. But I can't wait for Cross because this expert fell to pieces the second someone asked him a hard question. And they have 2 days now to look at all his telemetrics. And I asked ChatGPT, really good AI, he would have had eternal bleedings if he just was sideswiped.
Yes.
Zero.
I don't understand, Baker. So how does his head hit the curb and then he continues to fly up the curb into... I know I'm not smart.
I can draw this for you.
I'm not smart. Okay.
I'm a drawologist. You have the curb down here. She hits him.
Okay.
And then he does a somersault and bumps his head here.
Oh.
Flies back because of the impact of this very rubbery cement and lands 5 to 20 feet away. Face
that makes so much more sense.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
because he did talk about counterclockwise, over rotation to the aft harbor port.
Yeah.
So
let's see. So nice of you. She gifted a membership to Zero Sum Samus and to Boosh McFadden, and to Gitmo Holiday, Catherine V, Just Jen, Jesse McLavetti, and Renee Ward. Thank you for those 7 gifted memberships.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Aw, thank you.
Also, the expert saying, Julie Grant showed this video and I noticed something I never realized is sloppy. Yeah. Thoughts on Auntie Bev's dummy mummy job after court broken, Baker? I thought it was just... I know her personally. She calls those little jobs you do. It's to pay for the white clocation. So she does a hand job or two to pay for the white claws. Lisa Butterfly, we all need a nap.
oh my gosh, I need a brain reset after that.
Yeah, today was, especially because it was just a lot of technical mumbo jumbo. Then he showed us 2 slides, and then believing those slides is that half a second is indicative of hitting someone.
Yeah.
Baker, if you were a juror, would you rather have an expert that can tell you all of the things and articles that she's published, or would you like someone who is able to parse out all of this ridiculous nonsense and say, let me simplify it for you?
Can I tell you how we do experts so far? I have seen in Danish courts.
Okay.
Hello.
Do it.
Hello. My name is John Johnson. Okay. I am. I was the guy who received John O'Keefe at the trauma ward. Okay. What did you observe? I saw he had a skull fracture. Okay. Thank you so much, John Johnson. We don't spend 45 hours talking about, oh, you went to Copenhagen University. Oh, you did your internship at Roskilde University Hospital. Oh, you used to do private practice down in Sønderjylland. That's amazing. Can we get on with it? No. We believe people when they say, yep, I'm a doctor.
We don't. America, the land of no
Apparently,
trust.
yeah, we have no trust. Anyone.
She was just four-wheeling around the yard, chasing him down, and he could have hit his head on the fire hydrant, but no one saw or heard anything. Yeah, that's another thing. Everyone was looking out the windows except those 2.5 seconds where she did what Mika Häkkinen wished he could.
So
famous
John
Formula One
didn't
driver.
scream at all in that like 0.2 that he was flying in air before he, skip rocked over the. I mean, I'm not good at physics to begin with, but this is stretching my abilities.
Let's just do a poll on this. Just a simple question. Not if she's guilty or not, but
I am too, Iris. I'm really glad.
we are just asking, is there a reasonable doubt?
I'm happy for you.
There's a poll up now. Is there reasonable doubt in this? You don't have to, yes, I've always thought she was innocent, or no, I think there's no reasonable doubt left. And again, this will be turned over to the defense somewhere, maybe Tuesday, maybe in the end of the week. No, not Tuesday, because now we're having a voir dire. But wouldn't you do the voir dire after the state rest? I don't know. Where's the blood? I don't know.
Well, yeah, I don't know. She just wants them to. She wants them to do it ASAP so that she can decide.
Yeah.
That was her.
It
call.
isn't even feasible to do that with his weight hitting the curb with his head. He would have been in a downward motion and stayed near the street, not fly onto the grass unless he somersaulted. Jan, can I say something? You forgot one simple little thing. I didn't draw it enough, but as you can clearly see, it's in the Canton triangle. In the Canton triangle, facts don't matter. Reality don't matter.
Sobriety doesn't matter.
This is ridiculous.
She's guilty of driving drunk and manslaughter. This is myself and 20 friends. They are not a YouTube.
I think she's saying her and her 20 friends know that she's guilty and they're not on. So
yeah, but still, I am a YouTube, and I don't think she's guilty because I don't think they have proven anything beyond a reasonable doubt. We know that her drunk driving doesn't make sense because
the blood test was way ridiculously off. It was
Yeah.
based off of what the report said, which how can we be sure of what any reports were?
Yeah, you couldn't test the result of that report. And again, as Amica fan says, John was bending forward, putting his shoes on when he was smacked over the back of the head and then was dragged out to the side of the road. Oh no, he flew out to the side of the road
Absolutely
because there's
not.
no drag marks. And while he was slapped on the head, he was hit center mass, losing a shoe. It's
Yeah. Lally said it in his opening statement, everyone. He said he was knocked back and hit his head on the ground, and that's where he got the head injury. So, no head hitting the tail light was ever
Was
said.
anyone hoping for like one of the, the O.J. Simpson really bad graphic, CGI that would have a little person and explain these complex physics other than the guy saying he'd counter rotate 15 feet to the left and over an arc of, 7.3 meters. I mean, what is going on here? I was promised explanations.
The trooper is following the evidence. The state police is responsible for our highways. Yeah, look how well they are doing. They are
Yeah.
experiencing accidents. The trooper is young and timid. Well, I don't give a F if he's a wallflower, if this is his first cotillion. That idiot was prepped to tell us something. Luckily, he wasn't allowed to put that in there, and Bev will rule so he can do it. He didn't follow any evidence. He couldn't find anything other than those 2 slides because, and again, he didn't find that until 2023 when he thought, oh, maybe I'll read up on Toyota tech. Toyota started putting those tech things into cars in 2014. A 2021 Lexus model, you would probably expect that their high-end line of vehicles would have one of them, especially because Karen Reed had the most expensive model. This guy is a hack like every effing one else. And he just made up 2 weeks ago his mind that he never ever saw a video he first saw on Court TV. I saw the same video on Court TV. They zoom in and say, look, you can see the tire move. So this guy, I give him just about as much credibility as Proctor or Proctor's sister taking care of disability, kids with disability, because we know how her brother feels about people. He used the R word a lot.
What is this?
Does the defense not have a reconstruction specialist? No, they have 3. He also had puke on him while there was no puke found. Yeah, and he had blood on his clothes that clearly shows it had been. That's another thing. For all the new people, I don't know. Again, I'm just going to do a Canton triangle up here because that's a disclaimer.
Yep.
I think it was in 1654 or something. A lazy guy called Newton was laying under an apple tree in England. He found out that every object is acted upon by an invisible force. That's called gravity. So when John O'Keefe, who was laying on his back after being flung 10 feet, had blood all over the front of his body from a wound to the back of his head. This blood must have been acted upon the same way this little apple was acted upon. But again,
gravity.
It's the Canton triangle, so gravity doesn't exist. And everyone is just sitting here saying, well, I believe that that Google search didn't happen. So yeah, I don't have to look at every physical evidence pointing everywhere else. Then she hit him with a car and he landed on the ground, bumped his head and died, as Lally clearly stated. And again, all you, I don't believe she did it and she hated him because of Aruba. Go back, listen to what your prosecutor is saying. She bumped into him, he fell backwards, hit his head. Why is there blood on the front of his clothes? Clearly acted upon by gravity. Either you have to have a suspension of disbelief, or you have to believe in the Canton triangle. You can't believe Lally and still believe the evidence provided in court by Lally. Kimmy Albert McCabe.
Yep.
Oh
Who's
my
that?
goodness.
As for the IT idiot, I'm surprised that this is a hill she decided to die on. That's not how history log work. No matter how you want to slice it or dice it.
Oh boy.
Well, I think
This
we
is-
better send Trooper Shortstack some Bactine and aloe, and maybe some lidocaine patches, because I think Monday's going to sting a little.
Yeah, he's
I
gonna
could be wrong.
need one of those hemorrhoid pillows.
And and where has it ever been known that Proctor was very close to John O'Keefe?
Well, they forgot to mention it.
I guess they
Yeah.
forgot to mention it, huh?
Especially when Proctor was on the stand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because according
Rubia,
to our
have
new
fun.
friend, Proctor was very close to John O'Keefe, so his emotions got the best of him. That's why he acted the way he acted. Makes
Yeah.
sense. Makes total sense.
The one that
I'm a
wouldn't
YouTube,
call
and I find it interesting that people who aren't friends and really don't know each other go on vacation and have their pictures taken together. I'm a
Yeah.
YouTuber, and I do that too.
True.
True.
Well, let's end the
You know
how many people
the
have
quick
votes?
the quick fire, surefire way to know that that's a bullshit theory about Proctor
Okay,
being
well.
friends. He didn't once refer to O'Keefe as Officer O'Keefe. Not one
Well,
of
as
them
far
did.
as we know, Proctor
it
didn't
could-
even know John or Karen.
Well, it could be that they have made a ruling saying you can't mention he's an officer because that could
That could be
bias the
true.
jury.
Could.
But they mentioned he's a Boston cop
Several
20,000
times. Yeah, one
Only
time
a
I think
gajillion and
somebody
12.
called him. I think one time somebody called him Officer O'Keefe, but only once that I remember in the trial in the
And,
7-8 weeks or whatever the hell it's been.
We have
we
several
don't know.
videos of
We don't know.
Collins fighting people in streets, actually. So that's a lie, also. Jimmy.
So we took the dog to the vet. Without getting too graphic, y'all, she's gotten some digestive issues for the last week or so.
Oh no.
Yeah. So we took her to the vet. She got an x-ray. We took her to the vet like a week ago, got her on some meds. She had whipworms, so we got her on meds for that as well. And then we went back today because last night we had another episode, shall we say.
Oh no.
So we went back today, got an x-ray and blood work done, and everything looks fairly normal. She's got a little bit high cholesterol because she's a fatty. But otherwise everything looks good. So we're going to reset her gut biome. We're going to kill all the bad bacteria and replenish the good bacteria and see how that goes.
That sounds
That's at least,
fun.
I mean, it's not fun, but at least it's nothing serious.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, it might not sound all that serious, but when a 116-pound dog's got it coming out of both ends, it gets real serious real quick, all right?
Well, it's not fun to deal with it for sure.
Damn dog. Yeah,
Well,
she's still not feeling
Is
super.
there reasonable doubt? 86% says yes, 13% says no, and that's with 89 votes. So, and you don't need more than reasonable doubt. That's all you need. Other than that, let's do the countdown. I know you just got on Valhalla, but you lose, you snooze.
Hey guys, it's Mo from Mo in the Deep End, and tomorrow I will probably be on Stabby Day, then Legal Shenanigans Theater at 3, and then at 7 p.m. I will be doing my 3,000 subscriber Wheel of Woe and Shenanigans extravaganza. So I hope I
What
can
was
see
it
you
called?
guys there.
Say it again.
Shenaniganza.
Shenanigans.
I like it. Thank you, Toy. Baker is possibly forgetting the best part of the day, being as it's Friday.
Oh no, he already did his beer.
Oh, son of a...
Gone.
All right.
Oh, you were late to that party.
Should we, because of the pain, do a twofer? Brandon?
yeah.
You should.
Oh, yeah.
Is it a twofer,
Oh,
Brandon?
I'll be right back.
Only if Brandon is in on it.
Brandon, come on.
Brandon's
Your boys
in on
are
it.
ready.
Brandon's always in on it.
Yeah.
He didn't leave yet, did he?
I don't know.
Oh, Brandon. All right. I'm going to go grab a beer.
Oh, he's here. See?
Yay.
What a day, guys. Woof.
Yes.
I missed the last hour and a half. I still got
They did a voir dire on this guy because they want to bring in the video of her hitting the car in the driveway. And apparently this man has seen it one time and made a conclusion and didn't even give it to the defense. He just decided he was going to testify to it.
Oh, I should have poured it in the glass.
So it'll be fun.
But what we almost forgot is tonight at 9 is The Expert with his Friday Night Live.
Yes,
a
sir.
Great show. Everyone should go follow.
9 Eastern.
9 Eastern, yes. And anyone on all the other platforms, please go give some love to Mo and Valhalla. And we fun people. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern, we have our Saturday show. It has absolutely nothing to do with court. It's 2 hours of yippity yappity. Tomorrow we will have Dave on. Haven't had a stream with him in a long time, so it's going to be fun.
MLS Dave?
Yeah.
He's still alive? Holy crap.
I know, right?
We're going to pull him out of retirement.
Again, for the 390.
He really wants to talk about his passion of Chris Chan. So.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Have you guys know there's a Sonnet Chew curse, right?
Yeah, someone got hit by that.
Leave Nick alone.
Oh my God, stop.
Do you have a Lego stream tomorrow?
Not tomorrow. We have one on the 29th. So not tomorrow, but then
it's
at the end of the month, guys. We got some time. Max Murrah is going to be the guest. It's going to be an amazing show because Max Murrah is an amazing human being. Bottoms up.
Get it, boys. One day I want to see if I can do one as fast as you guys. Me and Mo. See if we can.
Yes.
I want to see that too.
And tomorrow, Jamie, will you be eating some of the new candy you got from Vanilla?
Yeah, I'll bring it. I haven't touched any of it yet, so I think she has the salty licorice in there, and I'm very curious about that.
We're always having a little Christian in the background.
Way in the background. Way in the background.
Oh, perfect for
Kimmy.
You're gonna get a three turtle salute.
I like turtles. I like turtles. I like turtles.
And
This is for loser and morons. I have a life. I will disappear from fantasy tube. You do know the definition of YouTube. I know the definition of YouTube. That's a tube with you in it. And
Okay,
can I just
Kimmy,
say,
would you like to join my fan club? Actually, could you be the president? I mean, losers and morons. It's like the freaks and geeks of YouTube. Thank you and so much for recognizing my affiliation.
and if it wasn't for stupidity, we wouldn't have any reason to say this every time we end a stream.
Your Honor, I apologize. What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and
Widower case.
Did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
If I showed you.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, everyone did. Things on YouTube.
Mr. Randolph, do you?
I got that against the man. You don't know.
Called him chicken shit.
That's right, you was chicken shit.